I was just squatting in front of the police station, clutching my father's remains, when a passing female billionaire picked me up and took me home. She thought she was just bringing home a cute little ornament, but she had no idea that I could hear the inner voices of plants. Not only did I help my billionaire mother find the spy in her company, but I also healed my youngest aunt's paralyzed legs. After my scum of a biological mother found out about my abilities, she demanded to take me back into the family. I didn't even bother to look back. Belated family bonds are worth even less than common weeds. In the beginning, after my father took his own life, the police station called that scummy mother of mine, telling her to take me home. Who would have thought that as soon as she heard the story, she hung up immediately? I, who had only ever relied on my father, became a complete orphan from that moment on. Just as I was wondering if I should go to be with my father, Su-Yun happened to drive by and stopped right in front of me. "Little boy, do you want to have a mother?" Half an hour later, inside the Su family villa, Master Su looked at each of his ambitionless daughters and sons-in-law and felt his blood boil with rage. "You bunch of useless fools. You can't even give me a single grandchild. What's the point of keeping you around?" He pounded his chest as he spoke. Right at that moment, Su-Yun walked in from outside, carrying a sack in her hand, and shoved it straight into Master Su's arms. A grandchild. Master Su was dazed, his hands instinctively untying the sack, only to see me crawl out from inside. With a fair little face, exquisite features, and sparkling, watery eyes, one look was enough to make anyone fall in love. I looked at the old man, hesitated for a moment, then carefully waved my hand at Master Su. "Hello, grandfather," I said with a dazed expression. Master Su dragged the whole family into the study. "Whose child is this? Which family?" Su-Yun's pulse didn't even quicken as she said, "Mine." Master Su spat in disbelief. "You're talking nonsense. With your allergy to even touching. Man, how could you have given birth to such a lovely child?" Su-Yun looked embarrassed. "Father, that's uncalled for." She recounted the whole story. "I checked the phone number the police called. It belongs to Fo Dung and Mu Yuanzhou. The father of this child is named Moon Win." Hearing that, everyone looked surprised. The scandal back then was so massive. If this really is Moon Win's child, I'm afraid the Fo and Mu families won't acknowledge him. Grandpa Su spoke up slowly. "So, what is your intention in bringing this child home?" Su-Yun's expression remained calm. "If Fo Dung and Mu Yuanzhou don't want him, then I do. This way, father has a grandson. Is there a problem?" Grandpa Su was about to scold her when Master Su slapped his thigh. "No problem at all. This is wonderful. My daughter's son. Isn't he my grandson? Even if he was picked up, so what? Being found by the Su family is destiny." The words Grandpa Su was about to say were swallowed back, down. Instead, she looked at him with a joyful face and said, "Yes, well done." The eldest sister, Su Wan, pushed up her glasses and said softly, "Since we brought him home, we must take responsibility for him." Master Su nodded vigorously. "Exactly, now that he's here, he is my grandson. If anyone dares to bully him, I'll skin them alive." Having said that, he glanced around the room. Wherever his gaze fell, the four of them became as quiet as mice. Only then did he nod in satisfaction and head downstairs. In the living room, I sat stiffly on the sofa. Even though I had just bathed, I was still instinctively afraid of dirtying the sofa, only daring to sit on the very edge. Seeing Su-Yun and the others come down, I immediately stood up. My small hands clenched together, my face tense with nerves. Seeing me like this, Master Su's heart practically broke. He walked over and gently embraced me. "Don't be afraid, darling. From now on, this is your home. If anyone bullies you, come find grandfather." He touched my small hand. A child who should be at a chubby age was instead pitifully thin. The old man asked sorrowfully, "Are you hungry? Do you want anything to eat?" I looked into his eyes, my heart slowly relaxing, and said in a soft voice, "Anything is fine, and not a picky eater." At the dining table, I stared at the spread, full of delicious food, and swallowed hard. I carefully picked up the nearest vegetable and put it in my mouth, my eyes lighting up instantly. Master Su watched with a heavy heart. It was just a simple plate of stir-fried vegetables. Just how much had this child suffered before? Master Su kept piling food onto my plate. "If it's good, eat a lot more." This was the most delicious and filling meal I had ever eaten. I couldn't help but let out a burp, quickly covering my mouth with my small hand, making everyone burst out laughing. Feeling the kindness radiating from them, I also broke into a wide, silly grin. Su-Yun lazily raised her eyes, glancing at the ill-fitting pajamas I was wearing, then remembering the tattered, short-sleeved shirt I was wearing when I arrived. Her temple throbbed slightly. She went outside to make a phone call. In less than half an hour, major brands were delivering their latest children's clothing samples right to the door. Su-Yun said nonchalantly, "Whatever you want, just pick it." It was the first time I'd seen so many new clothes, and they all looked so expensive, so I looked at Su-Yun with a bit of awkwardness. Su-Yun tilted her chin slightly. If you don't like them, I'll call for another batch. Seeing that, I hurriedly said, I like them. I like them. No need for anyone else to come. Su-Yun put down her phone, then start picking. I walked back and forth, pointing at the outfit that looked the cheapest and said, Is this one okay? Su-Yun glanced at it casually. Keep them all. Her tone, which brooked no argument, made me swallow the refusal that was already on the tip of my tongue. I puckered my face, a bit confused by the current situation. Back at the police station, this auntie said that if I nodded, she would be my mother from then on. Thought it just meant getting a bite to eat. I never imagined this place would be so luxurious, with so many beautiful clothes. I used my small hand to give my face a hard pinch, wincing at the pain. It really hurts. This isn't a dream. That night, Su-Yun went out to get some water when she suddenly heard a noise coming from my room. She stopped and pushed the door open. Sure enough, she saw me clutching my father. Moonwind's urn, my face drenched in tears. Seeing Su-Yun's figure, I scrambled up and looked at her nervously. I'm sorry, mother. Did I disturb you? Su-Yun frowned. You call this disturbing me? Su-Yun had seen her nieces cry before, and every single one would open their mouths and wail so loudly the whole house shook, unlike me, who even while crying had to cover my own mouth. Seeing me like that, Su-Yun felt an inexplicable twinge of discomfort in her heart. I don't know how Moonwind raised him, but he's raised such a timid child. She asked me why I was crying. I secretly watched her expression. Seeing that she didn't seem angry, I whispered, I miss my father. Su-Yun had no experience comforting children, so she could only say with a stern face, Don't miss him, go to sleep. To her surprise, my lips trembled and more tears fell, as I covered my mouth even tighter. Su-Yun scratched her head and asked what would make me stop crying. I choked out, Mother, can you stay with me for a little while? Su-Yun immediately felt a headache coming on. She was known as the living Yama of Namtan, a name that could make children stop crying from fear, and now she was being asked to stay. But seeing my expectant gaze, the refusal she intended to say was swallowed back down. With a cold face, she said, Only this once. My eyes lit up and I immediately cleared a large space for her. Once Su-Yun lay down, my eyes curved into crescent moons. I carefully observed Su-Yun's expression. My small hand, thinking the movement was subtle, inched closer to the hem of her shirt. Su-Yun frowned. She still didn't like physical contact with others. Just as her brow furrowed deeper, my hand grasped the edge of her clothing. It was just a tiny corner, yet it felt as if I were holding the entire galaxy. A contented smile appeared on my small face, and I soon fell fast asleep. I slept very soundly. Su-Yun watched me for an hour and didn't see me move even once, and before she knew it, she also drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, before Su-Yun even opened her eyes, she felt a gaze upon her. Seeing Mother wake up, a glint of joy flashed in my eyes. Good morning, Mother. Su-Yun glanced at me. My small hand was still clutching her hem, and I was maintaining the same distance as yesterday, not crowding her at all. A child with a very strong sense of boundaries. She gave a slight nod and sat up. I also scrambled up, obediently dressing myself. Su-Yun was more satisfied than ever. Master Su heard the movement and looked up, only to see Su-Yun leading me out, and as I followed behind her, Su-Yun actually didn't chase me away. His eyes darted around, and a smile couldn't help but spread across his face. At least she's showing some responsibility. I obediently greeted everyone one by one, my childish voice so sweet everyone's heart melted. Seeing that I was still clutching my father's urn, Master Su thought for a moment and then asked, Good boy, did your father leave behind any other belongings? Hearing his question, my eyes lit up. Seeing his gentle expression, I finally gathered the courage to say yes. They're all in our old house. Grandfather, may I go get them? Sensing my tension, Master Su nodded. Only then could I breathe a sigh of relief. The scene made everyone feel even more sorry for me. Master Su turned to Su-Yun and said, Take the boy there. Su-Yun frowned slightly, but seeing me watching her with bated breath, as if I would hold my breath until death if she didn't agree, it made her find it inexplicably amusing. So she nodded and agreed. Seeing Mother agree, joy was evident on my face. Thank you so much, Mother. You really are the best person in the world. Everyone at the table had strange expressions. The good person the boy was talking about. Could it really be the notoriously violent Su-Yun from Namtan? Su-Yun herself maintained a calm expression. Truly a child, his eyes were very discerning. The whole family looked at the thick-skinned Su-Yun with disdain. After the meal, I set off with Mother. The two of us went to the urban village where I used to live. Su-Yun, dressed in a high-end business suit, looked completely out of place in this dilapidated setting. I led Mother to an old, run-down house. It's this place. As soon as we reached the third floor, I heard a vicious voice, accompanied by things being thrown outside. The shirt landed right at my feet. When I saw it, my expression changed instantly. My short legs scrambled quickly upstairs. Seeing belongings scattered all over the floor, I frantically shouted, "Don't throw away my father's things." The landlord with the shiny potbelly snorted with disdain when he saw me. "Oh, so the bastard child is back? Your father died in my house. I haven't even demanded compensation yet. Now that you're back, you can pay off that useless father of yours' debts." When I heard the landlord call me a bastard, I didn't have much of a reaction. But hearing him call my father useless, my eyes suddenly turned red. I pushed him with all my might. "Don't insult my father. You little brat, you dare push me." The landlord's face suddenly became fierce. He swung his leg to kick me, dare to hit me. "It'll kill you." Seeing the giant foot coming at me, I instinctively squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for the pain to strike. But before his foot could touch me, Soo-yoon sent him sprawling on the floor with a kick. Mother's cold voice rang out right above the landlord's head. "Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on my son?" The landlord felt like his internal organs were turning upside down. He struggled to look up, and met a face full of murderous intent. Just one look made him so scared his tongue got tied. Miss To, why are you here?" Soo-yoon glanced at me standing beside her, then said, "Go inside and get your things." I looked at the landlord, who was usually so arrogant and looked down on others, and was now so terrified he didn't dare move. My small mouth curled up slightly, suddenly feeling much more courageous. I immediately held my head high and stomped into the house. As I passed the landlord, I secretly stepped on him. After stepping on him, I nervously glanced at my mother, fearing she would think I was a naughty child. Once I was inside, Mother conveniently closed the door. The loud slam of the door was like a heavy blow to the landlord's heart. In an instant, it was as if he saw the gates of hell opening. Watching Soo-yoon step closer and closer, the landlord's face turned pale as a sheet. He scrambled backward with his feet, wishing he could embed himself into the wall. Soo-yoon stepped on his chest and slowly began to increase the pressure.
Fun calling him a bastard, wasn't it?
The landlord felt like his heart was about to stop. The pain made his face turn gray. He gasped, "I am the bastard. Miss Tu, please have mercy." Soo-yoon let out a cold laugh, but her eyes were full of ruthlessness. "Cover your own mouth. I'm about to beat you, and I don't want you scaring my son." She leaned down close to his ear. "Groan once, and I'll cut your tongue out immediately. Make 2 sounds, and I'll take your life. Got it?" I walked out clutching my things. Finding the landlord gone, I asked curiously, "Mother, where did that mean landlord go?" Soo-yoon leisurely wiped her hands with a handkerchief and replied, "He got hungry and went home to eat. Are you finished getting your things?"
I nodded and showed Mother the photo in my hand. This is the only photo of Father Moon-win left here. It was originally torn to pieces, but I secretly used tape to stick it back together. Soo-yoon looked at the photo without saying a word. She scanned the room as well. Dilapidated wasn't enough to describe it. She couldn't help but reach out and stroke my small head. I looked up at Mother with my small face and saw pity in her eyes. I was stunned for a moment, then suddenly gave a bright smile. I boldly took Soo-yoon's hand. "Mother, may I take this home with me?" I pointed to the white shirt lying on the ground. This was my father's favorite, even though it was only worth about $20, and the quality was very poor. But Father Moon-win used to wear it and walk around the room for a long time. I just don't know what happened. But after he went out one time, he never wore it again. He even told me to throw it away. I couldn't bear to, so I hid it away in secret. Soo-yoon just glanced at it and nodded, "Okay, if you want to bring it, then bring it." In the end, I only brought the shirt and a photo, but I cherished them like treasures, clutching them tightly to my chest. On the way, Soo-yoon received a phone call. It seemed like the company was in some trouble. She turned to look at me sitting beside her. Soo-yoon's lips curled slightly. "Come to the office with me for a bit." Her voice was more of an announcement than a question, and immediately, she began turning the steering wheel to redirect the car. I sat quietly and obediently on the side. Getting out of the car, I looked up with my small head, staring at the towering skyscraper before me, unable to stop myself from letting out a wow. My little head tilted further and further back, and because I wasn't paying attention, I suddenly toppled backward. Soo-yoon quickly reached out to catch me, holding me upright. My little face turned bright red. I shyly smiled at Mother, and proactively took her hand. Feeling the warmth spread through her palm, Soo-yoon was briefly stunned. She said nothing and simply led me inside. The moment we stepped into the office, the assistant came running over, drenched in sweat. He was about to open his mouth to speak, but Soo-yoon raised her hand to cut him off. She looked down at me, called the secretary over, and instructed, "Go play with her for a while, and don't wander off." I nodded obediently, waving my tiny hand at Mother. I looked just like a little lucky cat figurine.
Her palms suddenly felt empty. Suyun instinctively curled her fingers. Her fingertips didn't seem to have adapted yet to the sudden loss of warmth. She turned to look at the assistant, her eyes suddenly becoming strangely cold. "Let's go." The assistant was dazed and completely clueless, not knowing how he had offended President To. Before leaving, he couldn't help but look back once more. How could it be that after not seeing her for just one day, President To had a son this big already? Did she just give birth overnight? As expected of a work goddess, even childbirth had to be completed in a single night. And that little 3-year-old war god born overnight, currently surrounded by female colleagues in the company. "Little brother, what's your name?" I said in a childish voice. "Sister." "My name is Muji." All the women smiled radiantly like doting mothers. "Oh, your voice is so cute too. So adorable, can I pinch your cheek?" Hearing that request, I blinked my round eyes and proactively offered my small face to them. "Yes, sisters, go ahead." This action almost made the receptionist faint from the sheer sweetness. One by one, they all brought out their snacks for me to eat. I thanked them politely, then sat on the sofa leisurely snacking, looking incredibly well-behaved. Until a loud thud suddenly echoed from the meeting room. I was so startled I jumped, instinctively looking in that direction, only to realize the entire office had suddenly gone silent. Fearful for Mother, I couldn't help myself, and wanted to run over to check. At that moment, I heard the orchid on the windowsill rustle slightly. Eves spoke. Sigh. The project everyone worked so hard on for 6 months has gone up in smoke all because of a spy. So much money and wealth just down the drain. Tisk, 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 President Tu probably never expected. Traitor to be the person she trusts the most. My ears twitched slightly. I walked to the window and gently watered the plant. The orchid leaves stretched comfortably. "This boy is quite handsome." I smiled softly. "Mr. Orchid, you're very beautiful too." Hearing that compliment, the orchid's leaves suddenly froze. Then it began to shake wildly. "Boy, can you really hear what I'm saying?" I gave a slight nod, then leaned in close and whispered, "Mr. Orchid, is there a bad person in my mother's company?" This was the first time it had met someone who could talk to it, so the orchid was overjoyed. It immediately told me everything it knew. As she walked in, she saw me hugging the plant and whispering, my small face showing a hint of anger. Her mood suddenly improved. She approached and gently pinched my cheek. "Who teased my son to make him so angry?" Seeing Suyun arrive, I quickly pulled Mother down to sit. My little face looked extremely serious. "Mother, I have something very important to tell you. There's a bad person in your company." Suyun raised an eyebrow curiously. "Who is it?" I clenched my small fist. "His name is Tu Kiem Nan." The smile on her lips vanished instantly. That was her most trusted assistant, and also her closest university friend. "Who told you this?" The orchid rustled its leaves in warning. "Darling, don't say it. Otherwise, she might take you away for experiments." But in the very next second, my childish, clear voice echoed through the office. "Mr. Orchid told me." Suyun's eyebrows knitted together in doubt. She looked in the direction my tiny finger was pointing. "You mean this? This orchid?" I nodded vigorously. "My mother is truly the smartest. That bad man sneaked into your office to things. He sold all your things to the Tan Hao company." Suyun thought for a moment, then asked, "You mean the Tan Hao company?" I patted my head. "Yes, that's the one." "Mother, hurry up and catch him." Suyun looked back and forth between me and the orchid standing silently to the side. Then she stood up and strode out. As soon as she left, the orchid breathed a sigh of relief. Its leaves stretched out comfortably as it spoke. "Kid, why did you tell your mother everything? From now on, stay a bit further away from her. She's really not a gentle person at all." I put my hands on my hips and glared at the orchid. "My mother is the best in the world. My mother is an extremely kind person. I don't want to play with you anymore." With that, I stomped my feet in a huff and ran away. The orchid was left speechless. "Suyun is a good person? You probably haven't seen her throw someone into the sea to feed the fish yet." I dashed out and looked around frantically. After spotting Suyun, I rushed toward her. Just as I pushed the door open, I saw Mother deliver a kick straight to someone's knee, causing them to collapse and kneel on the ground. The orchid leaves rustled slightly. "That's Tu Kiem Yan. See? Your mother really is fierce." Suddenly, I understood everything. It turns out he's that great archdemon. He swung his tiny fists and lunged straight forward. "That's for daring to bully my mommy. This is for making my mommy angry. Take this." My sudden appearance landed several punches in a row. The enemy lost 100, but I suffered 8,000. His little face crumpled in pain, rubbing his tiny hands that had turned bright red, looking so pitiful with a pouting mouth. Tears were on the verge of welling up in his eyes. Su-Yun's lips twitched. She was speechless as she picked me up and carried me back. A subtle smile flickered at the corner of her lips. But when her gaze fell upon Xiao Jianren, her face instantly darkened. After hearing what I said, she investigated immediately. She hadn't expected it to really be Xiao Jianren.
Why did you do it? Su-Yun pulled out a chair and sat down, looking down at him with a condescending gaze. Xiao Jianren knelt on the floor, looking utterly pathetic. Hearing this, he suddenly let out a laugh. He looked up at Su-Yun and said, "Sheng Hao promised me. As long as I sell the core technology to them, they'll make me the general manager." Xiao Jianren's expression darkened. "Su-Yun, am no less capable than you are. Why can't I be my own boss?" Su-Yun was so angry she laughed. "Being a boss, you say? Does that mean stealing my property to make money? Is your skin made of a city wall? It's certainly thick enough." I silently nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. My hands almost smashed his face to pieces. Su-Yun was originally boiling with rage, but seeing me nodding like a woodpecker, looking so strangely silly, her anger suddenly vanished. She leaned back in her chair, looking indifferent. "Fine. You want to be your own boss? Then go ahead." Xiao Jianren was stunned. He didn't expect Su-Yun to let him off so easily. Xiao Jianren scrambled to his feet, trying to stand tall as he said, "Su-Yun, I will become even more powerful than you." Su-Yun didn't even spare him a glance. She took my reddened hand and said with dissatisfaction, "Touching just anything. Aren't you afraid of getting your hands dirty?" Xiao Jianren's face flushed and paled in turns. He snorted and strode away. Su-Yun gently rubbed my hand and asked, "Does it hurt?" I sensibly shook my head, tilting it slightly. Looking at her with eyes full of admiration, "Mommy, you really are a super good person. To be able to let that bad person go." Su-Yun raised an eyebrow. She thought the same. Take Xiao Jianren, for example. Even though he betrayed her, Su-Yun had already calculated exactly where to bury him. After handling everything, she took me to buy shoes. "Are you still wearing your niece's girl shoes?" Inside the mall, I glanced at the price tag and immediately put it down in fear. I pulled Su-Yun, intending to leave. Su-Yun didn't ask much and visited a few more stores, but I didn't even want to try any on. When Su-Yun asked again, I blushed and whispered, "Mommy, the things here are so expensive." Su-Yun pinched my little cheek. "Do you know how much money I make in a minute? My time is far more valuable than these things." With that, she led me straight into a shop, flopped down on the sofa and said, "Bring out every pair that fits this boy." The staff's eyes lit up seeing a god of wealth arrive. Before I could react, they brought out a pile of shoes. I instinctively looked at the prices first, my little eyebrows furrowed, not wanting to spend the money. But thinking about what Su-Yun had just said, I silently chose one pair. Seeing that they fit, Su-Yun waved her hand. "Pack all the pairs in this size." My jaw dropped in shock. I started counting on my fingers how much it would cost. Mom is great at everything, except she's a bit of a spendthrift. I was a bit flustered, but I didn't dare speak up, afraid of wasting her time. I held it in until my face turned red, looking like a boy who was feeling wronged. Su-Yun watched my little expressions with amusement, suddenly finding raising a child quite interesting. I walked forward dejectedly, so I didn't notice someone coming in. The two of us collided. I quickly apologized, but the boy I bumped into frowned. He kicked me and shouted, "Are you blind?" He moved so fast, Su-Yun couldn't react before I fell to the ground. I let out a sharp breath from the pain. When I looked up, I saw a delicate face, one that looked very familiar. And then, my face suddenly went pale as a sheet. My lips trembled, unable to form words. Mom. Fu Rong's hand was holding the hand of the boy who just kicked me. Su-Yun's expression suddenly became terrifying. She bent down and picked me up, her slender hands gently rubbing my legs. Her cold gaze directed toward Mu Baichuan. She raised her foot and kicked him down. Forget it, no need for an apology. Instead of an apology, she prefers direct retaliation. Su-Yun's kick was much heavier than Mu Baichuan's kick. Mu Baichuan burst into loud sobs. Fu Rong looked at him, her brows tightly furrowed. "President Su, what is the meaning of this?" Su-Yun glanced at her nonchalantly. "Drop it. Are you blind? Can't you see him getting revenge for my son?" Fu Rong was left speechless by those words. After all, she was somewhat wary of this powerful woman, silently cursing her bad luck. Why did she have to run into her here? Fu Rong's gaze came to rest on me, and a face briefly flashed through her mind. Her brows furrowed even more, and her eyes filled with a look of disgust as she watched me. She looked away, her mood becoming irritable. It was just a disagreement between children.
President Su to strike a child. Isn't that going too far? Su-yoon rubbed her chin, thinking for a moment. She nodded. That's a fair point. Then she set me on the ground and said, kick him back. Since it's a matter for kids and adults shouldn't interfere, then let them settle it themselves. Before I could say anything, Mu Bai-chuan started screaming at the top of his lungs. The ear-piercing scream gave everyone a headache. Mu Yuan-jo arrived at that moment. He bent down to help Mu Bai-chuan up, gently saying, Xuan Xuan, you mustn't be so impolite. Since you were wrong, you must apologize to this little friend. I don't want to. Mu Bai-chuan flatly refused. He hugged Fu Rong's leg tightly. Mommy, pick me up. He tilted his chin up, looking at Mu Yuan-jo defiantly. Mu Yuan-jo could only manage a helpless, wry smile. His gaze happened to sweep over, and when he saw my face, his eyelid suddenly twitched uncontrollably. Fu Rong noticed his strange reaction and asked with concern. Mu Yuan-jo shook his head and smiled at her, trying to suppress the unease in his heart. Mu Yuan was already dead. There would be no one left to disturb their lives. I instinctively looked toward Fu Rong, seeing her looking at Mu Bai-chuan with such a gentle expression. With Mu Yuan-jo standing beside her, they looked like such a happy family of three. The words family of three made the rims of my eyes turn red instantly. My reddened eye reminded Fu Rong of Mu Yuan's silhouette. An irritated look appeared on her face, and her gaze toward me became even more hostile. Facing Fu Rong's look of absolute disgust, I silently lowered my head and gripped Su-yun's hand tightly. Su-yun looked at me with regret for that weakness. He gave a cold snort in front of Fu Rong and led me straight to the car. I kept my head bowed low, looking utterly dejected. Su-yun somehow felt frustrated as well. Her fingertips drummed lightly on the steering wheel. Suddenly, she asked, Do you know who she is? I hesitated for a moment, but then I nodded. She's my biological mother. Su-yun became even more annoyed. Little Mu-gi. A person mustn't be too greedy. You can only have one mother. Will you choose her or will you choose me? I snapped out of it and answered without hesitation. I choose you, Mommy. Hearing my answer, Su-yun's lips curled up. Have you thought it through? Since you're my son now, you mustn't long for anyone else anymore. Fu Rong is Mu Bai-chuan's mother, not yours, do you understand? I nodded obediently, but a trace of sadness still lingered on my face. Su-yun clicked her tongue. What are you sad for? Am I not better than her? I pursed my lips and suddenly said, I'm just thinking of Daddy. If Daddy saw what just happened, he would surely be heartbroken. At the mention of Mu Yuan, Su-yun paused for a moment, offering no comment. She asked, What about you? Does it make you sad to see them as a family of three? I thought about it carefully, then shook my head, my voice firm. No. She doesn't want me, and I don't want her. Su-yun raised her eyebrows in surprise. If Mu Yuan had had this resolve back then, he wouldn't have ended up that way. Besides, I already have the best mother ever. I looked up at her and gave her a brilliant smile. Su-yun was stunned for a second. Immediately after, the smile on her lips widened. She winked at me. Not bad, you've got good taste. The mother and son reached home as late afternoon approached. As soon as old Master Su saw me, his eyes lit up, and he strode toward me. In his eyes, there was no daughter, only me. He asked affectionately, My sweet little treasure, are you cold? Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? Grandpa, I'm hungry. I looked up at him, offering a very obedient smile. That sweetness made old Master Su's heart melt. He carried me to the dining table. Come see what you want to eat. If you don't like it, I'll have them change the dishes. I looked at the table filled with food and nodded vigorously. I love it. I love it so much. After the meal, old Master Su helped me organize the things I had brought with me. That old photo patch with messy tape. The old master found a frame for it and carefully placed the photo inside. Then he placed it right by my bedside, so that I only had to turn my head to see it. I couldn't help but look at it over and over, my tiny hand gently stroking Mu Yuan's face in the photo. That I looked up and smiled at old Master Su. Old Master Su felt his heart grow unusually warm. He called Su Chen and Su Shi into the room. These are your second aunt's two daughters, second sister Su Chen and third sister Su Shi. After the introduction, old Master Su gave them strict instructions. Take your little brother out to play. You absolutely must not bully him. Otherwise, don't blame me for punishing you. Su Shi smiled and took my hand. We adore him too much to ever bully him. The two of them looked at me curiously. I already wanted to play with you yesterday. I also looked back at them curiously. Wow, you two sisters look exactly the same. Even your clothes are the same. Su Chen and Su Shi took me to play ball. I held the basketball and patted it against the ground.
but the ball just bounced away. I scrambled around trying to dribble the ball, sight that made the twins burst into laughter. I looked at my two sisters in confusion, not knowing why they were laughing so hard.
But I just laughed along sillily. Soo-yoon stood by the window, watching my foolish antics, and the corners of her lips involuntarily curled up. Little dummy. The ball happened to roll far away, and I quickly ran after it to pick it up. Just then, 3 other children approached. As soon as he saw me, Moo Bai-chuan grit his teeth in hatred. He told the 2 girls beside him, second cousin, third cousin. That's the one who hit me. After being kicked once at the mall, he had gone home and cried for a long time. Hearing this, Mu Yu and Mu Xiao immediately darkened their expressions. So it was you who dared to bully Yuan Xuen. I looked at them, my tiny brows furrowing, as I slightly pursed my lips. Without a word, I turned, intending to run away. But I had only taken a single step, when Mu Xiao quickly blocked my path. He stuck his leg out to trip me, and I stumbled, falling face first onto the ground. My palms were scraped harshly against the ground, the pain making my little face crumple. Mu Bai-chuan triumphantly stepped on me. You. Weren't you so tough? Come on, hit me. I struggled for a while, then opened my mouth to bite him. Mu Bai-chuan didn't expect me to actually resist. Jumped up in anger. Second cousin. Third cousin, help me catch him. Mu Yu and Mu Xiao, as told, each grabbed one of my arms tightly. They were 3 years older than me. I was completely unable to move. Mu Bai-chuan gave a cold snort, raising his hand to slap me. You little bastard. This is for daring to bite me. Just as his hand was about to strike, a furious shout rang out. What do you think you're doing? It was Su Chen. Su Shi and Su Chen hadn't expected that just by looking away from their brother, he would be pinned down and beaten like this. Both immediately flew into a rage. Su Shi rushed forward and threw a punch at Mu Xiao. Su Chen also charged in and knocked Mu Yu down, and kicked Mu Bai-chuan for good measure. Children immediately fell into a chaotic brawl. Seeing Su Chen disadvantaged in a 2-on-1 fight, quickly ran over to help, grabbing a handful of Mu Bai-chuan's hair. Don't hit my second sister. I used all my strength to yank his hair. Mu Bai-chuan screamed in pain. Others, seeing the fight getting intense, hurried to call the adults. Soo-yoon came running over. She was afraid that with my small frame, I would be bullied, and then wouldn't dare say a word. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. But when she arrived, she was stunned by the scene before her. Seeing me sitting astride Mu Bai-chuan, my hands inquiring relentlessly upon his body. Mu Bai-chuan lay flat on the ground, struggling like a fish out of water. Because he couldn't turn over, he could only wail with his mouth open. This scene was entirely different from what Soo-yoon had imagined. Soo-yoon stood watching for a long while with amusement. It wasn't until she saw Mu Yuan-jo approaching that she stepped up to pull me away. Feeling someone pull me, America hood around with a fierce look, but seeing it was Soo-yoon, I instantly became docile, standing up and huddling close to her side. Glanced guiltily at the tuft of hair in my hand, quickly hid my hand behind my back, secretly discarding the clump of hair. Mu Yuan-jo scooped Mu Bai-chuan up in distress. What is the meaning of this? Mu Bai-chuan was crying so hard he was out of breath. Seeing Mu Yuan-jo made him feel even more aggrieved. He pointed at me. Daddy, he bullied me. Looking in the direction he pointed, Mu Yuan-jo was momentarily stunned. Why did this child look so familiar? Before he could remember where he'd seen me, Su Chen scrambled up and shouted back at Mu Bai-chuan. Obviously, you guys hit my brother first. Su Shi took the chance to give Mu Yu another kick. You shameless brat. 3 big kids bullying my little brother. Both Mu Yu and Mu Xiao were so angry they couldn't speak. Seeing the missing patch of hair on Mu Bai-chuan's head, they started shouting again. But your brother bullied my brother first. Look at what he did to my brother. Su Shi snorted and stepped forward to block me. That's because he's pathetic. He couldn't win the fight, so he went tattletelling. Bleh, what a coward. Hearing this, Mu Bai-chuan became even more enraged. He wailed and cried even more intensely. Su Chen looked at him with sheer contempt, then turned to look at me. My brother is still the best. Always quiet and gentle. Not like this Mu Bai-chuan crying at everything. Such a drama queen, just like his mother. Mu Yuan-jo, listening to the children's banter, could guess part of what had happened. His eyes wavered slightly, looking at the injury on Mu Bai-chuan's head. His brows furrowed deeply. He looked at me and said sarcastically, President Su, where did you pick up this little bastard? Fighting just like a common street hag. Hearing those words, my ears twitched slightly as I quickly looked up at him, then bowed my head again. I remembered this voice. This was the uncle who had told me to go die. I couldn't help but steal a glance at Soo-yoon, fearing that mommy would despise me. Soo-yoon's lips curled into a smile,
Seeing my uneasy expression, she suddenly spoke up. Well done. My eyes lit up, and I hurriedly looked up at her. Soo-yun pinched my cheek casually. Keep it up. If anyone dares to hit you, just hit them back. Mommy will take care of the rest. I blinked my eyes, gazing at Soo-yun with more and more admiration. Naturally, my back straightened visibly. Seeing this, Moo Yuan-jo felt extremely annoyed. You'll take care of it? From what I know, the Soo group can barely take care of itself right now. Does President Soo really have the mind to manage children's brawls? Hearing Moo Yuan-jo mention this, Soo-yun's gaze chilled several degrees.
I certainly don't have skin as thick as you Moos. Stealing someone else's trade secrets. And yet still having the audacity to lecture me. Shenghao Technology was the property of the Mu family. That stolen medical robot project was currently managed by Moo Yuan-jo's third sister. Hearing her say that, Moo Yuan-jo frowned. President Soo, stealing trade secrets is illegal. Don't go slandering people without evidence. Soo-yun gave a cold snort. Whether it's slander or not, go home and ask your precious sister. By the way, tell her if she loves picking up trash so much, she might as well go be a beggar. Moo Yuan-jo's face turned purple with rage. He scowled and quickly strode back. So much so that he didn't even hear his 3 children calling for him. Sushi shook her fist threateningly. Want some more? Mu Yu and Mu Xiao were so upset they couldn't say a word, and quickly ran after Moo Yuan-jo. Su Chen gave a light snort, only to look up and meet Soo-yun's gaze. The girl's face immediately stiffened, shutting up instantly, not daring to utter another sound. Soo-yun didn't say anything more, leading the 3 naughty children back. Old Master Soo saw the dirty and grimy appearance of his grandchildren and couldn't help but be startled. Did you all fall into a ditch or something? None of the children dared to speak. Soo-yun sat down leisurely on the sofa and said, They just finished fighting with those Moo kids. Sushi mumbled under her breath. They hit our brother first. We only fought back. A fight? Old Master Soo blurted out immediately. So who won? Soo-yun tilted her chin toward me. The boy pulled out an entire patch of Mu Bai-chuan's hair. Old Master Soo looked at me with some surprise, then picked me up and gave me a big, loud kiss. His face was radiant with joy. My sweet treasure is so clever. I was kissed by Grandpa so much that my head spun a bit. Hearing those words of praise, my little face turned beet red, my eyes sparkling like the stars. Grandmother Soo also nodded slightly in approval at Su Chen and Su Shi. It's good to know how to protect your brother. Well done. The 2 children immediately puffed out their chests in pride. This was the first time they'd fought, and been praised for it. They were so happy they felt like they were flying. The 2 sisters took my tiny hands, excitedly leading me off to play with Legos. Having a brother really is great. Watching Soo-yun's silhouette disappear, I whispered to my sisters, Did that family just steal Mommy's business? Su Chen didn't know exactly, only saying, probably. Mu Yu's aunt opened a company that specializes in antagonizing third aunt. She snorted. If only youngest aunt were here, they wouldn't be allowed to be so arrogant. Hearing that, I felt a bit surprised. Was there still another youngest aunt? Su Chen seemed to suddenly remember. Oh, right. You haven't met youngest aunt yet. She's busy at the hospital. She won't be back for a few more days. Suddenly she remembered something, then slightly shook her head, and didn't continue. But maybe it's better for you if you don't meet her. Youngest aunt is even fiercer than third aunt. I frowned slightly. My mommy isn't fierce. She's very gentle. Su Chen and Su Shi looked at each other and sighed. We're doomed. Our little brother is perfect in every way, except his taste in people is problematic. Old Master Soo, standing nearby listening to the children, couldn't help but burst into laughter. If third daughter heard this, she'd be out of her mind with joy. But when he heard the children mention youngest aunt, Su Li, the smile on his face instantly vanished. He could only let out a helpless sigh. For the next few days, it snowed continuously, so I couldn't even go out to play. I stayed home and planted flowers with Grandpa Soo. I spent my time planting and chatting with the flowers. In no time, I had become familiar with everyone in the household, and I even learned all the secrets within a 10-mile radius. For instance, the lady living across the street secretly brings another man home behind her husband's back, or the story of the young lady next door who fell in love at first sight with her private tutor. When Grandfather Soo saw me hugging the flowers and talking to them again, couldn't help but burst into laughter. I was being very serious, occasionally nodding my little head, as if I were truly having a conversation with someone. He found it quite amusing. So he walked over with a beaming smile and asked, Sweetie, what are you chatting about? I blurted out, Mr. Rose told me that Grandfather made grandmother angry yesterday, so she wouldn't let him into bed, and he had to sleep on the sofa. Grandmother Sue, who was solemnly reading the newspaper, looked completely baffled. Grandfather's face turned beet red as he stole a glance at Grandmother Sue. How could this old man tell a child everything like that? Grandfather Sue was also stunned. Mugi, how did you know that? I blinked and held up the flower in my hand. Mr. Rose told me. Grandfather Sue laughed and rubbed my little head. He looked at the flowers I cared for every day, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Every single pot was full of life. Even the 18 scholars' camellia that was about to wither and die was now blooming beautifully, looking incredibly fresh. Seeing Grandfather's expression, I suddenly realized what I could do. I will take great care of these flowers to make Grandfather happy. Late at night while I was fast asleep, I was suddenly woken up by the Molan orchid on the balcony. Ah, Muga, wake up quickly. Your youngest Anne is about to do something foolish again. I hurriedly scrambled out of bed and ran in the direction Molan pointed out. I poked my little head into the room, only to see that it was pitch black inside. I tiptoed into the bathroom, only to find someone lying there. There was a very deep gash on her wrist, and blood was gushing out, exactly like it was with Daddy. Seeing Auntie in that state, my pupils dilated, and tears streamed down my face. Suli had just finished setting up a perfect crime scene and was preparing to pass away peacefully when she suddenly heard a soft sobbing. My youngest aunt frowned and looked down with some impatience, only to see me standing right beside her. Who is it? I suddenly burst into loud wails. Daddy. Suli hadn't even died yet, but she was. Choked up by my cry, her face darkening. Exasperated, she pressed the emergency button next to the bathtub. Soon the entire Su family was awakened, and everyone swarmed into the room. Su Yun strode over and lifted Su Li out of the tub. In the room, Su Li frowned deeply. She looked at me hugging her and sobbing, and gritted her teeth, asking, "Whose child is this?" Su Yun leaned against the window and said, "He's my son, and your nephew. Since it's your first meeting, remember to get him a gift." Su Li's lip twitched as she let out a cold snort. "I haven't seen you for a few days, and your son is already this big. Did you give birth to him yourself?" Su Yun was speechless and glanced at Grandfather Su, like father, like daughter. Every word they say leaves you breathless. Su Li looked at me crying and soaking her shirt, and her face darkened as she barked, "Stop it." I looked up at her and obediently clamped my mouth shut, but the tears kept falling relentlessly, making me look even more pitiful. Grandfather hugged me. "Don't scare him. Mugi father also just passed away by suicide." Su Li fell silent for a moment, then grumbled, "Stop crying, I'm not dead yet." My small hand touched the scars on her arm, and I winced. It must hurt so much. After saying that, I puffed out my cheeks and gently blew on my auntie's wound, as if I were the one who was hurt. Warm breath against her skin seemed to deeply move Su Li's heart. She turned her face away, then with a look of feigned annoyance used one hand to lift me aside. "I'm fine now. Everyone, please get out." Grandfather Su started to say something but stopped himself. He was worried about his youngest daughter, but he knew that speaking up would only make her resent him more, so he didn't dare say a word. Someone spoke up for him. I walked over to Su Li and tightly hugged her uninjured arm. "I'm not leaving." Su Li raised her fist. "If you don't leave, I'll hit you." She looked very fierce, and I instinctively shrank my neck in fear, but my hands still didn't let go. If only I had always stayed by Daddy's side back then he wouldn't have passed away. Thinking of this, my tears fell even more. Su Yun frowned and scolded. "How old are you, bullying a child? Have you no shame? You made him cry, so you comfort him yourself." With that, Mom placed me in Su Li's lap, and then pulled Grandfather Su straight out, ignoring Su Li's calls and never looking back. Su Li looked down at me and gritted her teeth. "Brat, are you trying to blackmail me?" I tilted my little head and looked at her, my face full of innocence. Su Li let out a cold laugh. "You and your mother are really good at bullying me. It's so annoying." She decided to close her eyes to shut everything out, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. Early the next morning, when Su Li opened her eyes, she was met with a pair of bloodshot eyes staring at her. She was stunned and asked, "Did you stay up all night?" I pinched my own arm hard and said, "I'm not sleepy." Su Li saw the row of red marks on my arm, and the hurtful words she was about to say caught in her throat. How is this child even harder to handle than Su Yun? Grandfather Su knocked from outside, telling us to come eat. Su Li was just about to say she wouldn't eat, but before she could finish, I had already jumped off the bed to open the door. A little later, I tiptoed in with a cup of warm milk, placed it gently on the nightstand. Once finished, I saw the room was pitch black, so I reached out to pull the curtains open. Seeing my actions, Suli's expression suddenly changed. I had already quickly drawn the curtains, turned my head to look at my auntie in confusion. My gaze was involuntarily drawn to Suli's legs. Those legs, because the muscles had withered, were now nothing but skin and bones, looking absolutely terrifying. Suli's hand trembled slightly. With a crash, she swiped the cup of milk onto the floor. "Get out!" she screamed, leaving me stunned. Looking at the shards on the floor, and then up at my auntie, I bowed my head and quietly walked out. Suli looked at the bandages on her hand, a bitter smile appearing on her lips. She had become a useless person, so why bother saving her at all? Just then, the room door opened once more. I came in with a broom and a dustpan, and expertly cleaned up the shards on the floor. I even cleaned the tight corners thoroughly, leaving not a single tiny fragment behind. After cleaning up, I walked out without a word. It used to be like this when Daddy was drunk. At times like this, Auntie probably just wanted to be alone, and didn't want to see me. My auntie must be the same way. Grandfather Sue sighed outside the door. "Sweetie, you've worked so hard. Go to sleep now, child." I smiled at him. "Don't be afraid, grandfather. If anything happens to Auntie, I'll know right away." At that moment, I had just secretly placed a rose stem by Auntie's bed. Grandfather Sue affectionately patted my head. "What a good boy." "Thank you." I went back to my room but didn't sleep. Instead, I hugged the Molan orchid and asked what had happened to Auntie's legs. Molan was a long-standing flower in the Sue family. Hearing my question, it let out a sigh. It turns out Auntie used to be a forensic doctor who solved many cases, but because of an autopsy result in a major case, she was accused of taking bribes to falsify the findings. The family of the deceased was beyond furious, and in a moment of lost control, they drove a car into her. Although her life was saved, her legs were left paralyzed. A woman as proud as Suli couldn't bear the shock of it all and fell into a deep depression. This was already her 5th attempt at suicide. Hearing this, I was a bit puzzled. Auntie is from such a wealthy family. Why would she ever need to take a bribe? Molan seemed to read my thoughts, and it sighed softly again. It's quite a coincidence, but when that incident came to light, the Sue family business happened to be facing a financial crisis. I didn't understand all that. I just knew that Auntie would definitely never do anything bad. A moment later, it continued. "Besides, your aunt is actually a total money grubber. When she was little, every Lunar New Year, she'd go around the whole neighborhood bowing for red envelopes, making old Mr. Sue so angry he almost disowned her. As she grew up, she became even stingier, so miserly that she's still single to this day. It's such a waste of a face that could launch 1,000 ships." Hearing this, I couldn't help but let out an "oh," and my eyes suddenly sparkled. So Auntie loves money? Then that's an easy problem to solve. In a daze, Suli was awakened by clinking and clattering sounds. Hearing the noise outside, she reached for her phone and turned on the camera, only to see me dragging a sack filled with plastic bottles and cardboard boxes. The sisters Suchen and Sushi were right beside me, helping me pull the sack along. Suli was a bit stunned. Is the Sue family about to go bankrupt? Why are these kids out collecting recyclables like that? She unconsciously stared at the screen for a long time, and then opened up all the camera footage of the children's journey to watch. Then she saw the kids collecting scrap throughout the neighborhood, after selling it for money, returning home excited and happy. A moment later, Suli heard her bedroom door being pushed open, and immediately after, my little head poked in. I tiptoed over to the side of the bed. Suli had intended to pretend she was asleep, but I sat by her bed for a full half-hour without any intention of leaving. My auntie frowned slightly, slowly opened her eyes, and asked coldly, "What are you doing?" I didn't care about her sour expression at all. As if presenting a treasure, I took 9 yuan and 8 mao out of my pocket and held it out with both hands in front of her. "Auntie, this is the money. The sisters and I earned today. This is for you. Do you feel a little happier now?" Every word Suli intended to say caught in her throat, so everything they had been doing since this morning was all for her. In her silence, I pressed the money into her hand, and resting my chin on my hand said, "Mr. Molan said Auntie is a money grubber, who loves money more than anything in the world. From now on, I'll go pick up bottles and boxes every day, and when I grow up, I'll earn even more money for you." Suli didn't know how to express the feelings in her heart. She just looked at me silently, and her once hardened heart suddenly felt a sting in her nose. She suddenly realized something, and gave me a glare. "Who told you I'm a money grubber? Get out this instant. And who is this Mo Lan person? How dare they tarnish my reputation like that?" She drove me out once again. The expression on my face froze. A flash of disappointment crossed my eyes, and even my normally cheerful voice dropped significantly. I silently slunk out of the room. Suli's lips moved, but she didn't know what to say,
and she couldn't hide a hint of regret in her eyes. Not knowing how to repay the favor, Su Li sent the source code for the mechanical robot she had just finished programming to Su Yun with a note. "I don't owe you and your son anything anymore." Su Yun was very puzzled when she received the email, especially since it involved me too. To get to the bottom of things, after finishing breakfast, she saw me leading Su Chen and Su Shi out, and Mom followed us silently to observe without a word. Then she saw the two older sisters mobilize a dozen more little friends to go collect scrap together. Su Yun couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward to pick me up, just as I was almost about to dive headfirst into a trash can to grab a bottle. I was startled for a moment, but when I turned and saw it was Su Yun, I immediately flashed a sweet smile. "Mommy." Su Yun nodded slightly and asked, "What are you kids doing collecting scrap?" I wiped the sweat off my face with my sleeve and said, "Mr. Molan said Auntie loves money very much, so I want to earn some money to make her happy." At this, I hummed my head dejectedly and sniffled. But when I gave Auntie the money yesterday, she still didn't look very happy. But then I immediately looked up. It's definitely because I earned too little. Once I earn more, Auntie will surely smile. Su Yun's gaze became complicated. Just because of this? I nodded, yes. If Auntie can be a little happier, then she won't hurt herself anymore. I asked Mr. Rose what depression is, and he said it's when people are unhappy and don't want to live anymore. My daddy used to be like that too. I very rarely saw him smile. In the end, because he didn't want to live, he chose to leave me. I've already lost my daddy, so it would be wonderful if I could keep Auntie. Su Yun looked at me silently, then took the warm scarf from her neck and wrapped it around my head. Your aunt isn't unhappy. She just gave me a gift. My eyes suddenly lit up like little light bulbs. Su Yun, caught up in my emotion, smiled slightly and nodded. Of course it's true. My eyes crinkled into crescent moons with joy. That's great, Mommy, I'm going now. I have to get back to work. To make Auntie even happier. Su Yun nodded, glancing at Su Chen and Su Shi. Take good care of your brother. The twins, who were standing nearby thinking they were in trouble, looked at each other, and both of their eyes lit up. It feels like since our brother arrived, Auntie 3 has become so much gentler. After that, they saw Su Yun go to the door of Su Li's room and give the wall a hard kick. How much longer are you planning to peek? Seeing Auntie 3 like that, twins suddenly started trembling. Now this is the Auntie 3 we know. Fearing they'd be caught in the fallout, the sisters hurriedly led me far away to hide. When the other kids saw me, they were all extremely curious, not understanding why the sisters suddenly had a brother. Su Chen and Su Shi didn't know how to explain it either. They only knew that Auntie 3 went out for a trip and brought back a little brother. Su Shi casually lied and said Auntie 3 traveled through time and then gave birth to their brother. The other kids believed it completely, so when they got home that day, they all demanded their parents travel through time to give them a little brother too. From then on, a rumor began to spread everywhere. Some said Su Yun was researching a time machine. Others claimed she was researching artificial sperm. When these words reached Su Yun's ears, Mom just wanted to pin her two nieces down and give them a good beating. Su Chen and Su Shi saw the look in Mom's eyes and quickly jumped behind me to hide. I looked up my little head at Su Yun, took out a flower and gave it to her. Mommy, this flower is for you. Su Yun's anger instantly vanished without a trace. Mom looked at me and frowned slightly. Why are your clothes all wet? I shyly gripped my two little hands and whispered, yes, I accidentally slipped and fell into the snow. Grandfather Su, distressed, hurriedly led me away to take a hot bath to warm and then change me into new clothes. Don't go out tomorrow, sweetie. It's very cold. But I shook my head. I can't. I have to go earn money for Auntie 2. Grandfather 2's eyes welled with tears hearing this, so he just hugged me tightly and showered me with kisses. My good little boy, it's been hard on you. What do you want to eat tonight for Grandfather to cook? Hearing that, Su Chen exclaimed with a look of pure terror. Grandfather, are you planning to poison our brother too? Grandfather's expression suddenly stiffened, and he glared at his granddaughter, mocking her for being useless and not even knowing how to speak properly. I softly said, anything is fine. I'm not a picky eater. Thank you, Grandfather. My grandson is still the best. Grandfather Su hugged me and gave me another kiss, then went into the kitchen, humming a song. Su Chen and Su Shi looked at me and sighed deeply. You're going to regret this. I looked at the two sisters in bewilderment, not understanding why they said that. Not until we sat down at the table and I saw the pitch-black things on the plate did I start to hesitate and blink, stealing a glance at Grandfather Su. Is this actually edible? Will I get a stomachache? Seeing Grandfather's expectant gaze, I took a soft, deep breath, as determined as if going into battle, and reached for my chopsticks. But before my chopsticks could even touch that pile of black coal, Mom, Su Yun, had already whisked me away. Mugi is still very young.
Please stay out of the kitchen from now on, Dad. What on earth are you saying? Grandfather Su let out a huff, looking defiant. He picked up a piece of food of unrecognizable shape and popped it into his mouth. A second later, he nonchalantly spat it out immediately. Then, pretending nothing had happened, he quickly followed everyone outside. Let's go eat at New Viku restaurant today. Honey, did you call to book a table? Grandmother Sue replied casually, I booked it a long time ago. Let's go. I made the reservation the moment you said you wanted to cook. Because everyone knows all too well about your cooking skills, old man. The whole family went out to eat, and the once bustling house suddenly became extraordinarily quiet. Su Li, lying in bed, suddenly felt a bit uneasy, though she didn't even understand why. Not until the family returned after finishing their meal, and the house was filled with laughter and chatter again, did the irritation in her heart seem to increase. She waited in silence. As everyone returned to their rooms, and the house gradually sank into silence, her heart also slowly sank to the very bottom. Even Su Li herself couldn't understand the reason for this strange and sudden emotion. Just then, someone suddenly pushed her room door open. Her soul seemed to have just returned to Earth. Although she didn't want to admit it at all, she knew full well that she was waiting for that little child, me. I walked over, just like yesterday, took out a stack of spare change to give her. Small coins I had managed to scrape together. I even brought a lunchbox for Su Li. Auntie, this is the cake I brought back for you. It's really delicious, please give it a taste. Su Li turned her head away in refusal. The whole family had left her home alone for so long, and they didn't even bother to visit her first when they got back. And now they're trying to win her over with this little piece of cake. Keep dreaming. I wasn't discouraged at all, and I opened the box lid, waving it back and forth in front of my auntie. It's really good, Auntie. Just take one bite. Just one bite, okay? Su Li let out a cold huff and snapped her head to the other side, ran around to the other side. Just one bite, Auntie. Su Li coldly kept turning her head back and forth, as if she were just doing some neck exercises, leaving me completely worn out. I was huffing and puffing from exhaustion. Su Li thought to herself that this time I'd surely leave in a huff. However, she felt one side of the bed sink slightly, and when she turned around, she saw that I had climbed right onto the bed. I triumphantly gave my little head a slight shake, scooped up a piece of cake and brought it right to her mouth, even opening my own mouth wide as a demonstration. Su Li was just about to open her mouth to refuse, when her whole mouth was filled with sweetness, because I had taken the chance when she opened her mouth to shove the cake in. Su Li's face darkened, but I wasn't afraid at all. I kept feeding her cake while chatting away with stories, telling her about the times I went to collect scrap. Even though she had seen it all through the security cameras already, she still listened with absolute fascination. And so she unconsciously let me feed her more than half the cake. Suddenly, she sensed something. And when she turned her head to look, she saw Mom, Su-yoon, appearing at the door out of nowhere. Mom stood leaning against the doorframe, a slight smirk on her lips as she asked, Is the cake good? If you're craving it, just eat it. Stop putting on such a big act. Su Li's expression instantly froze. She coldly pushed my hand away. Mom gave a cold laugh, stepped over to pick me up, and then glanced at Su Li. That robot program you wrote, it still needs a few adjustments. Fix it. Consider it a return gift for the cake. Su Li was stunned, her eyes widening as she shouted, Su-yoon, do you even remember that I'm currently a patient? Su-yoon shot her a glance and said nonchalantly, Your hands are broken, so don't worry, it won't affect anything. Get to writing, I need it by tomorrow. Su Li was just about to fly into a rage, only to see me cheering, saying that Auntie knows how to make robots. That's so amazing. Without even realizing it, Su Li had been coaxed into a wide grin. Waiting until the mother and son had left, she finally reacted, sensing that something was wrong. Su Li's expression darkened instantly. This mother and daughter playing good cop and bad cop, coordinating their moves perfectly, aren't they? Early the next morning, it was a rare sight to see Su Li wheeling herself out of her room. Her goal was to tell Su-yoon that the software you want, this lady here doesn't even feel like writing it. So what? Just as she was about to start scolding, she saw Su-yoon holding my small hand, aching with worry because I had been busy outdoors all day. Are you freezing, my dear? Su Li glanced over and saw that my little hand was frozen bright red and even covered in painful chilblains. She suddenly caught her breath. I shook my little head and said softly, I'm not cold. My youngest aunt being happy is the most important thing. After saying that, I ran to Su Li's side and took her hand. Youngest aunt, you must get plenty of rest, too. Don't let yourself get too tired. I'm going to pick up recyclables now. You stay home and be good and eat your meals, and always be happy. They'll come back to play with you later. With that, I picked up my little sack and dashed out to follow my two sisters. Just as I left the yard, I slipped and fell flat on the ground. Stunned for a few seconds, I quickly scrambled back up on my own and said sensibly, "It doesn't hurt at all." Suli bit her lip tightly. A few seconds later, she wheeled herself back into her room. She took out her computer, and her fingers flew across the keyboards so fast they were a blur. Soo-yeon's lips curled into a slight smile. "You little stubborn thing. You think I can't handle you?" Elder Soo saw her smiling so triumphantly and asked what was going on. After learning the truth, his eyes welled up with tears. It had been so long since he had seen his youngest daughter be this active. Ever since the accident, she had quit her job and spent every day just lying around. He didn't expect that my appearance would make her change. He wiped his tears and stood up to go to the kitchen while still crying. "I must cook something delicious for my little darling, to thank you for what you've done." Grandma Sue, who was reading the paper nearby, shuddered slightly. Soo-yeon's hand also trembled, her lip twitching as she said, "Dad, could you please not return a favor with a grudge?" Elder Sue felt a bit guilty, then tried to save face. "I'll just stand next to them and give instructions." An hour later, Soo-yeon called me back immediately, lest I truly freeze and fall ill. After finishing the program, Suli breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she had fallen for the pity trap. She made up her mind never to be fooled like that again. That evening, I brought the money I had earned to her, my eyes slightly rimmed with red, looking as if I had just finished crying. Seeing this, Suli casually asked, "What are you crying about?" I rubbed my eyes while mumbling. There was a bin we saw first, but an old man ran faster than us and snatched it all away. I hummed my head, looking deeply apologetic. "Youngest aunt, I didn't earn much money today. Will you be unhappy?" Suli looked down at me, her gaze incredibly complex. A few seconds later, she turned away and said, "No, I won't." I looked up with a bit of joy. "Really, Auntie?" The light in my eyes made Suli's own eyes burn. She turned away awkwardly without another word, took something out of a drawer and tossed it to me. "This is a return gift. Now you can go." I looked down at the ointment for cracked skin in my hand, and all the worry in my heart vanished completely. I broke into a bright smile. "Thank you, youngest aunt." Late at night, having just finished work, Soo-yeon quietly entered my room. She saw me clutching Moo Yuan's cremation urn, fast asleep. She felt it was time to lay Moo Yuan to rest. Holding it in my heart like this forever wasn't the answer. The next day, she discussed it with me and showed me some photos of cemeteries. My hands tightened around Moo Yuan's urn. "Mom, can I not be with Dad anymore?" Soo-yeon stroked my head. "Your father should go to the place meant for him. If you keep holding it like this, what if it spills? That would hurt him very much. If we buy him a house, you can still visit him whenever you miss him." Perhaps that last sentence touched my heart. My expression softened a little, and I began to look carefully at the burial sites. Finally, my eyes stopped on one photo. The burial site was designed like a park, with a large garden of white roses nearby. My eyes lit up. Dad loves white roses the most. Soo-yeon nodded and took me to the chosen site. Passing a flower shop, she stopped the car and turned back to ask if I wanted to buy some flowers. I nodded vigorously. Yes. Clutching Moo Yuan's urn, I walked with great care. Soo-yeon happened to have an important phone call, so she didn't come with me. While I was focused on choosing the flowers, a shrill voice suddenly rang out. "You again." I turned around and saw Mu Baichuan, with Fu Rong and Mu Shu beside him. My little eyebrows furrowed slightly, and I turned away, not wanting to speak to them. Seeing that I dared to ignore him, a flash of anger crossed Mu Baichuan's eyes. Seeing me clutching the jar to my chest, looking at it as if it were precious, a malicious thought occurred to him. Just as I finished choosing the flowers and was about to leave, he suddenly stuck out his leg to trip me. I fell flat on the ground, the jar in my hands flying away and slamming hard onto the pavement. The white ashes inside scattered everywhere. I was stunned, my face turning deathly pale. Ignoring the pain, I scrambled up and rushed to the ashes. I frantically tried to gather the ashes. A gust of wind blew by, carrying away the bits of ash. I reached out in panic. "Dad, don't go!" Seeing me like this, a look of triumph crossed Mu Baichuan's eyes. He deliberately stepped forward and kicked the ashes away. I was so angry my whole body trembled, and I gave him a hard shove. "Don't touch my father." Mu Baichuan was pushed down, and he immediately burst into loud sobs. Fu Rong happened to witness the entire scene. She marched over and, without thinking, kicked me hard. "Who gave you permission to push Baichuan?" The kick landed squarely on my chest. My small face turned pale with pain instantly, but my eyes remained fixed on Fu Rong's foot. Her foot was trampling on Mu Yuan's ashes. Tears fell down my face. I crawled toward her feet and used my small hands to push her away. "Don't step on my father." Moo. Su Yun had just entered the shop when she saw this. Her mind went blank for a moment, and then she rushed forward to help me up. Seeing the footprint right on my chest, her gaze turned dark, and she swung her hand, slapping Fu Rong across the face. Fu Rong didn't expect her to strike so suddenly, and once she recovered, she tried to hit back. I lay on the ground, sobbing wordlessly. Su Yun was merciless, slapping Fu Rong until she fell to the ground. She looked coldly at Fu Rong. The child you kicked is your own biological son, and what you stepped on are Mu Yuan's ashes. Do you have even a shred of humanity left? Fu Rong was stunned by those words, unconsciously looking toward me. Her gaze fell on the white powder scattered on the ground. Her pupils constricted, as if her heart were being squeezed by someone. Just then, Mu Beichuan wailed even louder. Mom, how dare she hit you? Do you know who my mother is? Su Yun suddenly turned and glared at Mu Beichuan. Say one more word and I'll cut your tongue out. She hated herself for taking that phone call. She should have come with me. If only she were here, this would never have happened. The wind blew harder and harder. Ignoring her dispute with Fu Rong, she hurriedly took off her coat to block the wind and helped me gather the ashes from the ground. Her tears fell drop by drop onto the remains. I quickly wiped my own tears, not wanting to soil my father's ashes, yet the tears kept flowing. Dad, I'm sorry, I'm so useless. Seeing my hand reaching for the broken pieces of the jar, Su Yun quickly stopped me. Be careful, you'll cut yourself. She helped me pick them up, wrapped all the ashes in her coat, and then went to buy a new jar to store them properly. Watching them walk away, Fu Rong's heart clenched in pain. She didn't understand why she was feeling this way. Standing beside her, Mu Shu narrowed his eyes, glancing significantly at Mu Beichuan. Mu Beichuan instantly began wailing. Mom, it hurts. A stone on the ground had scratched his hand slightly, leaving only a small red mark. Fu Rong should have felt distressed, but her gaze suddenly stopped on a bloodstain on the ground. It was my blood from moments ago. Su Yun also noticed I was injured. She helped me clean the wound. Without a word, she shed silent tears. When Mu Yuan's ashes were finally laid in the grave, at the moment the headstone was placed, I suddenly burst into agonizing wails. My small frame threw itself forward. Dad, don't go, don't leave me. I cried until my heart felt shredded. Su Yun, standing by, couldn't hold back her own emotions. Just as she was about to say something, she saw me clutch my chest and cough up a mouthful of blood. My head slumped to one side and I lost consciousness. Su Yun's face changed drastically. She rushed to catch me and realized my body was trembling violently. My whole body curled up, in such pain that my lips were quivering uncontrollably. My eyes were tightly shut, but my mouth kept muttering, Dad, I'm sorry. Upon hearing I was hospitalized, Elder Su rushed over in his car immediately. Even Su Li came along to the hospital. Elder Su asked urgently, what happened? Why is my little darling vomiting blood? Su Yun stood outside the operating room, her face full of dejection and regret. She recounted the entire incident. The doctor said that his heart suffered a severe blow, leading to ruptured capillaries. Combined with the intense emotional distress, it caused him to vomit blood. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not taking good care of Mu Ji. Elder Su couldn't help himself and gave her 2 kicks. What phone call was so important? Did you absolutely have to take it at that moment? Grandma Su also frowned deeply. What kind of deep grudge could lead Fu Rong to be so heartless? Su Li clenched her fists, her eyes filled with a cold chill. Fu Rong, very well, very clever of you. Later, the doctor walked out of the room. Elder Su was the first to rush forward. Doctor, how is my little darling? The doctor removed his mask, looking quite dissatisfied. How can you take such poor care of such a small child? How could you beat a child into this state? Seeing the bruise on my chest, Elder Su was so enraged he wanted to tear Fu Rong's heart out. Su Yun hung her head in regret, feeling helpless and awkward for the first time in her life. Elder Su wanted to scold her more, but his concern for me was greater. Doctor, will my little darling be all right? Seeing that the worry on his face was genuine, the doctor's expression softened slightly. It's not life-threatening, but he needs careful rest. You must absolutely not let the child suffer any more shocks. He wondered to himself, what exactly had I gone through to be so deeply shaken? Everyone present grit their teeth in anger. Seeing my pale face, they silently cursed 18 generations of Fu Rong's ancestors, without leaving anyone out. By nightfall, I began to run a fever. My lips turned white, as I kept calling out for Dad. The scene was heartbreaking for anyone to witness. Su Yun was busy tending to me until early morning. Finally, my fever broke and I woke up. I called out weakly, Mom. Su Yun took my small hand. I'm here. I'm so sorry. It's because I didn't take good care of you. I shook my head slightly. Before I could say anything, tears began to flow in streams, soaking my tiny face.
Suyun felt as if her heart were being squeezed. She silently wiped my face. After waiting for Elder Su to come for his shift, Suyun went to wash her face, then drove straight to Fu Rong's company. At that moment, Fu Rong was in the parking garage. As soon as she stepped out of her car, a thunderous slap landed. She dodged it, looked at Suyun and frowned. "What do you want now?" Suyun said nothing, her attacks becoming even more ruthless. Before long, she had pinned Fu Rong to the ground. Suyun's hand aimed straight for her target, striking hard at Fu Rong's chest. Feeling of suffocation hit her. Fu Rong's breath hitched for a moment. Suyun's face was grim. Her voice hissed through her teeth. "Does it hurt?" "When you hit Mugi, he was in 1,000 times more pain than you." With that, Suyun said no more and struck her once again. Only when she heard a crack did she stop and turn to walk away. Fu Rong lay on the ground in too much pain to speak. Only when a patrolling guard found her was she taken to the hospital. When Suyun returned to the hospital, Suli was standing right at the door. She looked up slightly, glanced at Suyun's hand, and asked no further questions, merely saying, "The software you wanted is finished. Let me know if anything needs changing." This was the first time since her injury that she had taken an interest in the Su group's affairs. Both of them knew exactly why. Anyone who dares bully a member of the Su family will definitely pay a very heavy price. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Mu Yuanzhou looked at Fu Rong with a worried expression. "What on earth happened? Who beat you into this state?" Fu Rong deliberately avoided the topic. She could roughly guess that Su Yu beat her because of the kick she had given me. It was true that she had lost her temper then, so she had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Since Fu Rong refused to speak, Mu Yuanzhou didn't feel it right to ask more, and only quietly went to find someone to obtain the surveillance footage from the garage where he discovered the culprit was Su Yun. Linking it to the incident at the flower shop that day, he immediately understood the whole situation. A little later, Mu Beichuan arrived, slumping against the bedside and crying as he looked at Fu Rong. Mu Yuanzhou, standing by, spoke up. "Beichuan, you must also be careful with the injury. On your body, don't let it tear any further." Fu Rong turned and saw Mu Beichuan's bandaged hand, and the guilt she felt toward me suddenly diminished significantly. After all, it was I who had struck first, so she couldn't be blamed. If Suyu knew what she was thinking, she would surely regret not hitting her harder. I had to stay in the hospital for a week before going home. My small face, already thin, was now even more gaunt. I was listless, with no vitality left in me. Seeing their little brother return, Su Chen and Su Shi immediately rushed over. They each shook one of my hands, one on the left and one on the right, with worried expressions. "Little brother, do you feel better?" I felt a bit shy and tried to cheer up, replying, "I'm much better now, I'm okay." Aching for me, they gently stroked my small face and led me to the dining table. They only wanted me to eat everything on that table, so that I could gain a little weight quickly. I obediently said thank you and tried my best to eat, but I still seemed somehow unhappy. After eating, while I was sitting on the sofa watching TV with Elder Su Yun suddenly walked up to us. She handed me a box. I looked at her with a questioning expression. Su Yun said it was a gift to celebrate my discharge from the hospital. I opened the box curiously, but when I saw what was inside, I was stunned. Inside was a photograph. The man in the photo, dressed in a handsome suit, was smiling brightly at the camera. It was Mu Yuan. I carefully took out the photo, my small hand stroking his face, my heart full of surprise and happiness. My eyes sparkled as I looked at Su Yun. Su Yun cleared her throat softly. "Your youngest aunt found this photo for you." Then she added, "And I bought the frame," as my way of saying sorry. Su Yun stroked my head with heartache. "I'm sorry for not taking good care of you and letting people bully you. Things like this, in the future, will definitely never happen again." I shook my head repeatedly, nuzzling my small face against her palm. "I don't blame you at all, Mom. You're the best person ever." Then I turned to look at Su Li, gave her a huge smile, and said brightly, "Thank you, youngest aunt." Su Li looked at me for a few more moments, only then turning away with a cool expression. Without a word, she headed back to her room. Su Yun silently rolled her eyes in contempt. What a softy at heart. She leaned down to look at me. "Are you happy?" I nodded my little head, my eyes not leaving the photo for even a second. I had never seen my father smiling so happily before. Where did you find this photo?" Su Yun's breath hitched for a moment. She had originally intended to find some photos online, but those were all negative news about Mu Yuan. Su Li had to find this photo on the official website of the university that Mu Yuan had attended. Seeing that she didn't answer, I didn't ask further.
I hugged the photo to my chest. Grandpa said people reincarnate after they die. I hope Dad reincarnates in a beautiful place and lives a truly happy life. When night came and it was time for bed, I held the photo as I drifted off to sleep. It was a rare occasion for me to have such a peaceful sleep. After Elder Sue found out about this, he stayed up all night using that photo to make a bolster for me. When I woke up, it was lying neatly on my bed. The moment I opened my eyes,
I couldn't believe it and kept blinking my eyes. I thought I was still in a dream. Elder Sue heard the noise and pushed open the door. Seeing me clutching the bolster tight, he couldn't help but laugh. "Do you like it?" I blinked. "Did you make this, Grandpa?" He shook his head. "I don't have that kind of talent. Your second aunt made this for you." A very gentle face appeared in my mind, and I nodded my head like a little chick. "Yes, I love it. I love it so much. I absolutely love it." Looking at the bolster, my eyes couldn't help but turn red. I threw myself into Elder Sue's arms. "Grandpa, thank you, and thank everyone for me." Elder Sue stroked my small face. "Little darling, if you want to cry, just cry. Don't try to hold it in." My eyes were red, but I still shook my head. I looked up with my small face and said, "I won't cry. I have a home now, so I should smile." Then I gave a bright smile, looking so well-behaved and adorable that Elder Sue couldn't help but lean in and give me a kiss on the cheek. After my body had fully recovered, I continued going out with my two sisters to pick recyclables. Su Li was earning less than 50 yuan, but had to work tirelessly day and night. This mother and daughter duo were truly the banes of her life. Even when her legs were healthy, she had never had to work this hard. While Su Li cursed them in her heart, her hands flew across the keyboard, sending the 9th version of the program she had written to Su Yun. Half a month passed, and Su Yun returned to work. Shenhao Technology was also holding a victory party today. Su Yun curled her lips slightly and pinched my cheek gently. "Let's go. I'm taking you to see a show." Half an hour later, at the entrance of a 5-star hotel, Su Yun carried me out of the car. This was where Shenhao Technology's party was being held. They had even sent her an invitation. The provocative intent was crystal clear. To dare provoke Su Yun, they had better see if they actually had the skill for it. While we were talking, I saw Zhao Jianren walking toward us. "Dr. Su, thank you so much for taking the time to come. After all, my success today could not have been achieved without your help." Su Yun didn't even give him a single glance. I, on the other hand, knitted my small brows and glared at him, then asked Su Yun, "Mom, is he the one hosting the guests today?" Seeing Su Yun nod, I glared at Xiao Jianren with a very fierce expression and led Su Yun straight to the buffet area. Opening my little mouth, I waved my short little arms about, looking full of determination. "Eat, Mom. We have to eat until that big villain goes completely bankrupt." Su Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Your son is just so incredibly adorable." From a distance, Fu Rong watched the mother and son. Seeing Su Yun and me so close, an inexplicable wave of discomfort suddenly washed over her heart. She didn't even know where this feeling was coming from. While she was lost in thought, Mu Yanyan stepped out. She scanned the crowd and said with a radiant smile, "Thank you all for coming to attend Shenhao Technology's celebration gala. We look forward to your continued support in the future, and we truly hope for your valuable cooperation." The people below chimed in with agreement. After all, Shenhao had been soaring like a kite in the wind lately. Their orders were already fully booked through next year, and their stock prices were skyrocketing. Suddenly, Mu Yanyan, along with Fu Rong and Xiao Jianren, became the center of attention, surrounded by everyone. Flattery flowed endlessly, as if there were no tomorrow. Xiao Jianren was so pampered he felt like he was floating on clouds. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Su Yun, only to see Su Yun tenderly feeding me. A scene of unusual tranquility. Xiao Jianren secretly gritted his teeth. His eyes flickered with irritation. He suddenly spoke up. "I heard that President Su was also researching the robotics field. I wonder how far you've progressed." Su Yun leisurely wiped the cream from the corner of my mouth, and only then did she look up. Her lips curled slightly. What a coincidence. Today, Su Corporation is also launching a new product. Since everyone is already here, I'll take this opportunity to introduce it briefly. Su Yun snapped her fingers, and a small robot walked in, looking just like me. Su Yun spoke. "This is the robot we've just developed. Its name is Moo Moo, meaning that once you own it, you will always be together, in perfect health." She continued her introduction. "This model truly integrates prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and even rehabilitation." As soon as those words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Mu Yanyan. The core features she just mentioned were exactly the key highlights of Shenghao's newly released robot. Mu Yanyan's face paled as she looked at Xiao Jianren. How is this possible?
Xiao Jianren couldn't help but step forward to interrogate her. I only left sushi a short while ago. How could you possibly, in such a short time, have developed a robot? Are you just playing a prank on us? Su-yun gave him an indifferent glance.
Who do you think you are? That I'd waste time playing pranks on you. Xiao Jianren's face turned beet red with rage.
Su-yun flashed a contemptuous smile and said, talk is cheap. I'll just demonstrate it directly. She tapped Mew Mew lightly, and the robot's cute mechanical voice spoke. Starting scan. I covered my little mouth in surprise. It turned out to be my voice. Su-yun gave a soft hum. Miss Aunt Suli really outdid herself this time. She really knows how to pamper a kid. In less than 3 seconds, Mew Mew has finished the scan. Then it printed out a health check report. The person who was just scanned picked it up curiously. President Su, are you kidding me? It actually says I have brain cancer here.
I just checked with Sheng Hao's robot earlier, and it clearly said everything was fine.
This man had a short fuse, and immediately went straight to a major hospital for a checkup. Not long after, he returned, rushing straight to Su-yun. President Su, you saved my life. The doctor said I really do have brain cancer. It's still in the early stages, and very hard to detect with a normal exam. As soon as he finished, everyone gasped in unison. Shen Hao couldn't detect it. Yet the robot developed by Su Shi found it in just a few seconds. Doesn't that mean Su Shi is much more advanced? Someone couldn't sit still any longer and asked directly, President Su, could I give it a try? Su-yun smiled, please, feel free.
A crowd of people rushed to gather around. Those whose scans showed issues also took their reports to the hospital for verification. Every single person who returned looked overjoyed. The reports from the Mew Mew robot were even more detailed than the hospital's, and even included treatment plans and recommended doctors. In an instant, Su-yun became the center of the crowd. Xiao Jianren's expression grew more and more unsightly, as many people crowded around demanding refunds. Those present today were all Sheng Hao's major clients, and if everyone here withdrew their orders, they would lose hundreds of millions of yuan. Xiao Jianren couldn't help but stagger back 2 steps, his face pale and sweat pouring down his forehead.
Mu Yanyan's expression was also incredibly grim. She spoke up. Is something wrong, everyone? Perhaps we could continue the testing later. That man waved her off. There's nothing more to discuss. I'm not taking your products anymore. I want to buy President Su's Moo Moo robot instead. As soon as he said that, the whole crowd scrambled to get in front of Su-yun. In contrast, Mu Yanyan's side suddenly became deserted and cold. She could no longer maintain her composure and stormed off in a fit of rage. My face flushed with excitement as I looked at Su-yun with eyes full of admiration. I knew Mom was the best. Seeing her son's tiny expression, Su-yun's mood was excellent, and she announced, for anyone buying here today, the price will be 1 million yuan each. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Aren't you selling it too cheap? Will you even make a profit? Don't take a loss, we all know. The research costs for this must be enormous. Su-yun shook her head. It's fine. Just consider it as me earning merit for my son. If youngest Aunt Suli, who had suffered through sleepless nights for over 10 days, she would surely want to scold her to death. Her dark circles were already prominent, and her wages would amount to almost nothing. No one could have expected the celebration gala organized by Sheng Hao would turn into Sushi's new product launch, with the venue and expenses all paid for by Sheng Hao. After everyone had left, Fu Rong still hadn't departed.
She didn't even know why she was staying, her gaze lingering on me as she slowly approached. I noticed it too, and my little face turned pale with fear. Immediately turning to hide in Su-yun's embrace, wrapping myself tightly in Mom's clothes. Su-yun looked up, her expression suddenly turning cold. One hand held my little head, while the other gently patted my back. She said coldly, seeing Fu Rong now. She didn't want to say a single word. She just wanted to give her another beating. She had been too lenient last time, since she was already able to get out of bed after just a few days. In reality, Fu Rong was only forcing herself to be here today. Seeing how terrified I was of her, she stood still for a moment and then left. Hiding in Su-yun's arms, my courage slowly returned, and I peeked back with a small glance. Seeing that Fu Rong was gone, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su-yun distressedly caressed my little face and asked, do you want to eat more? I rubbed my round little belly, trying to suck it in to find more room. Looking at my plump belly, I couldn't bear to leave it, so I asked, Mom, can we take this home? In principle, it wasn't allowed, but Su-yun cared the least about principles. She jerked her chin to call the waiter over. Pack up all this food for me, and bill it to President Mu's account at Sheng Hao. Mom is so bold. I hurriedly added, can I have these empty wine bottles too? They can all be sold for money. The waiter was a bit awkward and went to ask the manager.
As soon as the manager saw the situation, it was like meeting the king of hell. He immediately came to pack the items himself. You could offend anyone, but absolutely not her. Finally, mother and son returned home with a car full of things. After arriving home, I waddled into Suli's room and said sweetly, "Youngest aunt, you made Mumu so beautiful. I love it. Youngest aunt is the best." Suli was speechless. This kid was clearly so quiet half a month ago. One glare from her and his face would turn pale with fear. But now, even as she glared until her eyes were tired, it didn't work. I wasn't scared at all, and even dared to smile at her. I gathered my courage and stuffed a piece of the takeout into Suli's mouth, saying secretly, "Youngest aunt, the big villain treated us to this. Let's eat a lot so he goes bankrupt." Suli arched an eyebrow, recalling the surveillance footage, where I grandly declared it'd eat until Mu Yan was penniless, only to be stuffed after just one small piece of cake. She couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What a little dummy. Fine, I'll reluctantly help him eat a bit more. After eating, I said, "Youngest aunt, let's go for a walk outside." Upon hearing this, Suli's breath hitched. She reflexively looked down at her legs and replied coldly, "I'm not going." A cripple like her going out would just mean sitting in a wheelchair, no different from sitting at home. Suli's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. Seeing her like this was so heartbreaking. I hugged her arm and wheedled, "Youngest aunt, please, please, just come with me for a bit." Just as I was moping, not knowing what to do, Suyun suddenly walked in, and without a word scooped Suli up and placed her in the wheelchair, then pushed her out of the room. As soon as we stepped out the door, I rode my little bike and stopped next to her. "Youngest aunt, let's race." I counted 1, 2, 3, and the moment I finished, my stubby little legs pedaled with all their might, my eyes sparkling with mischief. This kid has spent too much time with Suyun and learned bad habits, Suli thought to herself. Then she operated the electric wheelchair, catching up to me in just a few seconds, looking back at my short legs, and giving a little huff. She didn't say a word, but I suddenly felt like I was being looked down upon. I shouted "ah, ah, ah" to cheer myself on as I pedaled, pedaling with every ounce of strength. As for Suli, whenever I was about to catch up, she would tap the button on her wheelchair. After playing like this a few times, my little face turned red with frustration. Didn't they say youngest aunt's legs were broken and she couldn't move? Why is she so fast? Suli looked at my silly expression, a glint of laughter in her eyes. She didn't feel embarrassed at all about bullying a child. While the two were playing happily, a cold voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Mu Yanyan said coldly, "You're having quite a bit of fun. I wonder if you were smiling like this when you took that bribe." The smile on Suli's face vanished instantly. I turned my head to look and saw Mu Yanyan with her hands in her pockets, looking utterly sarcastic. Beside her was a female police officer, looking at Suli with a very complex gaze. The pine tree nearby swayed slightly, saying, "Another good show to watch." That female officer is Suli's best friend. Yet here she is, walking with her arch-enemy, Mu Yanyan. This is going to be lively. Hearing this, my eyes suddenly turned fierce as I looked at Zhao Feiyan. I spread my tiny arms wide to shield Suli. Seeing me glare at her like that, Zhao Feiyan was a bit stunned. What did she ever do to offend me? Mu Yanyan glanced at me, realized I was Su Yun's son, and gave a huff. She had no good impression of me. The hotel staff said that after she left that day, my mother and I actually packed up the leftovers, and even made her foot the bill. What thick-skinned people. Suli had been very tense, but seeing me like this, she suddenly felt more at ease. She leaned back and gently patted my shoulder. "Let's go, let's head home." Seeing the two about to leave, Zhao Feiyan couldn't wait any longer and rushed forward to block Suli's wheelchair, Lela. President Mu has recovered the surveillance footage Xia Yu deleted. On the day Yu Qian died, Xia Yu did indeed go to her house, and a very heated argument broke out between them. Furthermore, Xia Yu's fingerprints were also collected. The chain of evidence is now complete. Upon hearing this, Suli paused for a moment and said calmly, "My forensic findings show that Yu Qian committed suicide." Zhao Feiyan seemed like she was about to go crazy. But even Xia Yu herself admitted that she killed Yu Qian. Otherwise, why would she delete that video? Isn't it because of a guilty conscience? Suli maintained her expression. "I am a forensic doctor. I only provide results based on the body." Mu Yanyan sneered. "As long as the money is right, isn't the result just a matter of you lifting a finger?" She just secured a 1 billion yuan order, and should commit suicide now? Is she insane? If you're going to put on a show, at least make it believable. Without waiting for Suli to respond, I suddenly lunged forward, tipping my toes to cover her mouth. I didn't want to hear her badmouth youngest aunt anymore. But then I realized I couldn't reach, so without thinking, I bit her leg hard. Mu Yanyan cried out in pain and instinctively kicked me away, cursing with loathing, "Get lost." Seeing me kick to the ground, Su Li's face instantly darkened. She moved her wheelchair closer, trying to reach out and pick me up. As a result, not only could she not lift me, but she herself fell from the wheelchair, lying sprawled on the ground in pain.
Seeing this, I endured the pain and scrambled up, my little hands gripping her arm. Try to pull Su Li up, youngest aunt. Are you okay? Su Li looked at her legs, her eyes filled with despair. She once again felt clearly that she was just a useless cripple. She used to scold Su Yun for failing to protect her child, but now that it was her turn, she could only watch helplessly as I was bullied. What was the point of her even being alive? My little face was flushed from the effort, but I still couldn't move her at all. Sensing the gloom surrounding her, I suddenly felt panicked, and tears began to flow, as I kept calling, "Youngest aunt, youngest aunt." Zhao Feiyan's nose prickled at the sight, and she silently moved forward to lift Su Li. The weight in her arms stunned her. Why was she so incredibly light? I quickly picked up the blanket from the ground to cover Su Li. Mu Yanyan crossed her arms, mocking. A useless cripple should just stay at home, and not come out to be a laughingstock. Angry, I grabbed a handful of pebbles from the ground and threw them straight at her. "You meanie, don't talk about my youngest aunt like that." Mu Yanyan was hit, and her face darkened as she looked at me. "You brat. Don't think I won't hit a child." I rubbed the spot where she had kicked me, silently picked up a larger stone, and threw it at her again. Mu Yanyan was so enraged she rolled up her sleeves. Zhao Feiyan quickly scooped me up and pushed the wheelchair away as fast as she could. Why is everyone in this family so hot-tempered? After bringing everyone back to the Su residence, she glanced at Su Li. Seeing that her friend wouldn't even look at her, Zhao Feiyan sighed and turned to leave, only to find a little ornament attached to her leg. I hugged her leg and said stubbornly, "Auntie, my youngest aunt is a good person. She didn't take any money." Zhao Feiyan replied without hesitation, "I know. I know better than anyone what kind of person Su Li is. With her personality, she could make money with a snap of her fingers. She absolutely doesn't need to take bribes." I stared at her for a long time. Once I was sure she wasn't lying, I finally let go of her leg. My expression was no longer as fierce as before, and I even poured her a glass of water. "Auntie, please sit." Zhao Feiyan flopped down onto the sofa and glanced at Su Li again. Since her nephew invited me to sit, she can't kick me out this time. Su Li's complexion had also recovered slightly. Zhao Feiyan said quickly, "Even though Sha Yu admitted to the murder, I've always felt something was off. Lala, do you want to come with me to the scene and take another look?" Before Su Li could answer, I raised my little hand and answered for her, "Yes." Su Li glared at me. I was getting bolder by the day. I flashed her a flattering smile. Now Miss Aunt definitely cares about this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted so strongly earlier. I don't want her to be wrongly accused either. Soon, everyone arrived at the scene. Since the case was still unsolved, the area was still preserved as it was. Looking at the pool of blood on the floor, I felt a bit scared and quickly hid behind Su Li. Su Li gave a soft hum. "You were so eager to come earlier. How come you're scared now?" She thought this to herself. Her hands honestly pushed me out the door. I obediently sat on the steps, waiting for them to come out. Listening to their discussion inside, it was all technical jargon. I didn't understand a single word. Just as I was staring blankly into the distance, I heard the ancient tree nearby speak. "Oh my, isn't that the female forensic doctor from before? Why is she in a wheelchair now? That police officer has been here many times too. Everyone thinks Sha Yu killed Yu Qian, but only this forensic doctor saw that Yu Qian committed suicide. She's quite talented." Hearing this, my eyes lit up, and I immediately ran over to ask Mr. Tree, "Do you know how that lady Yu Qian killed herself?" Mr. Tree was a bit surprised. This little boy could actually understand him. He said proudly, "Of course I know. Within 10 miles of here, nothing escapes my eyes." I cut my little face and looked at him in awe. "Wow, you're amazing." Mr. Tree was overjoyed by the compliment and began to chatter away, telling everything he had witnessed. I listened intently, my little face gradually becoming more serious. Inside the room, Zhao Feiyan said, "Yu Qian, the wounds on her body do indeed match suicide marks. But why would she kill herself? And why would Sha Yu admit to being the killer?" At that very moment, I suddenly rushed inside, raised my tiny hand and said, "Because that lady who died was very sick, and it couldn't be cured. She even put something in the wine the other lady drank, to make her think she was the one who killed her." Hearing this, Su Li's eyes flickered. Sha Yu had indeed been drinking that day. But how did I know this? I pointed at the ancient tree, Mr. Tree told me. "Trees can talk." Su Li was full of doubt.
But if Yu Qian
really did have a terminal illness, then committing suicide to frame Sha Yu makes sense, since the two companies were always bitter rivals. Ever since this happened, the Sha family's stocks had plummeted, and they had already begun bankruptcy proceedings. Suli looked at the wine rack. If that's the case, then the drugged wine bottle must still be at the scene. But which one is it? Mr. Tree outside the window swayed once more. I immediately pointed with my little hand, youngest aunt. It's that red bottle all the way in the back. Zhao Feiyan took it down immediately. Suli gave it a sniff, and her expression changed instantly. She quickly recapped it. This smell isn't right. Her second sister is a wine collector, and she happens to have this exact red wine. The taste is completely different from this. Seeing that her friend wasn't joking, Zhao Feiyan immediately began an investigation. An hour later, she called, saying excitedly, there was indeed something added to the wine. It was a hallucinogen. Suli gave a casual and couldn't help but glance at me. I was busy planting flowers with Grandma Su. I can't believe the kid was actually right. She swiped her phone screen and sent a document to Zhao Feiyan. It was Yu Qian's terminal cancer diagnosis, along with the will she had found. The will had been written 3 months ago, the very day she learned about her illness. After Zhao Feiyan finished reading the documents, she immediately summoned Yu Qian's son for questioning. Facing the solid evidence, he finally confessed the whole truth. And Suli's so-called bribery scandal was actually something he deliberately manufactured because he didn't want the truth revealed. Feiyan called and repeated those exact words to Suli. Finally, she said, Lola, your innocence has finally been proven. You can return to the forensic team now. Suli silently hung up the phone. She looked down at her legs, a self-mocking smile appearing on her lips, wondering if she could ever return. Right then, I pushed the door open and entered. A rare look of brightness appeared on Suli's face as she waved for me to come over. Was everything I said today told to you by the great tree? I nodded my little head. Yes, that's right. Besides the great tree, I can also hear Brother Rose, Brother Ink Orchid, Brother Camellia. I counted on my fingers with a very serious expression. Suli roughly understood now that as long as plants were speaking, I could understand them. My voice suddenly grew softer, and I secretly took 2 steps back. I swallowed nervously, Auntie. Auntie Lee, what's wrong? Suli tried her best to suppress the urge to take me away for research. She had to look away to regain her composure. It's nothing, Feiyan said. She wants to invite me to dinner tomorrow. Do you want to go? I nodded vigorously. Yes! The next morning, seeing I wasn't eating breakfast but only drinking water, Elder Su asked worriedly, My sweet baby, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? I shook my head vigorously, stealing a glance at Su Li. I rubbed my tummy and whispered, Auntie Li said Auntie Zhao is inviting us to dinner. Elder Su was puzzled. They had a dinner date. So what did that have to do with breakfast? Seeing that grandfather didn't understand, I hurriedly explained, if I eat a little less in the morning, then I can eat much more in the evening. Before, when someone in the village had a feast, everyone did it this way. Elder Su laughed heartily, gently pinching my chubby cheeks. Oh my goodness, how can my darling be so adorable? Suddenly being praised left me a bit dazed. My little face turned red and I chuckled along with him. Su Yun looked at her youngest son, a smile appearing on her lips. She glanced at Su Li, acting slightly critical. What kind of best friend invites someone out, but doesn't cover all the meals for the day? Su Li rolled her eyes at her sister and handed me a piece of bread. If your stomach is too empty, you won't be able to eat much later. I tilted my little head and thought for a while, deciding that what Auntie Lee said must be right. I hugged the bread and started nibbling on it bit by bit. Before getting ready to go out, I stuffed a few clean bags into the small pouch I was wearing. If there's leftovers, I can pack them to take home. Su Li saw this but said nothing. Soon everyone arrived at the place Zhao Feiyan had arranged. I struggled to push the wheelchair from behind, so exhausted that my little face was flushed bright red. In contrast to me, Su Li leaned back in the chair as relaxed as an old lady, not even bothering to remind me that it was an electric wheelchair. On top of that, she would occasionally turn her head and urge, push a bit harder. She really is such an exploiter. As soon as Zhao Feiyan opened the door and saw this, she was left speechless. In the private room, Mu Yanyan also saw me. Seeing my innocent appearance, the face of Mu Yuan suddenly appeared in her mind. He used to be just as foolish as this. As soon as I looked up and saw Mu Yanyan was there too, my little eyebrows furrowed slightly, my eyes clearly showing my dislike. The more she looked, the more I resembled Mu Yan, and Mu Yanyan's mood instantly soured. She picked up the wine glass on the table and drained it,
trying to suppress the irritation in her heart. Su Li glanced at her, then turned to the guilty-looking Zhao Feiyan and asked coldly, "What is the meaning of this?" Zhao Feiyan cleared her throat softly, rubbing her hands together. Hee. "Well, lately the team has been cooperating with President Mu, so I invited her to join us for dinner. You don't mind, do you?" Su Li didn't say a word, turning to leave immediately. I also struggled to keep pushing the wheelchair after her. I didn't want to eat with a bad person at all. At that moment, Mu Yanyan suddenly spoke up. "This meal is on me." My footsteps faltered. I looked towards Su Li, then continued pushing her straight ahead. This time it was Su Li's turn to be surprised. She tilted her head and asked me, "Even for a free meal, you won't stay and eat?" I shook my little head. Pouting unhappily, she bullied Auntie Li. Auntie Li won't be happy seeing her, but Auntie Li is still more important. Not expecting me to say that, Su Li was stunned for a moment. Then the corners of her mouth curled up, and she let out a soft laugh. She pressed a button on the electric wheelchair, turning it around and leading me back toward the private room. "Let's go. Why miss out on a free meal?" Mu Yanyan watched Su Li return. "Congratulations, you've beaten me once again. That Mew Mew robot has caused me a direct loss of over 3 billion yuan. Perennial second place like me ends up losing after all." By the last sentence, she was practically grinding her teeth. She and Su Li were the same age, and Su Li had always been first since they were young, while she was forever second. She thought since Su Li became a forensic doctor and she chose the business path, their paths would never cross again. Unexpectedly, an outsider like Su Li, just by casually writing a program, had made a professional like her lose miserably. Su Li raised her eyebrows slightly, somewhat curious. "How can you be a perennial second? Aren't my eldest, second, and third aunts all better than you? You should be. Perennial." Auntie Li counted on her fingers, muttering calculations, looking like she couldn't figure it out. I quickly raised my little hand and said, "It's a perennial 5th place." After speaking, I looked up at Su Li with a beaming face, eyes sparkling as I waited for her praise. Su Li burst into laughter instantly. She rubbed my little head. "How very smart of you." My eyes squinted into crescent moons from laughing. Mu Yanyan's face darkened. Zhao Feiyan almost spat out the water in her mouth. She awkwardly spoke up to break the atmosphere. "Let's eat. Let's just eat. No talking about work during our break." I secretly glared at her. I was originally going to forgive her, but she brought this wicked woman to eat with Auntie Li. Humph, Zhao Feiyan felt she was being truly wronged. She hadn't intended to invite Mu Yanyan at all. They just happened to run into each other, and she found out Zhao Feiyan was taking Su Li and me to dinner, so she insisted on tagging along. Feiyan couldn't exactly chase her away. In reality, Mu Yanyan came on purpose to mock Su Li. She looked at Su Li and smirked. "President Su, have you used that moo moo to look at your legs yet? If even Elder Bai couldn't cure them, maybe the moo moo you invented yourself can." Hearing those words, Zhao Feiyan's heart skipped a beat. Since the accident, her legs had always been Su Li's hidden pain. As for the Elder Bai Mu Yanyan mentioned, he was the renowned medical master recognized nationwide and Su Li's primary treating physician. Nhưng tình hình cái chân vẫn mãi không có chút khởi sắc nào. No matter how good Mu Mu was, it could never surpass Elder Bai. She was clearly implying that Su Li would remain disabled for the rest of her life. While unsure how to mediate the situation, I suddenly picked up a glass of water and splashed it directly in Mu Yanyan's face. Water droplets rolled down her face, and the smile on her lips vanished instantly. "You little brat, do you have a death wish?" I couldn't help but shrink back in fear, but just a second later, I regained my courage. I spread my small arms to protect Su Li, baring my teeth and glaring at her. "I won't let you bully my Auntie Li." Even though my legs were shaking from fear, my eyes were filled with determination. Seeing me like this, face of Mu Yuan once again appeared in Mu Yanyan's mind. She stood up in frustration and stormed out. The assistant was startled to see the water on her face. "President Mu, what happened?" Mu Yanyan adjusted her bag strap and asked, "How is that man doing?" The assistant was slightly confused. "Didn't you say not to worry about him anymore?" Mu Yanyan's expression stiffened. She indeed had said that. About a month ago, she suddenly thought of something. Her face became even more frightening. Her voice bone-chillingly cold. "Forget about him. From now on, never tell me anything about him again." In her irritation, Mu Yanyan couldn't help but kick the car. The assistant was used to this temperament of hers. Back when the young master was still at the Mu house, there was someone who could restrain her. Ever since he left, Mu Yanyan's temper had grown progressively worse. Clearly, she and the master had the closest relationship before, yet now they were the ones in the sharpest conflict. Every meeting involved spewing venomous words. No one understood how they had come to this. Perhaps it was because there was no blood relation between them. After all, they weren't biological siblings. In the private room, Su Li gently pinched my cheek. Why are you being so fierce? The moment she finished, my legs gave out and I slumped to the floor. That wicked woman.
It looked like she wanted to strangle me just now. Su Li was speechless. She picked me up and placed me on a chair. She said with a mix of annoyance and affection, "She's just a perennial 5th place. What's there to fear?" I corrected her in a small voice. "Auntie Li, it's a perennial 5th place. That's right." Su Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I was afraid of Mu Yanyan, but not her, right? What exactly was going on in my little head? Zhao Feiyan had the same question, looking at me with admiration. No matter how bad Mu Yanyan's temper was, at most, she was just a mad dog. Su Li was the truly venomous snake. How could this child not be afraid of them at all? Su Li was also curious about this, so she couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, I blinked my eyes, frowning slightly with dissatisfaction.
Auntie Li isn't fierce at all. Auntie Li is so gentle. Zhao Feiyan smacked her forehead. It's hopeless. Truly a foolish child. Hurry to the hospital and get your eyes checked. In the evening, as Su Li just lay down in bed, a little milk ball came rolling over to her side. I popped out from under the blanket, giving her a very obedient smile. Su Li looked at me speechless. What do you want? I tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Auntie Li, did you and that wicked woman from today grow up together? Su Li replied, more or less. We were always in the same class. Why do you ask? And did you also know my father? That wicked woman
looks to be about the same age as my father. If Auntie Li was close to her, then surely you must have met my father too. Seeing my expectant eyes, Su Li suddenly realized that I was asking about Mu Yuan. Actually, she hadn't been very close to Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan and Mu Yanyan were twins, except Mu Yuan had been swapped at birth. Mu Yuan's grades weren't very good, and their school streamed classes by academic performance, so her class and Mu Yuan's were far apart. Her impression of Mu Yuan was just a handsome but thoughtless guy, no more than a human vase, always trailing after Fu Rong, no matter how cold she was to him. Conversely, his relationship with Mu Yanyan was good. They often played around together. Mu Yanyan's mad dog personality was actually remarkably obedient in front of him. If she hadn't looked up photos of him for me earlier, she might have forgotten they were even schoolmates. Su Li looked into my eyes and paused for a second. I suppose you could say I knew him. My eyes suddenly lit up. I leaned closer to her. Then Auntie Li, can you tell me some stories about my father? Sure, Su Li replied dryly. Your father. He was very handsome. He was the heartthrob of our school. I blinked and waited for a long time, but seeing she had no intention of continuing, I asked, is that all? He was also the school's laughingstock. Everyone said he was the most royal simp for Fu Rong. Nhưng câu này Tô Lê đã không thể thốt ra thành lời. Thinking for a moment, she added, he was a very beautiful dancer too. Saying this, she took out her phone and scrolled through it, finding a video and playing it for me. This was the video Su Li had stumbled upon while looking for photos. It was from a school anniversary celebration, where Mu Yuan was performing a solo dance. My gaze was immediately captivated by the screen. Mu Yuan was dressed in pure white robes, forming difficult technical moves with extreme skill, so handsome that it was impossible to look away. Father is so handsome. I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, my small hand gently stroking the phone screen. And then I saw someone approaching Mu Yuan with a bouquet of flowers. It turned out to be Mu Yuanzhou. He had his arm around Mu Yuan's shoulder, looking incredibly proud, as if he were sharing in the glory himself. So the uncle who had heartlessly told my father and me to die had once treated my father so well? I felt a bit stunned. My little head felt like it had frozen. I wondered, but why did they treat my father so badly later on? Why did my father and I have to live in that dilapidated shack? Why did father cry every time he saw them? Why did father never dance again? And why wouldn't they even accept his ashes and even wanted to throw them away? Su Li went silent, unsure how to explain what happened later. About the things Mu Yuan had done. It was said that Mu Shu wasn't a bad dancer either. At the 12th grade school anniversary, she was the one who won the solo performance slot. But Mu Yuan, out of jealousy, had secretly put tacks in her shoes, causing Mu Shu to be injured. So he was substituted to perform that dance on stage. Later, when everything was revealed, the Mu family was beyond furious. Mu Yuanzhou even personally hammered a steel needle into his leg to demand justice for his own biological sister. Nhưng những chuyện tàn khốc này, dì làm sao có thể kể cho tôi nghe đây? To let a child know their father was once a bad person, this was truly too cruel for a child like me. After speaking, I lowered my head, watching the video over and over since she didn't reply. Then I fell asleep without realizing it, still clutching the phone in my hand. Suli finally breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, she had to lock the door before sleeping. She really couldn't handle my 100,000 whys. As for these matters, she'd let Su Yun explain them herself. At mealtime the next day, Elder Su suddenly asked, Ali, today you have to go to Elder Bai for acupuncture. The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly turned cold. Suli replied calmly, and not going anymore. Elder Bai said last time that my legs are beyond hope now. He knew she would say that. Elder Su's face showed his distress. He turned his gaze toward me, his eyes slightly glistening with tears. Good baby. Don't you want your Auntie Lee to be able to stand up, so she can play with you? I imagined that scene for a moment, then tilted my head and said, Auntie Lee, you can play with me while sitting down too. We even played soccer together before, and we even won. I recounted the story with great pride. Suli's face suddenly darkened. Su Yun glanced at her, then nodded and said, fine, no need for treatment. It's better if it's incurable. Later, he can play soccer and she can be the goalkeeper. With her guarding the goal, we'll surely win. Going to the World Cup wouldn't even be an issue. I didn't understand it all, thinking Mother was praising me, so I nodded enthusiastically. My Auntie Lee is very good at it. Su Chen and Su Shi also chimed in. Then let's go play soccer again later. I was about to nod in agreement when I heard Su Li grinding teeth. Not happening. I'm going to my appointment now. I looked at her, completely confused. Didn't Auntie Lee just say she wasn't going? You misheard, Su Li said with a very cold face. I sighed with a hint of regret. Okay then, I'll wait until Auntie Lee returns and we'll play then. Su Li was so angry her face turned pale. She was in no mood for games anymore. She absolutely had to be able to stand up. Elder Su was laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Truly a case of diamond cutting diamond. After the meal, he hurriedly called the driver and promptly put Su Li into the car. He also conveniently tucked me in there too. Good baby, go along to keep your Auntie Lee company. Su Li understood her father's intention. Even though she desperately wanted to stand, that still depended on whether it was curable or not. Thinking of that, her mood sank once again. While lost in thought, out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw me pull out a soccer ball. Her eyelid twitched slightly. Why on earth did you bring that along? I replied softly, second aunt, and third aunt said I need to practice more. Auntie Lee, will you play with me? Su Li shuddered, immediately abandoning any thought of giving up. She turned to the driver, drive quickly. As long as there was a sliver of hope, she had to become a normal person again. Not a cheating tool for me. Soon they arrived at Elder Bai's residence. It was an old house right at the foot of the mountain. In the ancient-styled courtyard, many kinds of herbs were being dried. Beside the pile of herbs, an old man with white hair standing there. I observed him curiously. Elder Bai heard a noise, and he turned his head to glance over. He snorted and said sarcastically, Oh, so you came. You're still alive. Truly impressive. The old man just barely said, We need to. Just the prescription a little. And yet Su Li already thought she was beyond salvation, turning home and immediately wanting to kill herself. As a physician, the old man hated most those kinds of people who didn't cherish their own lives. Su Li, when standing before the old man, was rarely this obedient, but Elder Bai still seemed to have no fondness for her. He didn't even bother to invite her inside, leaving her standing there alone, while he sauntered into the medicine garden to work. Elder Bai's medicine garden looked very much like grandfather's flower garden. Seeing it felt very familiar to me, so I couldn't resist running straight in. Elder Bai saw I wasn't being mischievous, but was very well behaved, not wanting to damage the cordyceps he had worked so hard to cultivate, so he let me play there. The old man was being extremely careful tending to his darling herbal children, and I followed after him whispering something or other. Elder Bai curiously turned his head to look, and saw me squatting on the ground talking to the cordyceps very intently, as if two people were having a conversation. Children are truly fascinating. But 2 days later, when the old man stepped into the garden, his gaze accidentally swept over a corner, and he suddenly froze. He hurried closer to observe carefully, and then checked once more with great care. Seeing the cordyceps had become sturdier and much larger, the old man was astonished. How could they suddenly grow so well? Not just the cordyceps, but all the other medicinal materials also looked much more lush than 2 days ago. And this area happened to be exactly where I frequently came to play. With a hypothesis in mind, he called me over when I arrived and told me to play where the ginseng was being grown, while he secretly watched from a distance. And just as he predicted, the ginseng plants that I had tended to, compared to the ones I didn't pay attention to, had grown at an incredibly astonishing rate. The old man meticulously checked them over,
Even their medicinal properties seem to have become stronger. This boy is truly not simple at all. He's a natural talent for becoming a master herbalist. Soon after, Suli noticed Elder Bai's attitude toward her had become much better. The old man even started to smile at her now. But she felt an ominous premonition in her heart, so she spoke up warily. Elder Bai, if something's on your mind, please just say it. Elder Bai cleared his throat. Come here. Let me check your pulse for a moment. After he had finished checking her pulse, the old man didn't act like his usual self. He no longer scolded her for not taking her medicine properly, but instead asked kindly, Oh dear, your body is severely weakened. It needs to be nourished and properly adjusted. You need to let your health recover first. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare prescribe strong medicine for you, and then your legs truly will never be cured. How about this, while waiting for your body to recover? You should just stay here for convenience. Hearing that invitation, Suli's eyebrows furrowed even more tightly. Auntie knows full well that Elder Bai isn't exactly an easygoing person, and the old man absolutely hates being disturbed by others. Yet this time, he took the initiative to suggest you stay here. Something strange is definitely going on here. When I overheard their conversation, I immediately dropped the flower in my hand and rushed over. I excitedly asked, Little Auntie, is it true your body will get better? Elder Bai glanced at me. He's stroking his beard gently. That's right, that's exactly how it is. But it will certainly take quite a while. Suli noticed a sudden glint in Elder Bai's eyes. It turned out that the reason the old man was suddenly being so nice to her was actually because he had his sights set on me. Her eyes swept over the medicinal garden, seeing the herbs that were now much taller and lusher, compared to when she and I first arrived. They both thought to themselves, my father always used to say that every flower I cared for bloomed beautifully. This ability would likely work just as well for growing herbs. So he wanted to keep me here as a little herb farmer. He chuckled softly, took my hand and said, Be good. Let's go live back home. It'll be much more comfortable at home, and your body will recover faster. Hearing him say that, I was easily convinced, immediately nodding my little head, Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But my aunt said, Going home. We can't do that. Elder Bai grew anxious, immediately speaking up to stop her, only to meet Suli's Nuit's gaze. He gritted his teeth secretly, finally seen through by this clever girl. He snorted coldly and cut to the chase. Fine, tell me. What are your conditions? Suli didn't stand on ceremony with him, raising 2 fingers and wagging them. First, you must pay a salary. Second, Suli looked at me and said, You must nurture the boy's body too, and no bitter medicine. He has already suffered far too much in the past. Elder Bai cursed in his heart. What medicine isn't bitter? But since he liked me so much, and I had the miraculous constitution of a little herb farmer, he decided to endure it. After a moment's thought, he said, Then I'll prescribe some formulas to strengthen the boy's bones. With that, he reached out to check my pulse. As soon as he touched me, his brow furrowed deeply. He began to scold. His stomach and spleen are weak and cold. His lung qi is insufficient, and he's severely malnourished. How on earth have you been caring for this child? If you don't know how to raise him, give him to me. He truly felt sorry for me. Suli didn't bother arguing with him. I gently tugged his sleeve and whispered, Grandpa, please don't scold my auntie. It's not her fault. She's only just started raising me. My voice trembled, but I insisted on defending Suli. Elder Bai didn't have the heart to scold any further. Immediately ordering someone to prepare medicinal food, brewing medicine for Suli as well, using the most bitter ingredients available. You pesky little thing, I'll make it so bitter it'll kill you. Let's see if you dare talk so much ever again. As it turned out, before Suli could even suffer from the bitterness, I was already shivering from the mere scent of the medicine, my small face wrinkling up in disgust. Grandpa Bai, why does this medicine smell so bitter? Elder Bai slapped his forehead. Wait, why are you the one drinking medicine for Suli? Suli, on the other hand, was all too used to taking medicine, picking up the bowl and draining it in one gulp. I stood by watching, my face scrunching up even more violently, as if I were the one who had just swallowed it. I felt so sorry for her. The moment Suli finished, I immediately brought her water to rinse her mouth, and even gave her candy to eat, having already unwrapped it for her. Elder Bai watched, his teeth aching at the sweet sight, so he rewrote a more normal prescription. This little brat really is lucky. I wonder where she picked up such a well-behaved child. He couldn't help but blurt out the question. Suli rubbed my little chin, her lips curling into a smirk. For the first time, she felt a bit of goodwill towards Su Yun. She held her head high and said, He's one of a kind in this world. You'll have to find one in your dreams. Elder Bai was annoyed by her smug attitude. He turned to look at me, his aged face instantly beaming like a flower, trying to soften his voice to sound as gentle as possible. Little one, would you like to be my grandson? If you ever get sick, I'll treat you for free forever. Hearing this, I shook my head vigorously. No, thank you. I already have a grandfather. Then how about being your great-grandfather? After all, I'm already 96 years old, It fits the seniority perfectly. Before I could answer, Suli spoke up. She gave a cold huff. Let's see if my father comes to beat you up then. Isn't the boy's great-grandfather my father's father? This old man really knows how to take advantage, trying to rope the whole family in with just one sentence. Elder Bai thought back to Su Master's temperament and immediately gave up the idea. Never mind then. Even though Su Master was now retired, spending his days reading the newspaper and strolling, appearing like a kind old man, the truth was, except for being obedient to his wife, he was incredibly ruthless to outsiders and not easily trifled with. Failing to lure the little grandson left Elder Bai feeling stifled. He beat his chest, his face showing clear displeasure. Seeing his expression, I couldn't help but cover my mouth and giggle, thinking that this grandpa was really funny. When Elder Bai began the acupuncture treatment for Su Li, I lay on my stomach beside them, watching intently, my little hands mimicking his movements. Seeing this, Elder Bai had an idea. Little brat, why don't you become my disciple? I will teach you all my medical skills, so that when you've mastered them, you can personally cure your auntie. My eyes instantly lit up. This sentence clearly hit the mark with me. Elder Bai knew very well in his heart that this little boy cherished Su Li like the most precious treasure. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, my attitude immediately softened visibly. However, as moved as I was, I still turned to look at Su Li first, as if I wouldn't agree unless she nodded her approval. Su Li thought for a moment. Elder Bai was the most legendary divine physician of the past, possessing an extremely noble status, with countless officials and moguls bowing before him, lining up just to beg for his medical help. It would definitely be no loss for me to become his disciple. Thinking this, Su Li gave me a small nod. Only then did I softly call out to Elder Bai. Master! That adorable little voice made Elder Bai's heart melt. He grinned so widely he couldn't close his mouth, and in his excitement his hand slipped and pressed a bit too hard, making Su Li's mouth twitch from the sharp pain of the needle. She couldn't help but let out a soft groan. I'm sorry, my apologies. Elder Bai hurriedly applied 2 more needles to help her mouth return to normal. Seeing that scene, I looked horrified, thinking to myself, oh no, Master doesn't seem very reliable, does he? Can I take back what I just said? Fortunately, after 3 days, Su Li's complexion had visibly improved. I also felt much more comfortable in my own body after having the medicinal meals. Only then did I believe that Elder Bai truly possessed extraordinary talent. Although the apprenticeship ceremony was planned for a month later, invitations had already been sent out everywhere. Everyone who received an invitation was absolutely stunned. Elder Bai hadn't taken a disciple in all these years. Who could have possibly caught his eye? However, everyone had a silent understanding, all preparing an incredibly valuable gift to build a good relationship with his disciple, which was equivalent to getting close to Elder Bai himself. Everyone knew that Elder Bai was fiercely protective of his own. The Mu family also received an invitation. Mu Shu supported Mother Mu, saying with a squinting smile, once we meet Elder Bai, we'll ask him to properly nurture your health, Mother. Mother Mu looked at him with satisfaction, patting his hand reassuringly. You're still the best. If it weren't for your good relationship with Dr. Fang Qi, we would never have gotten this invitation. Although the Mu family had some reputation, they weren't quite high level enough to catch Elder Bai's interest. This invitation was given to Mu Shu by Fang Qi. Fang Qi was Elder Bai's grand disciple, young but already possessing outstanding medical skills, and highly favored. Being praised, Mu Shu maintained a calm and humble smile on the outside, but was immensely smug on the inside. Because the Mu family had received quite a few invitations, others who didn't have one came to their door to beg, including many families far more powerful than the Mu's. I was completely unaware of the noise outside, instead hugging a book while sitting on a small wooden stool, swaying my little head as I memorized pages of the Ben Chao Gang Mu. Elder Bai led me to identify each type of herb one by one, even letting me taste them, so I could remember the flavor of each variety. He quickly realized that my memory was exceptionally good, almost never forgetting something once seen. And my ability to distinguish herbs was even more outstanding, identifying even medicinal plants that looked identical. This likely had to do with my ability to converse with plants, a very special power. Thanks to this talent, identifying herbs was as natural as a fish in water for me. Elder Bai initially only wanted a little herb farmer, but now he truly loved and accepted this little disciple, and his teaching became much more dedicated. Su Li sat to one side watching, feeling very comforted in her heart. She knew it. Her Mu Gi was the smartest. As soon as this thought occurred to her, her expression suddenly turned a bit strange. Her Mu Gi? When had she accepted me like that? Perhaps it was from when I waded through the snow all day to collect bottles, then used my freezing little hands to bring her the money from the recycling, and asked if she was happy. Maybe it was that very moment. Even a heart of stone would have been melted by me. In the way she looked at me now, was a tenderness that even she hadn't realized was there. Soon, more than half a month had passed.
Nourished by medicinal meals, my skin had become rosy. My once dry and yellowish hair was now silky and black. And I had finished memorizing the Ben Chao Gang Mu, now starting to memorize the Qian Jin Fang. That day, after Suli's herbal bath, Elder Bai was tidying the herb room when he suddenly let out a sigh. If only we had a ginseng root over 300 years old. That's when its medicinal properties are at their peak. Suli's legs would eventually need their bones reset, pain that ordinary people could hardly endure, and with the help of ginseng, the success rate would be much higher. It's just a pity that while ginseng can be bought, those with truly potent medicinal properties are extremely rare, even at Xinglin Men. The oldest ginseng root was only 100 years old. I stood by listening, when I suddenly heard the Kwandong flower nearby say, "I know. There's an old ginseng root that isn't just 300 years old. That ginseng elder is over 500 years old this year." 500 years old? My eyes widened. Auntie is saved. That same day, taking advantage of Elder Bai being inside, I hugged the Kwandong flower and sneaked out. Before leaving, I didn't forget to instruct the cordyceps plant. "Please tell Master for me. I'm going up the mountain to find ginseng for Auntie." The cordyceps plant swayed to show it understood. I originally wanted to tell Master myself. Whenever he went herb gathering before, he never let me follow, so he definitely wouldn't have agreed this time either. Best to just go on my own. One person and one flower, like a newborn calf who knows no fear, headed straight toward the mountain behind the house. Leaving a trail of tiny footprints on the ground, that small figure soon vanished from sight. 2 hours passed. I massaged my aching short legs and asked, "Flower, why haven't we arrived yet?" The Kwandong flower shook its yellow petals and said, "It's still very far. This is 500-year-old ginseng after all. If it were that easy to find, wouldn't someone have dug it up a long time ago?" I found its logic very sound, so I clenched my little fists to cheer myself on. And following the flower's directions, continued climbing toward the mountain peak. I kept going until it was almost dark. Suli hadn't seen me all day, and by dinner time she asked worriedly, "Where is Mugi?" Elder Bai also felt it was a bit strange. "Wasn't the boy with you?" He hadn't seen me all day either, assuming I was by Suli's side. As soon as those words were spoken, Suli's expression changed instantly. Elder Bai also realized something was wrong, hurriedly searching the area. His face turned pale. "This is bad. Mugi is missing." Up on the mountain, I was shivering uncontrollably, my small face frozen a pale white, gnawing on a piece of steamed bun that had hardened in the cold, gasping for breath as I asked, "Why aren't we there yet?" Luckily, after being terrified of hunger while with Mu Yuan, I had a habit of always stuffing some food in my pocket. Otherwise, I surely would have fainted from hunger today. I thought I'd find it quickly, but I'd been climbing all day and still hadn't found it. My little legs felt like they were about to give out. The Kwandong flower comforted me. "Wait a moment while I ask around. It's been a year since I followed the old man down the mountain, so I don't remember the way very well. But don't worry, it's definitely somewhere around here. We can't have gone the wrong way." With that, it ruffled its petals to ask the other plants in the ground. Very soon after, it chirped excitedly, "Found it. It's only 500 meters ahead. Go, Muge." I perked up instantly, suddenly feeling the cold on my body vanish, and ran quickly toward the indicated spot. 10 odd minutes later, I finally saw the ginseng root, just like the kind Master taught me about, except it was much larger. It truly lived up to its 500-year-old reputation. I hurriedly took out my tools and carefully dug it up bit by bit. This ginseng root was longer than my legs. I gently cradled it in my arms, bright smile radiating from my face. This is great. Auntie is saved. Even though Auntie could still play with me while sitting, that big villain from before had mocked her because of her legs, and she was clearly very sad about it. If she could stand up, she would definitely be so happy. Thinking of that gave me endless motivation. I couldn't wait any longer to bring it back and heal her legs. However, after just a few steps, my foot suddenly slipped, and I unexpectedly went tumbling down the mountain slope. Sharp rocks struck me, causing unbearable pain throughout my body, but my arms still gripped the ginseng tightly, not letting go. "Mugi!" the Kwandong flower cried out, scared out of its wits. I don't know how long I tumbled before being stopped by a tree trunk, but my little head must have hit something, because everything began to spin. My eyes rolled back and I lost consciousness. No matter how much the Kwandong flower wailed, I didn't wake up. At the Su residence, Su Yun was in an important meeting when she suddenly received a call from Suli. Upon hearing that I was missing, her expression darkened instantly. She stood up abruptly and strode out, leaving the senior management staring at each other in confusion. Su Yun sped recklessly down the road. A trip that was supposed to take 2 hours was cut down to just a single hour.
The moment she saw Su Yun, Su Li said with deep regret, "I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of the boy." Su Yun suppressed her anger. "We'll talk about that later. Where is he?" "He must have gone up the mountain. We found footprints on the ground, and the tracks lead toward the summit." Su Li forced herself to remain calm to analyze the situation, her voice trembling. "I've checked the weather forecast. There will be a massive blizzard tonight. Temperature on the mountain is already extremely low, and in the middle of this freezing winter, if he gets caught in a blizzard, the boy—" She couldn't bear to finish the thought.
Su Yun had obviously thought of that too, and her expression became even grimmer. She didn't waste any more words, immediately rushing toward the mountain while pulling out her phone to make a call. "Do me a favor." 20 minutes later, a helicopter arrived in the area. There was nowhere to land on the mountain, so Su Yun climbed the rope ladder into the craft, took an infrared detector, and began a rapid search. 2 hours passed without a trace of me. Meanwhile, the snow had begun to fall heavily. The pilot also felt discouraged. Should we call more people to help with the search? There's no time. Su Yun pursed her lips tightly. No one could survive a whole night out in this snow. At that moment, she suddenly saw something below shaking violently. "It's nothing, just a tree. Probably just the wind," the person beside her said. "No, the other trees aren't moving at all, and there's no wind right now." Su Yun suddenly yelled, "Stop the helicopter." Waiting for the craft to find a suitable hovering spot, she hurriedly slid down the rope. The pilot cried out in terror, "Are you crazy? Jumping from this height could kill you." He quickly lowered the altitude, but the terrain was too complex, with trees obstructing everything below, making it impossible to land. The lowest point was still 3 or 4 meters above ground. Su Yun gauged the distance, suddenly swung the rope with force, and abruptly let go, using the momentum to jump onto a nearby treetop, landing safely on the ground after a spectacular leap. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but after she arrived, the surrounding trees began shaking even more vigorously, all pointing toward a single direction. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yun ran toward that spot and started digging through the snow. More than 10 minutes later, she finally found me buried under a thick layer of snow. My whole body was frozen, my face pale and bloodless, without a single trace of vitality. Yet my hands still tightly clutched that massive ginseng root. Su Yun's eyes immediately reddened. She hurriedly dug me out of the snow, no longer caring about anything else. She kept calling my name, while holding me tightly to her chest for warmth, vigorously rubbing my tiny body, only hoping I would become warm again. "Mugi, Mugi, please wake up. Can you hear Mommy calling you? My darling, please answer me. It was so cold, so cold." In my daze, I felt like I was back in that old room in the slums years ago. No, this place was many times colder. I saw my father coming to get me, but as I reached for his hand, Mu Yuan cruelly brushed my hand away, and even pushed me down. I looked at him resentfully. "Do you still not like me, father?" Right at that moment, I suddenly felt my surroundings grow warm, and a very familiar voice rang in my ears. "Mommy, it's Mommy." I struggled to open my eyes, and immediately saw Su Yun's face. I suddenly smiled. "Mommy, you're here, that's so good. And not an abandoned child anymore." Su Yun saw me wake up, but before her joy could erupt, my head slumped and I lost consciousness again. She let out a terrified scream. In an instant, she seemed to lose all reason, her mind filled with the desire to destroy the whole world, so that everyone would be buried alongside her son. Thankfully, the pilot's shout from above pulled her back to reality. "Get up here. If we get him to the hospital now, he can still be saved." That's right, Su Yun suddenly snapped out of it, clutching me with one hand while grabbing the rope ladder with the other to climb. And in my arms, I still held fast to the ginseng and the kwandong flower. The kwandong flower was incredibly moved. This little brat is so incredibly loyal. Even while tumbling down the slope, he never stopped protecting me. "You must wake up." It wasn't for nothing that I screamed until I was hoarse, to get the surrounding trees to help by shaking violently. It had also shaken instinctively, to the point where its stem nearly snapped. Su Li and Elder Bai were waiting anxiously at the foot of the mountain, and when they saw Su Yun bring me back safely, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Elder Bai stepped forward to check my pulse, feeling a heartbeat, though it was very faint. He sighed and said, "He's still breathing. Get him inside, he can be saved." Luckily, the heavens haven't taken my good disciple yet, or I'd have raised hell. I was being warned by Su Yun, so my body had begun to soften again. Only my hands remained tightly clenched around the ginseng. As Elder Bai tried to take it, my little hands gripped it even tighter, my brows furrowing in unease. I mumbled, "Auntie," gritting my tiny milk teeth with a slightly fierce expression. "This is for Auntie. No one is allowed to take it." Su Li immediately understood everything, that I had gone up the mountain for this ginseng. Elder Bai also suddenly remembered that he had been the one to complain earlier, and then the boy had disappeared. It turned out it was because he had heard what I said. What a filial child he is. It makes me want him as my grandson even more. What should I do?
Why isn't he my own flesh and blood? Well, being my direct disciple will have to do. Elder Bai's medical skills were truly superb. By daybreak, color had gradually returned to my face, though I was still in a coma. He said, Muji will likely need to sleep a while longer. You two sisters should go get some rest as well. Neither of them budged, their eyes not leaving me for even a second, as if I might vanish if they so much as blinked. Seeing them like that, he didn't try to persuade them further, but instead sat with them to keep watch over me. It had been so hard to get this disciple. He absolutely could not let anything happen to me. Around noon, when it was time for my medicine, I was finally woken up by the bitterness of the medicine, scowling as I slowly opened my small eyes. Mommy. The heavy weight in Suyun's heart was finally lifted, as she tenderly picked me up. Seeing how weak I still was made her heart ache even more. Su Li stood by, calling my name with a face full of regret. I turned my head to look at her, and seemingly remembering something, I quickly looked down. The old ginseng root was still there. Her eyes lit up instantly, as if showing off the most precious treasure. I carefully held the ginseng out to her. Youngest auntie, look, it is a 500-year-old ginseng. You will soon be able to stand up again. Are you happy, youngest auntie? I looked at her with great expectation, my dark eyes reflecting only her silhouette. Su Li suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, as if a wave of warmth was filling her heart. Thinking of me struggling in the cold snow, she suppressed her emotions and asked in a stern voice, Who gave you permission to climb the mountain all by yourself? Hearing her questioning tone, the smile on my lips suddenly froze. I awkwardly hugged the ginseng and asked worriedly, Youngest auntie, are you not happy? You are not happy. Su Li's voice grew even colder. Your little life was almost gone. What is there to be happy about? I said nothing more. I lowered my small head in disappointment. When Su Li couldn't help but look over, she saw my tears falling drop by drop. She opened her mouth, feeling more guilty and a bit regretful. She didn't mean to say it like that. She just didn't want me to be in danger. Just as she was hesitating on how to explain, Su Yun gave her a nudge and said with annoyance, What are you putting on an act for? Mugo went through so much hardship to find medicine for you. If you truly care for him, thank him properly, and then focus on your rehabilitation. She pushed me into her arms. You made him cry, so you comfort him. After saying that, she pulled Master Bai outside. The room suddenly fell silent, leaving only the sound of my quiet sobbing. I even covered my own mouth to keep from making a sound, because she used to hate being bothered. Habit formed because I didn't dare to disturb her. Thinking of this, Su Li wished she could slap her past self. Of course, she wasn't doing much better now. She looked at me and said dryly, Stop crying. She tried to make her voice gentle, but it was still very stiff, sounding as if she was scolding me. My tears fell even harder. Then I'll go outside to cry so I won't disturb you anymore. With that, I prepared to climb down. Sula's heart clenched, and she quickly hugged me. I didn't mean that. I was worried about you. You went up the mountain without a word. My legs can't walk. I couldn't look for you. I could only wait in agony. I was afraid something would happen to you. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't know how to face the family. Her voice deepened, and without filtering her words, she spoke everything from her heart. Thinking about her words, my expression softened. Holding back a smile, I asked softly, So Auntie scolded me? Actually, because you were worried about me. That's right. Su Li nodded in admission, and my lips instantly curled up. I threw my arms around her, my voice soft, but for you, Auntie, I'm willing. As long as you are happy, I'll do anything you ask. Not even afraid of death for her sake. Su Li's eyes reddened. She couldn't help but pull me into a tight embrace, her chin resting on my head, gently nuzzling me. She felt that the heavens were still treating her well. Even though they took her legs, they gave her such a wonderful boy. What did she do to deserve this? Aunt and nephew leaned on each other, the atmosphere becoming significantly warmer. Thinking of something, I suddenly burrowed my little head, looked up to defend myself. Auntie, I didn't leave without saying a word. I asked Sister Chong Kao to tell everyone that I had gone up the mountain. Asked Chong Kao to send a message? Su Li had lines of annoyance on her forehead. Do you think everyone can understand what Chong Kao says? Not everyone is like you. Hearing this, I suddenly realized, smacking my head. Oh, right. Completely forgot. I shyly buried my head back into her chest, small hands covering my face. So embarrassing. I'm sorry. Su Li suddenly apologized. I tilted my little head up, looking at her blankly. Asked, Why are you apologizing to me, Auntie?
Suli looked straight into my eyes, reflecting seriously. What I said earlier was harsh, and it hurt you. I'm sorry, she said sincerely. When I first heard her say those things, I was truly very sad and felt a bit wronged, and I had even made a firm decision. I won't talk to Auntie for the rest of the day, but now hearing her apologize, I decided to generously forgive her. It's okay. I handed her the ginseng and said, Auntie, you must get well soon. Suli looked at me silently, slowly but seriously nodded. I will. She would not fail my kindness. From that day on, Suli's will to live was fully awakened. She became much more cooperative with the treatment. Passerby saw her change and nodded in satisfaction. Over the past year, his treatment plan was never wrong. It was just that Suli herself didn't want to live, having no will to survive, so the effectiveness was significantly reduced. Now that she wanted to get well, progress was as fast as the wind. Suli touched her legs, and surprisingly, a sensation of pain was felt. She touched her legs and said somewhat in disbelief, I can feel it. Passerby glanced at her, coldly snorting. If you had cooperated sooner, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Suli rarely didn't talk back. If her legs had been healed when she met me, then there would be no need for me to risk climbing the mountain to find ginseng for her. Where is Mugi? She asked. Passerby said, sunbathing out there. He grumbled. Muga really suffered this time. His body just recovered and now it's weak again. He even got frostbite. Held me a long time to rest. Hearing this, Suli looked apologetic. At that moment, the window was suddenly pushed open from outside. Suyun held me close to the opening, holding a plum blossom branch. I said with a bright smile, Auntie, this flower is for you. Suyun couldn't help but look to the side at the flowers arranged in vases, her lips curled slightly. I gave her a flower every day. This place of hers was about to become a flower shop. Suyun asked a bit jealously, what about Mom? I hurriedly comforted her. Yes, of course. Close your eyes, Mom. I'll show you a magic trick. Suyun cooperatively closed her eyes. You can open them now. As soon as Suyun opened her eyes, she saw my two small hands, cupping my own chubby face, my dark eyes sparkling. Mom, I'm giving you the Muga flower. Suyun was stunned. Then a soft, joyful laugh escaped her throat. She pinched my little cheek in an extremely good mood, cast a triumphant look at Suli. Childish. She didn't bother to pay attention. She had plum blossoms, narcissus, and camellias, but she didn't have a Mugu flower. She also wanted a Mugu flower. Before she could even say it, Suyun had already carried me away. This is my son, keep dreaming. Suli's face darkened, her fists clenched. Turning to Passerby, she said, increase the dosage. I want to stand up quickly to take my nephew back. Being an aunt was fine before. Now that she thought about it, how could an aunt be as close as a mother? Only mothers get the Muji flower, and she wanted it. In her heart, she had planned 10,000 assassinations, plans targeted at her sister. Passerby rolled his eyes, slapped her back, increased the dosage. Do you think medicine can just be increased like that? Now you're in a hurry. What were you doing before? Suli was speechless. Even she couldn't empathize with her current self, really wanting to pull out her past self for a beating. No matter how impatient she was, it had to be step by step. 10 days later, Passerby finally announced, you can proceed with the final round of treatment. Whether you can stand up or not depends on this time. Suli was rarely this nervous, her eyes unconsciously looking toward me. I ran over and took her hand, saying seriously, don't be afraid, Auntie. I will give all my luck to you. You will definitely get better. With that, I mumbled a chant, looking up with an expectant little face at Suli. Asked, Auntie, can you see the luck yet? Suli's tightening heart immediately relaxed. She laughed and said, I see it. Thank you, Muji. It's nothing. I waved my hand generously, cupped my little face and said, Auntie, when you're better, I'll give you a Muji flower too. Suyun's face darkened. You already gave the Muji flower to Mom. How can you give another one? Suli laughed, casting a smug glance at Suyun. Why can't he give another? She didn't just want to steal the Mugi flower. She wanted to steal me too. Her legs must get well soon. This Suyun was truly a tough opponent. Watching them bicker, Passerby clicked his tongue. An anesthetic injection was given, and Suli fell asleep. He nodded with satisfaction, turned to Suyun and said, you go out. Mugi stays, he will be my assistant. The small body donned a mini-version surgical gown, busy running around by his side. Suyun waited outside, looking calm on the surface, but her eyes couldn't hide her anxiety. No matter how much she disliked Suli, that was still her biological sister. She still hoped she would recover. Time passed minute by minute, until 2 hours later the surgery room door opened. Seeing the smile on my face, Suyun's furrowed brows relaxed. I ran over excitedly, hugged her leg and said,
Mom, Master said the surgery was very successful. Auntie will be able to stand up again. Soo-yoon looked toward Master Bai, nodded slightly to him and said, thank you. Master Bai said, don't celebrate too soon. This time was just to restore her meridians. She'll need to do it a few more times later. My little head leaned in close, whispering, but Master said this time was the hardest. If it's successful now, there won't be any big issues later.
Master Bai glared at me. This boy, why can't you keep any secrets? I gave him a flattering smile. I couldn't help it. Mom must be very worried about Auntie too. Letting her know will put her mind at ease. I don't just want to tell Mom, but also want to tell Grandma and Grandpa the good news. And first and second aunt too. The small figure hugged the phone watch, calling every single person, sharing the news with them. Even Su-chun and Su-shi were told. Grandma Su cried with joy hearing the surgery went well. Her youngest daughter could finally recover. Grandpa Su didn't show much, but his eyes were full of happiness. Seeing that I still wanted to share this with the flowers in the greenhouse, sharing the good news, Soo-yoon finally couldn't take it anymore. She pinched my little cheek a bit hard, narrowing her eyes slightly, gritting her teeth. Little Mugi, explain this to Mom first. Didn't you say all the Mugi flowers were for Mom? Why is there now a portion for Su-lee? I let out a small squeak, eyes darting around shiftily. Oh no. How does Mom still remember this? I tended to look toward the pharmacy, blinking my eyes. Ah. Master is calling me. Saying that, I tried to slip away. Soo-yoon gave a cold laugh and lifted me up with one hand. If you don't explain clearly today, you're not going anywhere. I took a cautious peek at her, small hands interlaced, explaining in a tiny voice. The Mugi flower for Auntie is a different one. It's not as big as Mom's. And it didn't bloom on the same day as Mom's flower either. Thinking this, I finally regained my confidence. Soo-yoon was secretly amused, already so slippery at such a young age. She snorted coldly. Then in the future, are you going to give the Muga flower to anyone else? I hurriedly shook my head. No, I'll only give it to Mom. I opened my eyes wide, looking at Soo-yoon with an innocent face, and even hugged her face and gave it a loud kiss, pressing my little face against hers, coaxing her sweetly. Mom, don't be mad. Auntie is a patient, after all. We should be a bit nicer to her. All right, Soo-yoon was laughed into relenting. Then give Mom one more Muga flower. I immediately used my hands to cut my face, giving her a radiant smile. Here you go, Mom. Soo-yoon's brows finally smoothed out. She had 2 flowers, she still won. Seeing Mom finally smile, I secretly stuck out my tongue, complaining inwardly, Mom is such a child, even more childish than a kid, so hard to comfort. It was over an hour later before Su-lee woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Soo-yoon holding up 2 fingers boastfully. I have 2 Mugu flowers now. Su-lee was stunned. I felt the sense of impending doom, planning to slip away, when I heard Su-lee say disappointedly, I only have 1. Mugu doesn't love Auntie anymore, does he? I know, a cripple like me surely can't compare to a healthy Soo-yoon. My feet felt like they were glued with superglue, unable to move a single step. I quickly turned back to Su-lee, Mugi. I love Auntie, you're not a cripple. Auntie is just as capable as Mom. Su-lee lowered her eyes, sighing, but your mom has 2 Mugi flowers, while I only have 1. Soo-yoon also watched me silently, saying nothing. I had a premonition. If I gave another Mugi flower to Auntie in front of Mom, Mom would definitely be sad. But if I didn't, Auntie would be sad too, caught in the middle. I looked as if I was about to burst into tears. Fortunately, Master Bai walked in then, shouting out a curse. You're all insane. Isn't this too childish? Stop intimidating Mugi. Humph. Only good at bullying children. Truly shameless. Don't mind them. He led me away by the hand. This bad habit, these 2 shouldn't be spoiled too much. The more they're spoiled, the more childish they become. As soon as the 2 of them left, Soo-yoon and Su-lee shared a look. Su-lee looked up, her earlier frailty vanishing completely. Even while lying down, her aura was no less than Soo-yoon's. Soo-yoon glanced at her, not pretending anymore. Mugi is gone, what's the point of pretending? Su-lee said leisurely. It seems Mom is still a bit more important. Once I'm better, I'll have Mugi under my name. Soo-yoon laughed at her shameless words. You dare compete with me for my son. Want me to make it so you never set foot on the ground again? Su-lee was unfazed, challenging her. Fine. Then Mugo will worry about me for the rest of my life. Him hanging around me all day wouldn't be so bad. Everyone can see how kind-hearted this boy is. If I can't walk, so be it. Sometimes that's better. Soo-yoon clenched her fists, really wanting to hit her, eventually just waving her hand in frustration and leaving.
Suli laughed softly and looked down, looking at her legs. She didn't ask for the surgical results, but she clearly felt her legs were a bit more painful than before. Compared to having no sensation at all before, she actually wished it would hurt more. At least that feeling proved they were recovering. In the evening, I brought the medicine in, feeding her spoon by spoon. Although it was bitter indeed, Suli, it felt incredibly sweet.
Soo-yoon saw that shameless display, got annoyed, watched for a bit, and then left. To avoid dying of anger, she intended to step out of the room. Suli sighed. It's so bitter. If only I had a manga flower, it would be so good. Soo-yoon's steps faltered. Still refusing to say a word, she quietly walked out. But not long after, she returned, holding a small spoon and handed it to me. Manga, use this. The big spoon is too bitter. Drink bit by bit, one drop at a time. Yes, Mom is so smart, I grinned, holding the small spoon to scoop a tiny bit of medicine, offering it to Suli, and asked expectantly, Auntie, is this better? Much better. Suli forced a smile. Tears almost spilled over. She swallowed it because of my care.
Soo-yoon's brows finally relaxed. Let her endure it. It was a struggle to finish all the medicine. Suli could almost no longer taste anything. I gave her a piece of candy. Is it sweet? Sweet. Suli stared at me. Very sweet. I thought she was praising the candy, so happy my eyes narrowed, feeling the candy was truly sweet too. A few days later, 3 days before the apprenticeship ceremony, Master Bai told everyone to go home and rest first. The banquet would be held at a hotel. He still had to prepare a gift for me. On the day of return, Grandpa Sue kept looking out, waiting. Finally hearing the car's sound, he rushed out, the first thing being to check Suli's legs. Pain to the point tears flowed uncontrollably.
Suli took his hand. I'm fine. Grandpa Sue wiped his tears, observing closely for a while, startled to realize her spirits were much better, unlike before when she was like a lost soul all day, making him worry she'd do something rash. He couldn't help asking, have you thought things through? Suli understood him, turning her head to look at me, gently squeezing my small hand, her gaze becoming tender. I won't do anything foolish anymore. This life was traded back using my nephew's life. I cannot fail this boy. At this moment, Moo hopped out and came in front of me, getting my body once. Soft mechanical voice rang out, detecting multiple frostbite marks. Early treatment recommended. What? Frostbite and in many places? Grandpa Sue's face immediately fell. Coldly staring at his 2 daughters, said, What's the meaning of this? Seeing Grandpa angry, I was about to explain for Mom and Auntie when Mew pulled me back to the room. Danger, retreat, then slammed the door shut, blocking the danger outside. Suli was speechless. Wait, does it actually know who its mother is? Clearly, in the one who created it. Eventually, the two had to tell the truth. Grandpa Sue heard and was red-eyed with rage, furiously shouting, You two, go stand outside. Don't you dare show your faces in here. After returning to the room, he hugged me tightly, then carefully checked the frostbite on my body, so pained his tears kept falling. Thinking about almost losing this child, his heart couldn't help but clench. I used my small hand to wipe Grandpa's face, gently comforting. Grandpa, don't cry. I'm still safe and sound. Grandpa Sue stroked my face. My good grandson, don't ever do that again, hear me. Auntie is important, but you are very important too. I nodded my small head, couldn't help but leap to hug him. The small head nuzzled in his embrace, feeling sweet inside. Grandpa truly loves me. After confirming my body had no major issues, Grandpa Sue finally let out a sigh of relief, leading me downstairs. Seeing Soo-yoon and Suli locked outside, I shook Grandpa's hand, pleading for them. Grandpa, let Mom and Auntie in, please. Auntie just finished surgery. If she catches a cold and gets sick, it'll be trouble. Though we thought she was dressed warmly enough, Grandpa Sue still nodded. I immediately ran joyfully to open the door. Mom. Auntie, come in quickly. Grandpa Sue still kept a stern face toward them. At your age and you can't watch a child, what use is raising you? Luckily, it was just a scare, and everyone is safe and sound. When he gets angry, the pressure in the house drops to scary levels. Fortunately, I was there, and soon had him happy again. Hearing I was accepted as Master Bai's disciple, even Grandma Sue glanced at me in surprise. Grandpa Sue was a bit stunned, then said proudly, That old Bai has a decent eye for talent. My grandson is the cleverest after all. Soon it was the day of the apprenticeship banquet. I wore the outfit that second uncle designed himself for me, a small black suit, looking both handsome and adorable. Noticing Wen Jie looking at me, my little face turned red, shyly smiling back at uncle. Wen Jie's eyes lit up seeing that, lifting me up and giving me a kiss. Sweetheart, how can you be so adorable? After you're done with this, How about being a child model for second uncle? As soon as I saw you, so many ideas popped into my head. I didn't quite understand what a model was, so I could only blink my eyes in confusion. Seeing Uncle Wenjia's expectant face, I obediently nodded my head and said sweetly, "Okay." Wenjia couldn't help but pepper my face with kisses, silently wishing that I were his own son. But with a quick glance towards Su-yun, Wenjia immediately swallowed those thoughts. He couldn't let her know. Otherwise, with her temper, she would surely cause a huge scene. Su-yun gave a soft snort, stepped forward to pick me up and said, "Second brother-in-law, don't you have important business to attend to? You should get going now." Wenjia glared at her before looking back at me, his expression softening instantly. Uncle smiled broadly and said, "Congratulations, my precious." Regret was written all over his face, as he was too busy to come along today. If I weren't truly tied down by work, I wouldn't have the heart to miss such an important moment. I gave Uncle a kiss on the cheek, then waved my tiny hands to say goodbye. "Uncle, remember to eat your meals on time. Don't overwork yourself." Wenjie kept looking back as he walked away, thinking to himself how incredibly thoughtful this child was. Su-yun carried me straight to the car, glancing at the car behind them, which carried Grandmother Su and Grandfather Su. She then looked at Su-li, who was already seated in the car, and her face darkened a bit more. One person after another kept trying to steal her son away. How annoying. Su-li completely ignored her, just admiring the way I was dressed up today, her eyes filled with satisfaction. So handsome. Auntie gently pinched my little cheek, then frowned and said, "You're too thin. You must eat more food." I nodded vigorously like a chick pecking a grain, then leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Master just called and said that he's prepared lots of delicious food for me, and there's even cake." I swallowed hard as I spoke, looking exactly like a greedy little cat. Su-li couldn't help but burst out laughing. The banquet was held at Xing Lin Men, as it was the apprenticeship ceremony for Elder Bei's personal disciple. Only a place like this was grand enough to host such an apprenticeship banquet. At that time, Xing Lin Men was bustling with excitement. Whether they were members of the sect or invited guests, everyone was extremely curious, wondering who Elder Bei's young new disciple could be. One invitation card allowed only one person, so Mushu brought Fu Rong along with him. Just as the Fu family's car came to a complete stop and Fu Rong was about to open the door, another car sped up from behind, blocking her door by just 5 centimeters. The door couldn't be opened at all. Su-yun carried me down from the other side, raised an eyebrow at Fu Rong, and mocked, "Oh, it's all healed up so you can finally come out?" She thought to herself that she really had been too easy on her the other day. Her biggest flaw was being far too kind and too soft-hearted. I had also spotted her, so I clutched my chest and burrowed deep into Su-yun's arms. Su-yun gently patted my small back, her gaze suddenly turning cold. "This isn't over yet. Dare bully my son. And you think a few broken ribs will settle it? It's not going to be that easy." Fu Rong understood her meaning perfectly and instinctively looked toward me. Seeing that, I was still afraid of her. She suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. Mushu frowned as he watched the scene unfold. "President Su, what is the meaning of this?" Su-yun shot him a side eye. "No meaning at all. I just did it on purpose." Mushu hadn't expected such a blunt admission, leaving him momentarily speechless. Su-li stood leisurely by the side and sighed. "This is nothing. Su-yun can be much more shameless than this. That's enough." Fu Rong spoke up calmly, gesturing toward the gate. She spoke so coldly that Mushu felt a bit slighted. Hadn't he done everything for her sake? He suppressed his anger and got out of the car, clutching the invitation tightly as he headed for the main gate. Noticing Su-yun didn't have an invitation, an idea struck him, and he asked with a cold laugh, "President Su, don't tell me you don't have an invitation." Hearing that, I looked up, staring at the card in his hand. I frowned slightly. "Oh, Mommy, did we not bring our invitation? Master hasn't given you one yet either." As soon as I spoke, Mushu felt a surge of satisfaction, though he maintained a polite smile on the surface. He feigned a kind warning. If President Su doesn't have an invitation, then no matter how rich you are, you won't get in. Xing Lin Men doesn't care about money. The commotion there began to draw looks from others. Grandfather and Grandmother Su walked over, bewildered and asking what was going on. Seeing, the corner of Mushu's mouth curled up. He gave a fake reminder, "Old Master Su, if you don't have an invitation, you won't be allowed inside." He looked like he was giving helpful advice, but his face clearly showed the smugness of a petty man. This left Grandfather Su completely puzzled. That can't be right. I'm attending my own dear grandson's apprenticeship banquet, and I still need an invitation. I puffed out my cheeks. Although I didn't know what green tea behavior was, I could sense
that Mushu was harboring ill intentions. I said indignantly, "Who says our family doesn't have invitations? I'm going to call Master right now and have him send an invitation for everyone." "No, tell him to send 10 invitations over." The problem was that Master Bai was busy at that moment, and his phone wasn't with him. The phone rang for a long time, but no one picked up, leaving me momentarily stunned. I look at Mommy Su-yun, feeling slighted. At that moment, Fang Qi walked over to see what the matter was. Seeing him, Mu Shu grew even more confident and said with feigned concern, "Fang Qi, you're just in time. President Su doesn't have an invitation. She probably lost it. Check the guest list to see if their names are there." Fang Qi checked the guest list as requested, then shook his head. "Sorry, they aren't on here." Mu Shu acted surprised. "Not there. How can that be? The Su family is the wealthiest in the city." Fang Qi spoke with a look of disdain. "So what if they're the wealthiest? Even if they were the richest in the world, they can't enter here without an invitation." Hearing those words, a brief flash of triumph crossed Mu Shu's eyes before he quickly switched back to a worried expression. "Perhaps President Su can use my invitation instead, since you're already here. It would be a shame for the trip to be in vain." But before she could respond, Fang Qi flatly refused. "No, the invitation is only for the person named on it." After speaking, his gaze toward her and the others became even more hot. What thick skin they have, wanting to use Mu Shu's invitation because they don't have one themselves. "What are they dreaming about?" I said urgently. "But Master told me to come here." "You just have to call him out here." Fang Qi asked, "And who is your master, kid?" I replied innocently, "It's Grandpa Bai." I didn't even know Master Bai's full name, only that his surname was Bai. Fang Qi thought to himself, there is only one person with the surname Bai in all of Xinglin men, and that is Master Bai. If Master Bai were my master, then would today's banquet be held for me? What an astronomical boast. How could Master Bai take such a wet-behind-the-ears brat as his disciple? Mu Shu was nearly dying of laughter. Even Fu Rong, who had intended to speak up for me, frowned slightly. She didn't like children who told lies. As everyone continued arguing back and forth, Grandfather Su finally understood what was happening. He gave a cold laugh. "Are you absolutely certain you won't let us in?" As he spoke, he glanced at Mu Shu. Those words from him earlier sounded like he was helping, but in truth he was just adding fuel to the fire. "Humph! So this is all the Mu family's young master amounts to? Don't think I don't know. That you played a large part in getting Mu Yuan kicked out back then. Bullying Mu Yuan in the past was one thing, but now you want to bully my grandson too. In your dreams." Fang Qi maintained a stern face, speaking firmly. No entrance without an invitation. Grandfather Su was so angry he laughed. "Fine, very well. Grandson, let's go." I followed him indignantly. Master clearly said he was inviting me to dinner. Yet in the end, they won't let me in. I don't even want this meal anymore. I swung my tiny hands, said with adorable bravado, "Grandpa, let's go home and eat. It's one thing to bully me, but nobody is allowed to bully my mommy, grandpa, and grandma." Su-yun curled her lip, giving Mushu a meaningful smile, then said in a low voice, "Hold on tight to that card in your hand. Be careful, or you might never be able to get another one again." Mushu sneered. "Thank you for your concern, President Su. I'm holding it very securely. I won't lose it, and I certainly won't let anyone steal it." These words were like an insult hurled straight at Mommy Su-yun, insinuating that she wanted to snatch his invitation. I was so angry hearing that my eyes turned red. That scrap of paper. My mommy doesn't even want it. Mushu laughed inwardly, thinking what a naive child I was. This scrap of paper was the very invitation that countless people would beg for. I pulled Mommy away, hanging my head, feeling incredibly upset. "I'm sorry, Mommy. Sorry, Auntie. Sorry, Grandpa and Grandma, too. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been bullied by them." Su-yun gently stroked my little head to comfort me. "It's all right, dear. Don't worry. Before long, he'll have to come and apologize to you." Su Li sat silently to the side, the corner of her mouth twitching into a smile as she waited for the show. How interesting. An apprenticeship banquet, yet they blocked the disciple at the gate. At this moment, Lu Yuwei watched his senior brother, who had been changing clothes since dawn, and was still standing before the mirror trying things on, and couldn't help but speak up. "Senior brother, this outfit already looks very good on you." Master Bai kept looking at the tang suit he was wearing, checking himself repeatedly in the mirror. "Really, I still feel like something is missing." Lu Yuwei was incredibly curious. "Senior brother, just what kind of person is this disciple you've taken? A month ago, you suddenly said you wanted a disciple, but until now, I haven't even seen what this future junior brother of mine looks like." Seeing his senior brother so concerned that he had to find his best clothes, he grew even more puzzled. Whenever he thought of me,
Master Bei's face would light up with a smile. You'll know soon enough. That little brat should be arriving any moment. I just hope he doesn't catch a cold. After some thought, Master Bai finally stopped fussing over his clothes. He picked up his phone, saw a missed call on the screen, and laughed. Calling again, I see. He hurriedly called back, cheerfully saying, "My good disciple." As soon as I heard his voice, my little mouth immediately pouted, and I said indignantly, "Master, we're all here, but they won't let me in. I want to go home. I don't want to be your disciple anymore." After saying that, I hung up immediately. The fierce momentum from just now vanished instantly, and I nervously started twiddling my fingers and asked Mommy, "Was it okay for me to say that?" These words were actually what you taught me to say. You said if I want to make those mean people who bully me regret it, then I definitely had to say that. Su Yun stroked my head and praised me. "So clever, my good son is great in every way. Your only fault is being too kind-hearted, which makes it easy for others to bully you. We must train you to be a bit tougher." On the other end of the line, Master Bai's expression froze, feeling as though a bolt of lightning had struck him from a clear blue sky. Lu Yu-wei, seeing that his senior brother's expression was wrong, asked curiously what had happened. Master Bai finally snapped out of it and slapped his thigh hard. "Bring those gatekeepers here to me. I want to see exactly who dared to block my disciple at the gate. Daring to say he won't be my disciple anymore? That absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. What is going on?" Lu Yu-wei was startled. He knew his senior brother's temperament well, that he was extremely protective. Just how were those people doing their jobs today? To have the audacity to block his senior brother's disciple outside, they must truly be tired of living. Without waiting for anyone else to react, he hurried to call for them himself. Meanwhile, Mu Shu was busy chatting with Fang Ke, feeling refreshed after having just vented his anger, so he was in a very pleasant mood. He had been suppressing this irritation for a long time. High society values face above all else. Now that Mommy Su Yun had lost face so publicly, he didn't believe she would continue to cover for that brat. Just as that thought occurred to him, he saw Fang Qi step forward to welcome someone. It was sect leader Lu. Everyone else bowed in unison. Lu Yu-wei waved them off, then asked urgently, "Where is my junior brother?" Everyone was dazed upon hearing this, their faces blank with confusion. He took a deep breath. "Just now, who did you people block from entering?" "Block someone?" Fang Qi thought for a moment. It seemed it was only the Su family. Seeing Lu Yu-wei's expression, he asked hesitantly, "Sect leader, has something happened?" "My little junior brother said you blocked him at the gate, and now he's angry. He said he doesn't want to be my senior brother's disciple anymore." Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Being Master Bei's disciple was something countless people begged for, yet that kid didn't even want it. Just as Lu Yu-wei was about to demand an explanation, Master Bai himself arrived on the scene. He scanned the crowd but didn't see the person he was looking for, and he flew into a rage. "Where is Mu Ji? What have you done to my disciple?" "Mu Ji." Mu Shu's expression suddenly shifted. He remembered clearly that the annoying brat had the same name. Could it just be a coincidence? Fu Rong was also stunned and couldn't help but ask, "The person you call Mu Ji, is he Su Yun's son?" "Exactly." Master Bai looked at her and replied, "You seen him?" It turned out it really was me. I hadn't been lying at all. I truly was Master Bei's newly accepted young disciple. Fu Rong was left in a dazed state of shock. Seeing that she didn't answer, Master Bai became even more impatient. "What on earth did you people do to my little disciple?" It had been many years since Lu Yu-wei saw his senior brother fly into such a thunderous rage. He hurriedly signaled Fang Qi with his eyes, telling him to explain immediately. Fang Qi's face turned pale. He swallowed hard, and softly recounted everything that had just occurred. Since they truly didn't have an invitation in hand, Master Bai was absolutely furious. Does my disciple even need an invitation? If I hadn't wanted to hold a grand celebration, then people like you wouldn't even dream of getting a single invitation card. Though his words were somewhat arrogant, the guests around them were already well acquainted with it. Who could blame him when he truly had the power to save lives from death's hands? In truth, everyone came here wanting to establish a good relationship with Master Bei's disciple. Now that the truth was out, they hurriedly shared the full story in great detail. Even without adding extra flair, simply recounting the situation was enough to make Master Bei's face turn gray with rage. He stared intently at Mu Shu and said through gritted teeth, "Fine, very fine. So you're the ringleader who bullied my Mu Ge. Which family do you belong to? From this day forward, you and your family are absolutely forbidden from setting foot in my Jinglin men, and medicine from Jinglin men will absolutely never be sold to you again.
With just those words, Mushu's face drained of all color instantly. He couldn't stand steadily, swaying as if about to collapse. Fang Qi hurriedly spoke up to plead. Sect leader, we didn't do it on purpose. We were just following the regulations. Master Bai asked back coldly. Well, did Mu Ji say he was my disciple? Fang Qi was choked for words, not knowing how to answer. I had said it, but he simply wouldn't believe me. Master Bai looked at him with a chilling gaze. Dare to defend him with one more word, and you can get lost along with him. After saying that, he hurriedly got into the car to chase after his little disciple. The guests all looked at each other, everyone feeling extremely excited, especially those who already had good ties with the Su family, who couldn't stop smiling broadly. So it turns out Master Bai's disciple belongs to the Su family. That's strange. When did Su Yun ever have a son? By then, I had already returned to the Su residence. Master Bai followed close behind, fussing as soon as he stepped through the door. Mugi, please don't be angry anymore. Master has already driven those two away, and they will never be allowed to set foot in Xinglin Men again. Our medicine will absolutely not be sold to them either. My sweet boy, what they did has nothing to do with me. Master Bai felt a bit slighted too. It truly was such a mess.
Actually, I didn't blame Master at all, since it wasn't him who blocked my entrance. My expression began to relax, and just as I was about to speak, Mommy Su Yun gave my little head a gentle rub. I quickly wiped away my cheerful look and pretended to be sulky. Then when I called you, Master, why wouldn't you pick up the phone? Master Bai hurriedly explained. I was busy changing clothes. I wanted to wear my best outfit to welcome you. See? Does this look good? Just as I was about to offer a compliment, Mommy Su Yun rubbed my head once more. I immediately covered my mouth and withdrew my smile. Master Bai sensed that something was amiss and looked directly at Mommy Su Yun. Let's be blunt. What is it that you all want?
Su Yun didn't mince words. It's very simple. The banquet will proceed as planned, but we will be the hosts, and the guest list will be decided by us. Agreed? Master Bai didn't hesitate for a second and agreed immediately. As long as I remained his disciple, any condition could be negotiated. Any other requests? That's all. Su Yun let me go, letting me go play with Master Bai. I pulled Master Bai's hand and showed off my new outfit to him. Master. Look at my clothes, Master. Don't I look good? Master Bai studied me intently for a while, then exclaimed in surprise, Beautiful. Truly, very beautiful. Master and disciple are both equally handsome. The two of us giggled together. I was gentle by nature and never held a grudge.
But Mommy Su Yun remembered every single detail. If Master Bai hadn't said he dealt with Mushu, she wouldn't have agreed so readily. He had finally managed to keep this little disciple. Master Bai let out a sigh of relief, then asked, So, who do you plan to invite? Su Yun gestured toward me. Let Mu Ge decide. I felt both surprised and joyful, scratching my head shyly. But Mommy, I don't know how to write yet. Can I draw pictures instead of writing? I quickly came up with a solution to the problem. Of course you can. Su Chen immediately brought out her exercise book to contribute. I thought for a bit, then began busily drawing on it. Su Shi curiously leaned in to watch, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Wow, a cake. I drew a cake,
and then lots of blackboards, too. The picture showed children holding hands and playing together happily. There were countless little flowers on the ground. With just a few simple strokes, it looked incredibly vivid, as if one could actually smell the fragrant flowers, making one's soul feel completely at peace. Is it okay if I draw it like this? I looked up and asked. Sushi nodded repeatedly. She felt the drawing was already perfect. While everyone was busy admiring it, a large hand reached out and took the notebook away. Su Yun stared intently at the pictures I had drawn. Though the lines were simple, anyone could tell what the images were at a glance. So lovely. She calmly closed the notebook and had absolutely no intention of giving it back to me. She said seriously, I've received your invitation, and I will definitely attend. What a shameless person. Su Li glared at her in anger, as she also wanted to have my first drawing. But Su Yun just glanced at her nonchalantly. After all, she was my mother. Su Li clenched her fists, thinking to herself that once she was fully recovered, should see who the little brat would call mommy then. I could only blink my eyes, feeling incredibly excited inside. I wanted to draw invitations for everyone in the house, and Mian had to have one too. Action followed thought, and I immediately picked up a pen and started drawing. Only Su Chen kept staring at mommy Su Yun. That was clearly her exercise book.
When school started and the teachers checked homework, she'd tell them her aunt had taken it. That means I don't have to do homework anymore. The two sisters gathered around me to wait, and after finishing for everyone at home, I drew one more for Master Bai. Master Bai held the invitation filled with childish innocence in his hand and couldn't help but laugh at his little disciple's cuteness. Master will definitely be there. I started drawing invitations for others as well, but who else should I invite? Bao Mingming, Yang Xin, Shi Xiaoyu? Su Shi, standing nearby, also offered suggestions. All those people were young friends who had scavenged for scrap with the sisters before, so they definitely had to be invited.
And then there was Grandpa Wang from the old neighborhood. He used to bring me food all the time, so I had to invite him too. The children put their heads together like that, discussing the guest list together. Mommy Su-Yun and the others stood by watching quietly, without interfering at all. In the hearts of children, there is no distinction between class or wealth. Children just sincerely wanted to invite their very best friends. Master Bai stood by watching, suddenly realizing he had been wrong before. Instinctively, he only invited prestigious families, but the truth was, he hadn't considered the child's true feelings at all. This seems much better after all. The apprenticeship ceremony was set for 3 days later, and many children received invitations. This is the first time in their lives that they have received such a formal invitation. Every one of them puffed out their chests. Don't worry, Sister Chen. I'll take care of every single detail. On the day of the ceremony, Wen Jia tailored a new set of clothes for me again. The party was held right at the Su family home. Su Yun even specially invited a famous chef, preparing countless delicious dishes. I warmly welcomed my little guests. The children gathered to eat and play together. Crisp laughter rang out from time to time. It was so heartwarming to hear. Parents who had planned to use this opportunity to strike up a conversation with Master Bai didn't dare to move a muscle now. It was clear that for the Su family and Master Bai today, the little young master's happiness was the most important thing. If they rushed in now to flatter them, it might backfire and cause resentment instead. Oh well, they would worry about that later. As long as their children stayed close with a little young master, why worry about missing an opportunity? Mugi, what is an apprenticeship ceremony? Yuan Xiaoshen asked curiously. I tilted my little head and thought for a bit. It's just a party to officially accept a teacher. So, what are you learning from your teacher? Shen Xiaoshen asked with a half-understanding look. I'm learning medicine, so I can heal people. This was something no one there expected. Everyone suddenly let out a collective wow in amazement. Then let's play house. You play the doctor. My eyes lit up. Sure, let's do it. I pulled out a white lab coat and put it on, then took out the set of gold acupuncture needles Master Bai gave me. The next second, the space in front of me was empty. The children were scattering in all directions. They were so scared they were about to cry. Wa Muji is so scary. Why are you learning such a scary thing? I stared blankly at my patients who had just fled. Why did everyone suddenly stop playing with me? Su Chen and Su Shi proudly put their arms around my shoulders. Our family's little brother is truly the best. The elder Su was standing nearby watching. Laughing so hard he was doubling over. He picked me up and gave me a loud kiss on the cheek. Good boy, why are you so adorable? I blinked in confusion, not understanding why he was suddenly praising me. I just blushed shyly and kissed him back, and said seriously, Grandpa is very adorable too. Elder Su laughed even more heartily after hearing that. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. I've come to offer my congratulations, and this is a gift I've spent a long time choosing. Please let me go inside and say a few kind words. It was Mu Shu, smiling with a very kind face, as if all those terrible things from before had never happened. I frowned. I didn't like him at all. I hated him from the very first glance. Elder Su saw my expression, and his face immediately darkened. He held my hand and slowly walked over, staring coldly at him. Do you have an invitation? If you don't have one, don't even think about stepping inside. This was throwing back the exact same words that he had said on that day. Mushu's fingers tightened slightly, but he quickly relaxed them. He smiled and said, I'm truly sorry. I really didn't know Master Bai's disciple was Mu Gi that day. It was all just a misunderstanding. His face was full of sincerity, as if he were truly repenting. He certainly knows when to be soft and when to be tough, and his skin is incredibly thick. No wonder he could kick Mu Yuan, who was cherished like a treasure by the Mu family, out of the house. Elder Su squeezed my hand a bit tighter, feeling even more fortunate that his third daughter brought me home that day. Otherwise, if I had fallen into the hands of the Fu or Mu family, I would surely have been tortured to death by them. Elder Su didn't want me associating with this kind of person, so he waved his hand dismissively and said coldly, I said you're not welcome, now leave. Don't make me kick you out, you're bad luck. Everyone who heard the commotion looked over, exchanging meaningful glances. They surely remembered what happened that day, and everyone was excited to watch the drama unfold. Mushu's smile almost faltered. He lowered his eyes, took a deep breath, and gently pulled Mu Baichuan's hand. Mu Baichuan seemed quite reluctant, but remembering his mother's words, the boy rolled his eyes once, then stepped forward with a bright smile, holding out the object in his hand. Muga, this is a gift I spent a long time choosing. I hope you'll like it. Let's be friends. As he spoke, he tried to grab my hand, but I took a step back. I was extremely resistant. I didn't want him to touch me. Suddenly, Mu Baichuan looked as if he had been pushed hard. Thud. He tumbled to the ground, and the gift box in his hand went flying. A piece of jade fell out from inside, shattering into several pieces. The boy was stunned for a moment, and his eyes immediately turned red. He looked at me with a piteous face. Brother Muga, even if you don't like me, you didn't have to push me, did you? I was stunned and hurriedly replied, I didn't push you. You fell to the ground on your own. Baichuan, if Mugi says he didn't push you, he surely didn't. You must have just lost your footing. Mushu spoke up, hurrying to help Mu Baichuan up. Even though he said that, every word he uttered still implied he was blaming me for the push. But now that I am Master Bei's disciple, they didn't dare offend me, so they could only swallow their bitterness. Fu Rong had just arrived and saw this scene, and her expression immediately darkened. She stepped forward quickly, lifted Mu Baichuan up, and looked down at me with cold eyes. She said coldly, even if you are Master Bei's disciple, my son is not someone you can just bully whenever you want. Apologize. Her icy words felt like a splash of cold water on me. I instinctively gripped the hem of my shirt, looked up and stated clearly, I did not push him. Fu Rong, seeing my stubborn refusal to admit fault, let her voice grow even colder. So you're saying the boy just fell on his own? And he also intentionally threw and broke the gift he spent 3 days choosing, using all the lucky money he had saved up. Since that day, Fu Rong had always felt extremely guilty. Mu Baichuan noticed this, so he said he wanted to apologize to me on his mother's behalf. In Fu Rong's eyes, her son, though occasionally childish, was the kindest boy in the world, just like his father. I listened to her words, but I didn't avoid her gaze. I nodded. Yes, exactly what you see. Although I don't know why he did it. I truly did not push him. Fu Rong was so angry she laughed, looking at me mockingly as she sneered. Is this how your father taught you? Being both a liar and a deceiver. You truly have no upbringing at all. Hearing these words, my heart tightened in pain. My eyes were red. Mu Yuan was my untouchable point. I wouldn't let anyone defame my father. My voice started to choke, but I summoned all my courage and said firmly, I didn't push him. My father taught me not to bully others, but also not to let others bully me. Don't you dare slander me. My little head was racing. A giant tree nearby told me there were surveillance cameras here. I immediately said, let's check the cameras. If it's true that I pushed him, I will apologize, but if not, then you people must get out of my house immediately and never step foot in here again. My energy was incredibly powerful. My voice rang out firmly, completely different from the timid child, who didn't dare speak that Fu Rong had seen before. She was stunned, glancing over at Su Yun and Su Li, who were both standing not far away, their eyes constantly watching my every move. The love in their eyes was truly impossible to hide. She suddenly understood everything. The reason I had become so bold was because I knew I always had a solid backup. These people would always protect me. And with protection, a child naturally becomes full of confidence. Fu Rong gave me a faint glance, and just as she was about to speak, I felt someone pull my hand gently. She looked down and saw Mu Baichuan looking at his mother with an extremely panicked gaze. I'm fine, let's just go, Mom. Seeing the guilt clearly written on his face, Fu Rong's pupils constricted slightly. She could hardly believe her eyes. Could he really have done it on purpose? Su Yun sneered. Go? If we don't finish watching the camera footage today, no one is allowed to leave. Mom looked around at everyone, and I invite everyone here to be a witness. Our Mugi is absolutely not a child who uses his position to bully others. With that, everyone's phones rang simultaneously. Su Li rested her chin in her hand, speaking slowly. I've sent it all to your devices, saving everyone the trouble of going back and forth multiple times. Fu Rong received the video as well. In the video, I clearly never touched Mu Baichuan. Instead, Mu Baichuan himself deliberately fell and threw the object far away. Her face immediately became extremely unsightly, turning pale then flushing bright red with shame. Mu Baichuan fell into a state of complete panic. Mu Shu also didn't expect this child to react so quickly, and he secretly gritted his teeth in resentment. Forcing an explanation, he said, I told you. It was just that Baichuan lost his footing. It was just a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Old Lady Su immediately scolded him to his face. Just now when our Mugu was being falsely accused. Why didn't you open your mouth to say a word? Is your muteness cured now? Mushu was scolded into silence, his bloodshot eyes looking toward Fu Ron. Suyun glanced at the shattered jade on the ground, a mocking smile appearing on her lips. Just a piece of trash stone worth about 100 yuan, yet you dare claim it cost all his lucky money. The Fu family is truly stingy with their children. More than 100 yuan? Fu Ron picked up the jade piece. Jade on the ground was indeed nothing but cheap agate. Thinking back to the words she had just uttered, her ears suddenly burned bright red with shame. Looking at her husband and son,
She felt as if she didn't know them at all. She never thought they could do such a thing, especially Mu Baichuan. How old is he even? An indescribable disappointment surged in her heart. Looking toward me, she didn't even dare to look straight into my eyes. She muttered, "I'm sorry." I stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly ran and dove into Suyun's arms. Suyun leaned down and hugged me tightly, my little head buried in Mom's warm chest as I rubbed against her affectionately. I felt a little hurt. Suyun patted my head. "Well done. My son should have a strong personality like that. It's just a pity you're still too kind. If it were me." Sharp smile played on Mom's lips. "And walk up and give each of them a powerful kick, kicking all three out the gate. If they dare set foot here ever again, the consequences won't be as simple as just one kick." Fu Ron had never been in such a pathetic situation. Mushu also scrambled up from the ground in a panic, unable to maintain any shred of dignity on his face. Truly bandits, this Su family is just a pack of bandits. Those nearby who witnessed the scene couldn't help but burst into laughter. Some even took out their phones to take photos and videos. Mu Baichuan suddenly couldn't hold it back anymore, letting out a wah and sobbing uncontrollably. Fu Rong, with a grim face, led him back home, the entire family slinking away in humiliation, leaving everyone around just shaking their heads in disgust. How truly foolish. They had already offended Master Bai, yet they actually came here to offer themselves up. They've offended him so much there's no way back. They had never seen anyone handle things so poorly. Master Bai's expression was naturally very grim, as he mercilessly put them on his blacklist. He was so angry he gritted his teeth. "Give me the list of 18 generations of that family's ancestors. Once I have it, if their family can buy even a single pill I made, then I've lost." Wow, he really wants to hound them to the bitter end. The guests, while enjoying the drama, secretly felt lucky they hadn't acted so foolishly. All the way home, Fu Rong kept a stern face, while Mushu anxiously observed her expression. When they finally got home, she finally spoke to Mu Baichuan. "Baichuan, tell me the truth. What was the deal with that jade piece? And who taught you to do those things just now?" Mu Baichuan instinctively looked toward Mushu. Mushu quickly jumped in. "The jade thing must have been a scam. Baichuan, even if you love your parents, you mustn't falsely accuse others like that. You were wrong for this. You should apologize to your mother." Mu Baichuan pouted. "That Mu Ge bullied you, Mom. And his mother bullied me too. Mom, I really hate him." He rubbed his eyes and hugged Fu Rong's leg, looking at her with pain. "When you're sad, I'm sad too." It turned out he was just worried about her, and Fu Rong felt an indescribable emotion swell in her heart. She finally sighed. "Don't do that ever again." She unconsciously thought of me again. Those determined eyes were so much like that person's. Back then, Mu Yuan used to look at her with that same gaze. Strange, why would she remember him now? She shook her head irritably to brush the thought away. Mu grandmother, seeing them return, asked excitedly, "How did it go? Did you manage to speak with Master Bai?" They didn't dare tell her about what had just happened. Mushu's lips trembled, not knowing how to start. Fu Rong squeezed his hand and answered nonchalantly, "Yes." Mu grandmother was overjoyed to hear that. "That's great. If my husband can see Master Bai for his illness, then there's surely still hope for a cure." Elder Mu still holds 40% of the Mu family's shares, and she was always worried about those shares. This time, there was definitely hope. Mu Yanran, sitting nearby, suddenly chuckled, shaking the phone in her hand. The Xinglin sect just announced a list of people they will absolutely not treat. Mom, guess what happened? Under Mushu's expectant gaze and Fu Rong's pale face, she smiled even more radiantly. It includes the names of everyone from both our Mu and Fu families. What? Mu grandmother was horrified, snatching the phone to look closer, feeling the world spin around her. What on earth is going on? Because there was truly no other way. Mushu had to recount the entire story to her from beginning to end. He said it was all just a misunderstanding. Really just a misunderstanding. I just accidentally offended Master Bai's new disciple. Even after that explanation, Mu grandmother was still uncontrollably angry. She threw the phone straight at him. "You useless man. You couldn't even handle a small thing like this. What's the point of even having you around?" Right then,
Fu Rong stepped forward and caught the phone. The phone hit her forehead hard, causing Mu grandmother's anger to instantly subside. Fu Rong looked at her calmly and said, "So this is how my husband is treated in this house." Mu Shu looked at her with eyes full of gratitude. Fu Rong coldly glanced at Mu Yanren, put one arm around Mu Shu's shoulder, and took Mu Baichuan's hand as they decisively left. This was what a real family of three looked like. Mu Yanran secretly took a photo and sent it to Mu Yuan, but there was no reply for a long time. She sneered. By now, he's probably looking at photos and crying his eyes out alone, right? What a foolish man. I had no idea about what was happening at the Mu house. After that family left, Su Chen and Su Shi kept comforting me, and I quickly cheered up again. Soon it was time for me to respectfully offer a cup of tea to Master Bai, and then kneel to bow before him. Master Bai beamed as he helped his little disciple up, took a suet fat jade pendant out from his pocket, and hung it around my neck. When everyone present saw this jade, their expressions all changed. Suet fat jade itself isn't incredibly rare, but what's precious is the meaning it represents, the symbol of the future sect leader of the Xinglin sect. Master Bai clearly wanted to groom me as his successor, even though he wasn't the current sect leader. That was only because he was too lazy to take the post. With just one word from him, I would surely be the future sect leader. The way everyone looked at me changed completely in an instant. As they left, they all instructed their children that they must build a good relationship with me. Even if they couldn't be best friends, they must never be foolish enough to offend me like Mu Baichuan. After returning to the Su house, I looked at the mountain of gifts, excitedly running around them twice, looking just like an adorable little puppy. Su Chen and Su Shi also mimicked me and ran around. Then they pulled 2 exquisite boxes from behind their backs. "This is the gift we have for you." I joyfully took them and said, "Thank you, second sister and third sister." Su Chen suddenly remembered something, tapped her forehead, and went back to the room for another box. "And this is a gift from our eldest sister for you." I looked at them with a puzzled expression, since I had never met my eldest sister before. Su Chen explained, "Eldest sister is abroad for a competition, but you'll meet her in a few days." I asked admiringly, "Eldest sister is so impressive. What kind of person is she?" Su Chen and Su Shi's faces suddenly turned very strange. Su Chen blurted out, "She's a weirdo." Su Shi added, "She's a lunatic." Then both added in unison, "Basically, you should stay away from her." My mouth fell open in shock as I looked at them. Is eldest sister really that scary? I looked at the gift in my hand with curiosity. Su Chen was also curious about what eldest sister had sent, so she urged me to open the box quickly. As soon as I opened it, both their eyes widened in surprise. I also let out a "Wow, what is this?" I had never seen 9 rings interlinked on a wooden bar like this before. I picked it up and gave it a few shakes, making a crisp clicking sound. "Is it a wind chime?" Su Chen slapped her thigh and shouted, "I knew it! What a weirdo." Eldest sister never gives anything normal. To think it's the 9 linked rings. Is this for playing or for an exam, for goodness sake? Su Shi explained the rules of the game to me, and only then did I understand it wasn't a wind chime, but a brain teaser toy. I curiously started to fiddle with it. Su Shi was still grumbling nearby. Eldest sister is so boring, spending her free time on these brain-melting games. "Little brother, don't play this anymore. Let's go out." Before she could finish, Su Shi looked down and suddenly screamed, "Ah! How did you solve it so quickly?" I was startled by her scream. I murmured, "I just solved it like this." With that, I skillfully put the 9 rings back. Then my fingers moved nimbly and solved it once again. Su Shi was so dazed she couldn't even see the moves. "I don't believe it. Don't. This 9-linked rings puzzle must be broken." She immediately rushed away to her room to find the 9-linked rings set she had discarded long ago. "Try solving this one." I took it and gave it a gentle shake, my movements even faster than before, solving it in just the blink of an eye. I held the rings that were now free from the wood bar and looked at my sisters with a completely innocent face. Su Chen's face suddenly became very distorted, and she brought out all the Lubin locks, Tangram puzzles, and the Horong game, all things eldest sister had given them for. After explaining the rules, she pushed them all in front of me. "Go on, do it." The result was that in just a few minutes I had dismantled the Luban lock, and the Huarong path was solved within 10 minutes. As for the Tangram puzzle, when it was in my hands, it was transformed into countless shapes in an instant. Su Chen and Su Shi looked at each other for a long time, with nothing but utter despair in their eyes. "Oh, it's over. Another weirdo exactly like eldest sister has appeared in this house. How on earth are we going to survive from now on?" The two of them started wailing like mourning spirits.
The noise quickly attracted everyone's attention. Elder Su gave each of them a sharp slap on the back. "What are you screaming for? I thought the apocalypse had arrived." Soo-yoon walked by carrying a glass of water, glanced at the solved puzzles, and slightly raised an eyebrow, clearly a bit surprised herself. But very soon, a look of immense pride appeared on her face. Her son, of course, had to be brilliantly intelligent. She picked me up with one hand. "Let's go. Stop playing with your sisters. Be careful or their stupidity might rub off on you." Mom's words made Su-chen and Su-shi cry even louder. I poked my little head out from over Mom's shoulder, seeing the exaggerated behavior of my two aunts. I couldn't help but press my lips together and chuckle to myself. Second aunt and Mom are so funny. Eldest aunt is really nice too. After showering, I lay on the soft bed. Clutching the photo of my father, Moo Yuan, I whispered, "Daddy, I received so many gifts today. Eldest aunt gave me some very interesting toys, and I even got to meet a lot of new friends. Everyone loves me so much. Don't worry about me, okay? I will live a very good life." Thinking of Fu Rong. My small eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Daddy, could you stop liking her? She's very wicked and she often hits people, always falsely accusing you without caring about the truth. I hate her so much, Daddy." I gently stroked my father's face in the photo. He must have suffered a lot in the past. That wicked woman believed everything that evil uncle said. They must have treated Daddy like that before as well. To make it convenient to teach his little disciple, Elder Bai bought a house in the neighborhood overnight and moved all of his medicinal herbs there. Every day, I only had to walk a few steps to get to class. Wen Jie even stayed up all night to sew a small backpack for me. I loved it so much that I didn't want to let go, taking a few steps and then stopping to admire my bag for a bit. The only downside was, this house happened to be right next door to the Mu family. As soon as Mu Baichuan saw me, he immediately showed an extremely disgusted face. "If it weren't for you, my dad wouldn't have been scolded by Grandpa. It's all your fault." Seeing me playing by the pond, a malicious glint flashed in his eyes. He crept closer. "You little brat, go die." Just as his hands pushed forward aggressively, the coltsfoot flowers sunbathing on the windowsill suddenly let out a sharp warning. "Muga, move out of the way. There's a bad person." Hearing that, I instinctively dodged to the side. Immediately after, a figure rushed past, slipped, tumbled over, and splashed right into the pond. Mu Baichuan had just opened his mouth to cry out when water flooded his throat, making him cough violently, his legs flailing wildly in the air, splashing water everywhere. The small fish in the pond also jumped around in fear, hurriedly swimming away. Witnessing this scene, my small eyebrows furrowed tightly, so worried that I stopped my feet. "You can just stand up." "Oh dear, stop making such a mess. You're about to kick the little fish to death." Saying that, I hurriedly ran to the pond's edge, reaching my small hand into the water. "Little fish, come here." Those goldfish seemed to truly understand me, fanning their small tails and swimming right into my palm. I cradled the goldfish and breathed a sigh of relief, a sweet smile appearing on my small face. Mu Baichuan had just crawled out of the pond, his face darkened upon seeing this, and he aggressively rushed to push me again. "You brat! If you hadn't dodged, how would I have fallen into the water?" I had just raised my head when I saw him charging at me fiercely, so scared that I quickly squatted down on the ground. Mu Baichuan missed again, tumbling from the pond onto the ground. This time, his head hit the hard ground with a thud, and he burst into loud sobs from the pain, his shrill screams sounding like a slaughtered pig. I grimaced at the noise, hurriedly releasing the little fish back into the pond, not forgetting to cover the fish's ears. "It's okay, it's okay." Hearing the commotion, Uncle Mu stepped out from the room, only to see his son rolling on the ground crying, while I was standing there completely unharmed. Uncle Mu glanced at Fu Rong beside him, his eyes darting around, and quickly walked over to pick up Mu Baichuan, pretending to be angry. "Mugi, I know I was wrong before. I shouldn't have offended you. But you shouldn't take your anger out on Xiao Chuan like this. If you have a problem, aim it at me instead." Fu Rong saw the large bump on Mu Baichuan's head, and his hand was bleeding. Then, seeing me still in the mood to play with the water, a surge of unprovoked anger flared up inside her. How can this child be so cold-blooded? I immediately noticed her anger, quickly explaining before she could speak. "He tried to push me first. I just moved out of the way." Fu Rong's lips twitched, instinctively retorting, "Xiao Chuan would never do such a thing." "So you mean that my disciple is falsely accusing your son?" Cold voice rang out. Elder Bai walked over, looking me over, breathing a sigh of relief once he saw I was okay, then pulled me behind his back to protect me. He looked at Mu Baichuan, disgust written all over his face. He had clearly witnessed the entire incident just now. So young, and yet so malicious. What will become of him when he grows up? Seeing Elder Bai, Fu Rong's momentum instantly deflated. Uncle Mu also remembered what happened that day. He clenched his fists, his eyes full of resentment, struggling hard to suppress the anger in his heart. He quickly spoke up. Elder Bai, Fu Rong didn't mean it like that. It's just that Xiao Chuan is injured while Mu Gi is fine, so we just lost our tempers for a moment. Please don't be angry. Elder Bai was disgusted by his fake politeness. This is my house. If you dare to set foot here again, I'll break your legs. Not daring to provoke him, the two had no choice but to take Mu Bai Chuan to the hospital. While treating the wound, a patch of Mu Bai Chuan's hair was shaved off, making the injury look even more serious. Uncle Mu was heartbroken, while Fu Rong looked at the father and son, both pained and helpless. She stepped outside, for some reason suddenly remembering my words. To be fair, she didn't believe it. She didn't believe her son could be that kind of person. Thinking this, she turned on the house's surveillance camera, which captured every angle with no blind spots, conveniently showing the situation in the yard next door. The next second, her expression suddenly froze. Not long after, Uncle Mu came out carrying Mu Baichuan, his eyes red as he said, "The doctor said it might leave a scar. Xiao Chuan has really suffered a lot this time. But since that kid is Elder Bai's disciple, we can't afford to offend him." He sighed, stealthily glancing at Fu Rong, and seeing her unpleasant expression, a slight smirk touched his lips as he thought, "If I can't deal with Elder Bai, then dealing with the Su family will do. There are wins and losses in business. It'll be hard for Elder Bai to interfere." But in the very next moment, he heard Fu Rong say coldly, "He brought it on himself." Her gaze was icy as she tossed the phone to him. Seeing the surveillance video on the device, Uncle Mu instinctively glanced at Mu Baichuan. This idiot. How could he leave such critical evidence? If you want to act, you should find a place with no people. Now he didn't hit anyone. He got caught red-handed. Fu Rong looked at Mu Baichuan, unable to hide the disappointment in her eyes. 2 times in a row made her realize that this son of hers was absolutely not as innocent as she thought. He could even be called malicious. She took a deep breath, unable to stop a surge of disgust from rising within her. She really didn't want to feel this way, but she couldn't suppress that emotion. She said emotionlessly, "From today on, you must discipline him properly, and if you can't, then don't take him anywhere ever again." Uncle Mu was just about to speak, but she decisively turned and walked away. Her cold and heartless demeanor made Uncle Mu's face darken with rage. Who exactly is her son? She's actually taking that brat's side. How hateful. It's Mu Ji again. Who on earth is that kid? In the evening, I wore my small backpack and returned home to hug Su Yun, chirping about everything that happened today. I even recounted what I ate in great detail, just like I was giving a detailed report. Su Yun didn't find it bothersome at all. She listened attentively, but when she heard about Mu Bai Chuan wanted to push me into the water, her eyebrows furrowed instantly. Elder Su was also startled. How could that boy be so naughty? "My good boy, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" I shook my head. I dodged him. He fell in the water himself, and when he climbed out, he still tried to push me, so he fell flat on the ground again. He has a huge bump on his head now. After saying that, I even grimaced as if I were the one in pain. Only then did Elder Su breathe a sigh of relief. Snorting coldly, "Serves him right." Su Yun gently tapped her finger on her thigh. Unexpectedly, Elder Bai had somehow accidentally bought the house right next door to the Mu family. But that's okay. Her son doesn't need to avoid anyone. The ones who should be hiding are that hateful bunch. Su Yu needed my small arm and suddenly asked, "Muge, do you want to learn martial arts?" I blinked and then nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking grain. "Yes, I want to learn. Once I learn martial arts, I can protect Grandpa and Grandma, and protect Mom and Auntie too." I said a long string of names without stopping, listing a whole group of people, then taking a deep breath, sticking out my tongue as if exhausted. Su Yun was amused by me, rubbing my small head. "You don't need to protect everyone. Just protecting yourself well is enough. At the very least, when things get physical, you mustn't lose." "Mom, I'm really good at fighting," I boasted proudly while clasping my hands together. Su Yun suddenly remembered my fishmonger fighting style. Although it wasn't very graceful, it was indeed very effective. Recalling how I grabbed Mu Baichuan's hair, striking him whenever there was an opening, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. I tilted my head, looking at Mom in confusion. "What are you laughing at, Mom? Do you also think I'm very good at fighting?" At that thought, my small face flushed red with excitement. Su Yun pinched my cheek gently. "Once you learn martial arts, you'll be able to beat even those bigger than you.
Even that big evil auntie, Mom? I rubbed my chest. Though the previous wound had healed long ago, every time I thought back on it, I still felt very scared. If only I had been a little better, I wouldn't have been hit. Whenever Mom kicks someone, it looks so cool. If only I could be like... My eyes grew brighter and brighter. I want to learn. I definitely must learn. Soo-yoon patted my head in satisfaction, but she hadn't decided which martial arts school to send me to yet, so she discussed this intention with Elder Bai first. Elder Bai thought of the neighbor family next door and nodded in agreement. They couldn't be by my side all the time, so it was essential for the boy to learn some martial arts for self-defense. Let me teach Mu-gi how to prepare some poisons first. If he meets bad people, he can just sprinkle poison on them. Elder Bai said while stroking his beard. I stood to one side, listening obediently, completely following all their arrangements. No sooner said than done, Elder Bai immediately went to get the herbs and brought out a small medicine furnace to start the preparation. I stood beside him watching curiously. Elder Bai started teaching me how to refine medicine right then and there. I listened very seriously, occasionally nodding my small head. Elder Bai found it amusing, flicking my forehead gently and asking, "Have you learned it yet?" I nodded, "Yes, I know it now." "You probably just memorized it. This medicine refining still relies on practice. How much to measure, how to maintain the flame, and when to add which ingredient is all profound knowledge." He brought out another furnace for me to practice. He originally intended to just let me do it for fun. Notice that I grasped the standards very accurately, which greatly surprised him. After a while, I opened the lid of the furnace, looking at Elder Bai with wide eyes. "Is this okay?" Elder Bai leaned in to sniff it. The medicinal properties were actually at 90%, and this was only my first time refining medicine. Even when he refined medicine for the first time, he only reached 80%. He suppressed the excitement in his heart. Read another formula for me to practice on my own, and quietly observed from the side. The result was that I once again refined a pill with 90% effectiveness. Tried to restrain his excitement, he couldn't help but give me the most difficult formula, the soul-returning pill, for me to try. This time it only reached 20%. I looked at the product in the furnace, wrinkling my nose slightly, lowering my small head apologetically. "I'm sorry, master. It seems I've ruined it. I'm so stupid." "No, you're not stupid at all. If you were stupid, there wouldn't be any geniuses left in this world. Although the effectiveness this time isn't high, reaching 20% is already considered a small success. Many people only know how to burn it into a pile of black coal, a total failure. While it can't pull someone on the brink of death back from the grave, it could still help a patient say their final words. Even the current sect leader of Han Lam Mon, Lu Wu Wei, my junior brother, when he first started learning, he kept burning furnaces for a whole year. Even now, he has only managed to reach 80%, and he is more than 70 years older than you." Elder Bai wished he could announce this to the whole world, but hearing that I might become arrogant, he only told me to keep trying. I clenched my small fist and nodded determinedly. "Master, I will try my best. My mom said a clumsy bird must fly first, and a stupid one must practice more." So I took a small fan and fanned the air into the medicine furnace. By late afternoon, the soul-returning pill I refined had reached 30% effectiveness. This is enough for a patient to hold on until the ambulance arrives. One moment, Elder Bai was stroking my head and saying, "Keep up the good work." The next, he was taking that pill and running off to Han Lam Mon. It so happened that Lu Wu Wei was also teaching his disciples to refine soul-returning pills. Elder Bai glanced at them and for once didn't criticize, only saying, "It's fine, just practice more." Immediately after, Elder Bai pulled out the soul-returning pills I had refined. Take a close look. Muva's first attempt only reached 20% effectiveness. Then, after refining 3 more batches, he managed to produce one that was 30% effective. Lu Wu Wei looked astonished, hurriedly taking them and sniffing. Indeed, 3 were 20%, and 1 was 30%. He couldn't believe his eyes looking at Elder Bai. "Your brother, how long have you been teaching Mu Ge?" Elder Bai pretended to count seriously, identifying ingredients, preparing formulas and that, plus the time before the apprenticeship ceremony. It's been over a month. As for refining medicine, he only started today. His talent is a bit lacking. It cost me so many ingredients just for him to refine one 30% pill. His face showed disdain, but in reality his tail was about to perk up all the way to the sky wide. How could Lu Wu Wei not notice? His senior brother had clearly come here today just to show off his little disciple. Not to mention a disciple, if on the first day one refined a soul-returning pill, never mind 30%, even just 10% without failing completely, then I could already walk with my head held high. It's truly enviable. No wonder senior brother was moved to take a disciple. I still haven't met my little junior brother yet. Senior brother, when will you bring him here for me to see? Lu Wu Wei couldn't help but speak out. Elder Bai frowned slightly, remembering things from the past. Lu Wu Wei quickly added, little junior brother is your personal disciple after all. Eventually Han Lam Mon must be handed over to him. This place is his home. You should let the child come home and take a look. That makes sense. Elder Bai raised an eyebrow. Then wait a few more days. Good. Lu Wu Wei's face was full of anticipation. He truly couldn't wait any longer to admire this little genius. At this time, I was clearly dejected, sadly saying to Mom, Mom, I'm a stupid child. Why do you say that? I'm so stupid, I drooped my small head. I can't finish the formula Master taught me. So it was because of the medicine refining. Su Yun patted my head, then pointed towards Su Li, who was standing nearby. It's all right. Your auntie is also in the medical field, and she fails at refining medicine all the time too. As soon as she spoke, it made Su Li, an invincible person, look extremely displeased. Hearing that, I looked at Su Li with wide eyes, my face full of anticipation for her confirmation. Looking into my hopeful eyes, Su Li sighed inwardly, having no choice but to awkwardly play along. The aunt said seriously, That's right, I'm also very stupid. I immediately looked at her with sympathy, then ran over to take her hand, gently comforting her. Auntie, it's okay. Let's try hard together. We'll definitely catch up. From today on, let's wake up early together. Su Li, a night owl, screamed inwardly upon hearing that. She thought I was just joking, and that there was no way I could wake up that early anyway. Who could have guessed that before this, I used to collect scrap before the break of dawn, waking up even earlier than retired seniors. If you don't wake up early, the good stuff gets snatched up by others. The next morning, before Su Li could even close her eyes, I pushed open her bedroom door. My small head peeked in, and seeing her still at her computer, blinked and praised her. Auntie, you're awake too? You're so good. Su Li could only give a wry smile, since she hadn't slept at all. I took out my small medicine furnace and asked for her opinion. Auntie, can I refine medicine in your room? How could Su Li bear to refuse me? She agreed immediately. Of course you can. My eyes lit up, and I raised my small fist. Let's try hard together. Having said that, I got to work seriously. When it was time for Su Li to sleep, she kept yawning. But seeing my focused look, she didn't want to lose face in front of her little nephew, so she could only force herself to stay awake. Every time I turned my head, she would hurriedly open her eyes wide, pretending she wasn't being lazy. Her headphones were actually playing game music, but I had no idea. Still firmly believing that Auntie was doing important work. Seeing her so hardworking, I gave her a bright smile. Su Li felt ashamed and lost interest in playing. She quietly turned off the game and picked up a book nearby to read. Until it was time for me to find Elder Bai for class. Only then could she close her eyes and fall into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, I came running over again. Su Li had gotten smarter. She went to bed an hour earlier than the day before. However, being called to wake up shortly after lying down was even more unpleasant than staying up all night. On the third day, Su Li went to sleep another hour earlier and adjusted it a bit more on the fourth day. A week passed, and Su Li's daily routine had been completely corrected by me. Elder Su was overjoyed. He picked me up and showered me with kisses. My good boy is so talented. For years, Su Li lived with her days and nights reversed. I had been unhappy with it for a long time, but I had no way to change her. I didn't expect you to be the one to cure that bad habit. I looked at Grandpa in confusion, not understanding why he was suddenly praising me like that. But praising Grandpa back was surely never wrong. Grandpa is also very good. Elder Su smiled even more radiantly upon hearing that. I also joined in with a silly laugh, then suddenly realized someone was missing. I curiously tilted my small head to look. Where is Grandma? Usually at this time. She's sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. Elder Su explained. The vegetable patches she planted this year aren't growing well, so Grandma went out to the garden to take care of them. Grandma liked planting vegetables, while Elder Su liked planting flowers. They each had their own section, one for vegetables, one for flowers, and neither bothered the other. Hearing that the vegetables weren't growing well, small eyebrows furrowed, and I asked worriedly, Are the vegetable friends sick? Let me go take a look. With that, I jumped off the sofa and ran to the vegetable garden on my short legs. I saw the Elder Su matriarch with her hands behind her back, walking back and forth on the garden path, sighing with a look of worry on her face. I ran over, using my small hands to stroke the wilting vegetable leaves, gently asking, Mr. Lettuce, how are you feeling? The lettuce plant shook its leaves slightly, answering in a weak voice. Hearing it, I suddenly understood. Wait for me a moment, I'll be right back. Grandmother Su had just turned her head when she saw me carrying a bucket of water wobbling towards her. She hurriedly ran over to help me carry the bucket, then asked why I was out here. Her face was a bit stern, She looked a bit fierce, making me slightly afraid. But looking at the wilting vegetables, I gathered my courage and said, "Grandma." Mr. Lettuce said he's very thirsty. He wants some water. Grandmother Sue raised a brow, looking surprised. Although her expression was a bit odd when she heard me call it Mr. Lettuce, she still followed suit and watered them, then asked me if it was enough. I looked towards the lettuce plant, smiling brightly as I asked, "Mr. Lettuce, how are you feeling?" "All right, then you must grow up fat and strong. I like eating lettuce most. It's so tender and crunchy." As I spoke, I even swallowed my saliva in craving. Madame Sue found it very interesting, so she had me check the other vegetables. Some were being eaten by bugs and needed spraying. Others were sensitive to the cold and needed plastic covers at night, and some needed fertilizing. I looked so serious, just like an agricultural expert. Madame Sue listened to me obediently. After all, there was no harm in trying. What she didn't expect was that, when she went to the vegetable garden the next morning, every single plant was thriving and full of life, quite different from their withered look the day before. Even the taste was much better. Even Su Chen, the pickiest eater in the house, praised the meal. "The vegetables today are really delicious. Madam Wang, how did you stir-fry these?" Madam Wang was also puzzled. She had made them just as usual. Su Chen insisted it was very different. She never used to touch vegetables, but today's had a refreshing sweetness. Madame Sue's gaze shifted slightly. She thought that maybe it wasn't Madam Wang's cooking, but the vegetables themselves were high quality, both fresh and sweet. She had grown these vegetables herself, and the only difference was that I was there yesterday. Recalling what Master Su often said since I arrived, flowers and plants in the house bloomed better than before. An idea suddenly popped into her head. So she led me to the vegetable garden and gave me a small plot of land to plant on my own. I happily ran out to check my little garden every day. Tilling the soil, sowing seeds, and fertilizing were all done by my own hands, with great dedication. Once the vegetables grew, they indeed tasted incredible. Everyone fought over the plates of vegetables until they were empty, whereas the meat was actually left over. Su Chen rubbed her round belly and let out a loud burp. The vegetables little brother grew are so delicious. She never liked vegetables before, which had been worrying Wenji for a long time. Yet today, she only ate vegetables. Seeing everyone eat so heartily, I was also overjoyed. My little face flushed as I said, "Then I will grow even more." After saying that, I waved my little hands and dashed out to the garden. Madame Su took a sip of water, then suddenly looked at Su Yun and asked, "Didn't you want Mu Gi to learn martial arts before? Have you found a good master yet?" Su Yun shook her head, saying disdainfully, "I visited all those martial arts gyms, and no one can even beat me." Su Shi and Su Chen stole a glance at each other, thinking, isn't it just because Mom is too good at fighting? Madame Su felt the same way. If they couldn't even beat her daughter, then they certainly weren't qualified to teach her grandson. She firmly set down her teacup. "Stop looking. I've already invited a master from Mu Ji." Hearing this, everyone in the room turned their eyes toward her. Su Yun thought for a moment and gasped in surprise. Could it be that person? Early the next morning, carrying a basket of vegetables, I trotted behind Madame Su for quite a distance, asking curiously, "Grandma, where are we going to play?" Madame Su tilted her chin, pointing toward the villa halfway up the mountain. She said, "We're here," and I looked up, unable to stop myself from saying, "Wow, there's actually a house here?" Outside, 2 female soldiers stood at attention. Guards looked extremely solemn. I couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Madame Su walked up and asked, "Is old Chi home?" The female soldier replied, "Yes, please wait a moment. Let me go in and report to the commander." Soon after, a car arrived to pick us both up. I climbed in, nervously clutching Grandma's hem. Everyone here looked so stern. Even Grandma was like that, but at least she was familiar. The car drove for a few minutes and stopped in front of a courtyard. I followed Grandma, looking around curiously. Finally, my gaze landed on an old lady practicing martial arts. Shi Feng's strikes were as powerful as thunder. Every move and technique carried. The sound of whistling wind. Noticing someone watching her, she looked over with sharp eyes, meeting my dark, shiny eyes. Seeing her look my way, I was startled, quickly hid behind Grandma's back. But my little head quickly popped out again, secretly observing this old lady who looked even fiercer than Grandma. Seeing my little action, Shi Feng raised an eyebrow. This boy has some guts, daring to look me in the eye without being scared to tears. Madame Su huffed softly. "That's my grandson. Of course he has guts." Shi Feng asked in slight surprise, "Is this the child your third daughter picked up?" She nodded at me with satisfaction. "Not bad. Your third child has always had better judgment than you." She once wanted to take Su Yun as a disciple, but unfortunately Madame Su was determined to have her daughter inherit the family business, forcing her into the world of commerce. Because of that, the two of them hadn't spoken for a long time. Shi Feng got annoyed whenever she thought about it. and snorted. Are these the vegetables you grew? You came to visit with just these scraps. What, is the Su family bankrupt? Hearing her unfriendly tone, I gathered my courage and said, these were grown by Grandma and me together. They're not scraps. They are good, very delicious vegetables. Chi Feng looked at me, then at Madame Su,
And seeing her smug smile, she thought she was truly blessed. Just by picking someone up off the street, she found such an adorable boy who even knows how to protect his grandma. She huffed and stopped making things difficult for me. You grew them? Then I'll reluctantly give them a taste. Saying that, she took the vegetables and gave them to the kitchen. Once the meal was ready, Madame Su suddenly asked, should we call Little Song? Let her join us for dinner. At this, Chi Feng's gaze darkened. Chi Song was her granddaughter. Her daughter had gone on a mission a year ago and never returned. Even her remains weren't found. Explosion had turned everything into ash. At that time, her son-in-law fell seriously ill from grief, and her little granddaughter was traumatized. She stopped eating and drinking, developing anorexia. She found many great chefs, but it was all useless. She let out a sigh and waited for someone to call Chi Song. Chi Song quickly came out, and I looked over curiously. My little eyebrows furrowed immediately. She was even thinner than me, walking as if she had no strength left. Chi Song looked at them, bowing slightly to her grandma and Madame Su. When her eyes landed on me, she looked puzzled. I raised my little hands and said, hello, big sister. My name is Mu Ji. Chi Song paused for a moment, then nodded back, hello. Despite being only 6, but Chi Song was raised to be very polite. Her speech and behavior were very disciplined. It was clear she was a child who had been raised very strictly. Madame Su couldn't help but feel sorry for her. She waved her hand, pointed to the stir-fried vegetables. Muga grew these. I brought some for you to taste. Chi Song originally had no interest in eating, but hearing that I had grown them, she looked at me once more. I was also blinking at her, promoting them enthusiastically. Sister, try the vegetables I grew. They're delicious. Everyone in my family loves them. Chi Feng and her son-in-law both thought it was just because everyone at home pampered me and didn't want to hurt my feelings. Seeing my expectant look, Chi Song hesitated for a moment, still picked up her chopsticks and took a piece. As soon as it entered her mouth, she smelled a pure fragrance, and surprisingly, didn't feel nauseous. After chewing and swallowing, she suddenly felt an appetite. She stared at the stir-fried dish, and for the first time, the thought of wanting to eat crossed her mind. Chi Feng observed her granddaughter's expression and was overjoyed, hurriedly bringing the plate to her. Smelling the wonderful aroma, Chi Feng also instinctively swallowed her saliva. Chi Song picked up her chopsticks and ate heartily, bite after bite, until she had unknowingly finished the entire plate. She said a bit shyly, I'm sorry, I ate it all before anyone else could have any. Chi Feng's eyes turned red with emotion. Madame Su breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right. It's good that you like it. You can have this at my house every day. After saying that, she patted my head. She had originally just intended to try her luck, never expecting it to actually work. After finishing the meal, Chi Song and I played together. Chi Feng took a deep breath, pressing her emotion as she said, Old Su, I really have to thank you so much this time. Madame Su shook her head. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Mu Ji. He grew all these vegetables himself. Chi Feng glanced at me, thinking what a good boy I was. Asked, you probably came here today for something else, right? You're not usually one for casual visits. Madame Su didn't beat around the bush, and stated her purpose directly. I'm here for Muga. My family wants to find him a martial arts master. Chi Feng frowned, looking at Madame Su with a strange expression. You don't mean for me to teach this boy, do you? That's ridiculous. My martial arts are all killing techniques, forged on the battlefield. How could they be taught to a child? Madame Su didn't get upset. Well then, never mind. I was going to say Muga grew too many vegetables, so I plan to bring some over for you. Guess I'll just have to give them to someone else now. I'll teach him. Chi Feng gritted her teeth, forcing out each word. She thought, this damn old Su actually dares to use that to threaten me. How annoying. But her granddaughter had finally started eating, so she had no choice but to let Madame Su lead her by the nose. She spoke up as a reminder. You know my situation. Training with me will be very arduous. If the boy can't handle it, don't blame me. Madame Su nodded. I understand. Even if Mugi gives up on his own, our family will continue to bring you vegetables. Chi Feng sighed in relief. Then bring him here at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Have him here by then. And remember to bring vegetables. It's his tuition fee. She thought that just waking up early would probably be hard enough for me. Madame Su chuckled and said, all right. She thought to herself that my daily routine was actually the result of competing with old men for scrap metal. Just wait and see. Mugo will definitely learn all of her secret techniques.
When news came that I had to wake up early every morning to practice martial arts with Chief Feng, Suli couldn't help but let her lips curl up. This is absolutely wonderful. No more of that little brat acting like an alarm clock, waking me up every single day. I can finally stay up late again. As it turned out, that night she had just taken out her computer, when her eyelids started to feel heavy. By the time she opened her eyes again, she happened to hear the sound of the door opening outside. She checked her phone. It was only 4:40 a.m., and her face immediately darkened. Her biological clock had been completely messed up by this kid. Unable to sleep, she had to get up and read. Taking a peek at the surveillance camera, she saw me hopping around with a basket of vegetables, looking just like a little rabbit. She thought, he'll probably be crying once the training starts later. Sigh of all people. Why did it have to be Chief Feng? That old lady is way fiercer than the old woman in our house. Seeing that I could indeed wake up that early, Chief Feng raised an eyebrow, nodding in silent approval. But with a stern face, she made me stand in a horse stance. This was the most basic exercise, and before long, my short legs began to tremble. Seeing this, Chief Feng said, "If you can't hold it anymore, take a break. You only need to join some outside classes to learn self-defense." I gritted my teeth and didn't budge. How can just self-defense be enough? I have to protect my whole family too. Muja, you can do it. Chief Feng checked the timer and saw it held on for another half hour. She couldn't help but look at me, more impressed by my willpower. But martial arts isn't just about a moment's effort. Before I could even catch my breath, Chief Feng ordered, "Go out there and run 5 laps." I nodded my little head and obediently ran outside. 1 lap around her house was a full 2 kilometers. 5 laps meant 10 kilometers total. After just 1 lap, my legs felt as heavy as lead, and I couldn't run anymore. The old lady said leisurely, "Just go home. There's no need to suffer like this. You're a member of the Su family. As long as your mother protects you, that's enough for you to live a comfortable life." I said nothing, only clenching my little fists to cheer myself on. As if fueled by fresh energy, I pushed through another lap. As I ran past Chief Feng, seeing her about to speak, I quickly covered my ears and dashed away. And not listening. Seeing my reaction, a glimmer of a smile crossed Chief Feng's eyes. This kid is interesting. I thought he was gentle, but he's got a bit of a rebellious streak. Not bad, I like him. I want to see how long he can last. On the final lap, I suddenly took a tumble and hit the ground. My hand accidentally hit a sharp rock, and blood immediately began to flow. The pain made me gasp. Chief Feng saw it and said, "You're hurt, go home and stop training. It'll be much more painful than this later. You won't be able to take it." I pursed my lips. My hand is bleeding, not my leg. I can still run. I braced my hands against the ground to get up, but I tumbled again as soon as I moved. Refusing to give up, I kept trying to crawl up, and this time I finally stood up. I bowed my head and silently continued running. Though I was slow, I never stopped. Seeing only a few final steps left, my little leg tripped over something, and I fell again. This time I hit my knee, and the pain turned my little face pale. Just as Chief Feng was about to speak, I used both hands and feet to crawl forward, and looked up to say, "I've finished the run. You're not allowed to send me away anymore." Chief Feng almost burst out laughing, and teased intentionally, "I told you to run earlier. Not crawl, so you still haven't finished." I was stunned for a moment, then dejectedly crawled back. Then I struggled to stand upright, limping past with uneven steps. Is this okay now? Even though I was in so much pain that tears were about to fall, but I still refused to let them drop. The old lady looked at me and asked, "Why are you so determined to learn martial arts from me?" "Grandma said you're the best," I answered honestly. She raised an eyebrow. "Your family is so wealthy. You could just hire a few bodyguards. Why suffer like this?" I became serious, my little eyebrows furrowed as I corrected her. My dad said, "I shouldn't rely on others, but rely on myself." He said it's because he once relied on others, which led him to a life of suffering. I didn't understand who others were before, but now I do. It must be the Move family. They were once my dad's relatives, and when they treated him well, he was a young master. But when they treated him badly, he was left wandering the streets. Although I believe Mom and everyone else will never treat me that way, I still hope I can become stronger myself, instead of just relying on everyone's protection. She didn't expect me to say something like that. Chief Feng nodded. "Your father taught you well." This was the first time I'd heard anyone praise my dad. My eyes lit up. I proudly puffed out my chest. My dad is the best. Chief Feng was made to laugh again. "All right, come inside, let me treat your wounds. So Madame Su doesn't come looking for trouble." I stood still and didn't move, looking at her expectantly. "So will you still send me home?" Chief Feng walked into the house with her hands behind her back, answering leisurely, "I wouldn't dare. I'm just afraid you won't be able to persevere. If you want to go home, I won't stop you." "I won't do that," I mumbled, and limped along behind her. Fan was woken up by the noise downstairs. He'd been a light sleeper ever since his wife passed away. Standing by the window, he had accidentally witnessed the entire scene. He also saw that even though I fell, but I stubbornly got back up and continued.
10 kilometers is something even many adults can't run. He's truly a very determined boy. He felt a sudden fondness for me. This must be the boy from the Su family. He happened not to be home when I arrived yesterday, but his mother told him about it last night. Thinking about his daughter finally being willing to eat, an indescribable emotion surged within him. Seeing I was injured, Fan thought for a moment, then grabbed the first aid kit and headed downstairs. Hearing the noise, I looked over and blinked at him. Seeing this, Fan introduced him. This is Song's father. He's a military doctor. Let him help you with your wounds. I greeted him politely. Hello, uncle. Thank you. It's nothing, Fan Smiled at me and handled the wound with very quick and steady movements. His hands are so steady, I exclaimed, wow, looking at him with deep admiration. Fan couldn't help but laugh. The helper took the vegetables I brought, washed them, and prepared them. Fan saw his daughter finish the plate of vegetables with his own eyes and was so moved that his tears fell. Seeing him cry, I quickly handed him my little handkerchief, asking worriedly, Uncle, what's wrong? Fan sniffled and patted my little head. I'm just happy. Why cry if you're happy? I didn't get it, tilting my little head in confusion, completely unable to comprehend. Fan didn't explain further, just kept giving me food and telling me to eat a lot. After the meal, I went upstairs to play with Song. Song watched Fan's retreating back and said, since Mom left and since I got sick, this is the first time I've seen Dad smile. I asked curiously, where did your mom go? Song pursed her lips, her eyes filled with sadness. My mom passed away. Hearing this, my expression froze. Right at that moment, a little flower nearby suddenly spoke up. Not dead. She's not dead. She's still alive. My eyes lit up. Just as I was about to tell her the good news, Su-Yun arrived to take me home. Let's go, dear. We have to go to your masters to learn. I obeyed and quickly stood up. Being interrupted like that, I momentarily forgot about it. It wasn't until that night before bed that I suddenly remembered. I scrambled out of bed, slapped my forehead, and hurriedly put on my clothes. Su-Yun came in to see if I was asleep and found me in a frantic rush to go somewhere. She asked, what's the matter, dear? Seeing Mom, I said hastily, Mom, I have to go tell big sister Song that her mother is still alive. What? Chu Sing is still alive? Su-Yun was extremely shocked, and her expression became much more serious. Mugi, how do you know Chu Sing is still alive? Chu Sing is also a friend I grew up with. When that happened to her, I was also heartbroken for a long time. I blinked and said, it's because. The flowers in Sister Song's house told me. This wasn't the first time I'd said something like this. When we caught the intruder at the company, I also said the flowers told me. Su-Yun gently pinched my cheek. Muga, can you really understand what flowers say? I nodded firmly, of course. Fearing she wouldn't believe me, I quickly added, Mom, you got angry at the office yesterday, didn't you? That had indeed happened, but I hadn't been there, so how did I know? I shook my little head a bit smugly. Mr. Orchid told Mr. Dandelion to tell me. He said you were in a huge rage. Mr. Orchid's exact words were, is this the gentle mother you always tell me about? When you're angry, you look just like an exploding volcano. At this, Su-Yun finally believed it. Her youngest child truly had some special abilities. But remembering what it just said, she instructed, don't say anything about Chu Xing being alive yet. First, ask carefully where exactly she is right now. Seeing my confused look, she explained patiently. If this information is wrong, wouldn't it just give the family false hope? I pouted. It can't be wrong. Flower news is the fastest in the world. Su-Yun suddenly burst into laughter, looking at my little face and saying, I don't mean I don't believe you. I mean, let's find her first, then give them a surprise. That sounds good. My eyes lit up, and a bright smile returned to my face. Then I'll try to ask around. Acting immediately, as soon as we reached the Chief family, I went straight to the jasmine plant I'd spoken to yesterday. Brother Jasmine, do you know where Ki-song's mother is? Seeing that I could understand his words, Brother Jasmine was overjoyed, but then he quickly fell into a disappointed silence. He shook his head and said he didn't know. He only heard a dandelion flying past, listening to them chat with each other. The person they mentioned sounded a lot like Chu Xin, but before he could ask where she was, they had already drifted away. I see, it's okay then. I felt a bit dejected. I suddenly understood why Mother wouldn't let me say anything yet. Even I felt disappointed after hearing that.
let alone Ki-song and everyone else. It's better to wait until we actually find her.
Seeing me holding the jasmine pot and mumbling to myself, Shifang casually asked, "What are you saying?"
I was startled and immediately shook my head. "Oh, it's nothing." Shifang didn't ask further and continued leading me to practice the horse stance. After training here, I went to Master Bai's place for class. After a long day, my mind and limbs felt completely numb, unable to move. It wasn't until late at night, and Suli gave me a massage, preventing my body from giving out due to the sudden high-intensity training, making me feel full of life once more. I skipped over to the greenhouse, starting to ask the plant brothers and sisters for information. "Everyone, has anyone ever seen this lady?" I took out Chu Sin's photo from the Chi family,
walking around the flower field. Fortunately, these flowers were all raised in glass cases, so none of them had seen her, and I couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. The next day, when I went to Master Bai, I was still moping beside the coltsfoot flower. The coltsfoot was comfortably sunbathing, and seeing me so downcast, it asked curiously, "What's wrong, little one?" I told him the whole story, even taking out the photo to show him. Brother Coltsfoot hadn't seen her either, but just you wait. How about I help you ask around? I was overjoyed. Brother Coltsfoot gently shook his golden petals. "Don't worry. As long as that person is still on this earth, I promise I will definitely find them." Our plant world, after all, covers the entire globe. With this promise, I felt much more relieved, and a smile finally appeared on my little face. Anyway, Brother Quan Dong. Master Bai walked out and saw me beaming. He came over and gave my cheek a gentle pinch. "Why were you so mopey when you first arrived? Is the training too exhausting?" I both nodded and shook my head. "It's a bit tiring, but I can still persevere." Master Bai laughed. "Mugi is so wonderful." I proudly puffed out my little chest, and then continued practicing the creation of resurrection pills. But then my little mouth pouted. "Wah, I'm such a dummy. I still can't get it right." In the end, I cheered myself up. Little did I know that lately, every time I left, Master Bai would head back to Xinglin Men and start bragging, to the point that the disciples there would run away as soon as they saw him. Everyone knew clearly that Master Bai's new little disciple was a true genius, refining a resurrection pill successfully on the first try, and already able to refine a resurrection pill with 40% potency. It was feared he would soon surpass even the sect leader. This forced Lu Wu Wei to immediately go into seclusion overnight, determined to achieve a breakthrough. It felt like returning to the days of being dominated by his senior brother. It was truly terrifying. The most frightening thing is someone who is both gifted and hardworking, and clearly, I was that kind of person. By the weekend, on a day I didn't have class, Master Bai took me for a stroll around Xinglin Men. Seeing the familiar scenery, I remembered what happened before, and my little mouth pouted, clearly not very happy. Master Bai understood, and he gave a cold snort. "Don't worry, I'll see who dares to block your way this time." Lu Wu Wei led all the disciples out to welcome us. Fang Ke, standing in the crowd, heard this, and feeling eyes from all directions on him, his face turned bright red, and he bit his lip, bowing his head low. Lu Wu Wei's eyes lit up when he saw me. What an adorable boy. Just looking at him makes me feel wonderful. No wonder senior brother took him as a disciple. If I weren't afraid of getting a beating from senior brother, I would have wanted to steal him away as my own disciple. He stepped forward with a beaming smile. "Mu Ge, I am your master's junior brother. You can just call me Martial Uncle." I looked at him, waved my tiny hand, politely greeted, "Hello, Martial Uncle." That sweet and warm voice made Lu Wu Wei's heart completely melt. He replied and took out a gift for me. "This is a meeting gift from me." I didn't take it immediately but looked up at Master Bai, and seeing Master nod, I accepted it with both hands. "Thank you, Martial Uncle." "You're very welcome." Lu Wu Wei twirled his braid, grinning at me. Then he stepped aside, his gaze turning toward the disciples below, his expression suddenly becoming solemn. "Aren't you going to greet him?" Hearing this, they all bowed in unison and shouted, "Greetings, little Martial Uncle." I was stunned. Whoa. Why do I suddenly feel so much older? I touched my little face, frowning in confusion, my face clearly showing my bewilderment. Master Bai saw this and asked, "What's the matter?" I looked at the people in front of me, all so much taller and older than me. I hesitated for a moment, then leaned into Master's ear and whispered, "Master, look quickly, do I have a beard growing? Why is everyone calling me Martial Uncle? Isn't that a title for grown-ups?" Master Bai was immediately made to burst into laughter by his little disciple. He couldn't help but squeeze my chubby cheeks, explaining, "This isn't because of your age, but because of your seniority and rank."
Since you are my disciple, besides me and Wu Wei, your seniority is currently the highest. Hearing that, my eyes widened in shock. Those large, sparkling round eyes made everyone who saw them adore him. Master Bai took my small hand and said gently, "You'll get used to it later." I nodded obediently, curiously observing everything around me, in this beautiful place filled with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. When we reached the medicine fields, my little feet didn't want to move another step, my eyes fixated on the plants. Seeing this, Master Bai let go of my hand. "Go on, child." As soon as I heard that, I quickly stuffed the gift Lu Wu Wei just gave me into Master's hands and dashed into the field. One moment I was chatting with this herb, the next I was sharing secrets with another, occasionally tilling the soil or giving them a bit of water. "Senior brother, those are all rare medicinal herbs in there." Lu Wu Wei was a bit anxious, fearing the child would turn the entire medicine field into a chaotic mess. Master Bai snorted. "It's precisely because they're precious that Mu Ji needs to be in there. Mu Ji is the best at growing herbs." Lu Wu Wei frowned, thinking his senior brother was just being overly boastful. He observed for a while, and seeing I wasn't being mischievous, he breathed a small sigh of relief. Master Bai didn't bother to explain further, strolling off with his hands behind his back, leaving me to play. While I was busily weaving through the herb rows, Fang Qi arrived and witnessed this scene, his eyebrows immediately shooting up in anger. He approached and shouted, "This isn't a place for a brat to be playing around." I was busy tilling soil for the gastrodia, but hearing the noise, I turned around and recognized it was him. Memories of past events resurfaced. He and that evil uncle were cut from the same cloth. I didn't bother to care, continuing my work. Seeing this, Fang Qi's eyes flashed with a spark of rage. "I told you this isn't a playground. Get out right now. Can a brat like you even afford to replace these ruined herbs?" He shouted so loudly that he drew everyone's attention. Seeing me in the herb garden, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This garden plot was filled with herbs, personally planted by Master Bai. They were incredibly precious. The thought of them being accidentally ruined was unimaginable. Immediately, someone called out, "Little martial uncle, please come out. Don't damage the medicine. This isn't a place for playing. Please come out now, before Master Bai scolds you." I patiently explained, "I'm not playing. Brother Gastrodia said he's about to drown, so I'm just helping him drain the water out." Fang Qi sneered, as if a kid like you could actually understand what it says. "Lies, all lies. Get out here. What does a little brat know anyway?" I thought to myself that I clearly understood what they were saying. Realizing he was targeting me, I couldn't be bothered with him anymore, and I picked up my small hoe to keep working hard. Du Ning couldn't bear to see me being scolded, so she stepped forward to carry me out. But as soon as she got close, she cried out in shock, "Why is there so much water here?" I pointed to the side. "The water is flowing from over there." Du Ning looked closer and suddenly realized. It turned out the snow from before had melted and flowed this way. Though Gastrodia likes shade and moisture, it's not good at all if the roots are completely waterlogged. She quickly said, "Let me give you a hand. You're still small and weak. Look at you, you're all drenched in sweat." I immediately handed the hoe to her. "Thank you, sister." Du Ning hurriedly waved her hands. No. Little martial uncle can just call me Du Ning." I blinked and said sweetly, "Thank you, Sister Du Ning." The other disciples gathered around to see, and saw that the ground really was waterlogged. The little martial uncle wasn't just playing around at all. Everyone instinctively turned to look at Fang Qi. His words earlier had caused them to misunderstand. Fang Qi hadn't expected the gastrodia to actually be flooded, and under everyone's gaze, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He realized he had wrongly accused me, but an apology remained stuck in his throat, simply unable to be spoken. Deep down, he still felt a bit resentful, feeling that the previous incident wasn't even a big deal. Yet Master Bai had ruthlessly blacklisted both the Mu family and the Fu family from Xinglin Men. Uncle Mu had been severely scolded by his father because of it, and had even called him to complain. He was certain it was because I had said something bad, so his impression of me was incredibly poor. After helping to drain the gastrodia, I stepped outside. As I walked past Fang Qi, I didn't even bother to give him a single glance. I turned and asked, "Sister Du Ning, is there anywhere else growing important medicinal herbs?" Du Ning nodded vigorously. There is. She looked around and said, "Little martial uncle, the calamus plants have been withering lately. Could you please take a look at them for me?" I happily agreed and followed her to check the situation. Discovering that the plants had worms, I immediately helped her pick off all those pests. Seeing this, the other disciples repeated to invite me to diagnose their medicinal herbs too. My advice was always incredibly accurate and effective. Under my guidance, everyone's herbs began to visibly thrive. The way people looked at me now was full of admiration, like looking at a little savior, and everyone became much closer to me. They even took out hidden snacks to offer me. Before long, my pockets were bulging with delicious treats. I was smiling so much my eyes turned into crescents, making me look even more adorable.
Fan Ke, witnessing this, felt his heart grow even more resentful.
Quite the little actor, he said, not exactly quietly, causing quite a few people to hear. Everyone looked up at him with indignation. Duning snapped, Fan Ke, what's your problem? Seeing everyone surrounding me, Fan Ke thrust his hands into his pockets, his expression remaining nonchalant and fearless. He said coldly, you should ask what that brat actually did. He acts approachable on the outside, but in reality, he uses his mother and Master Bai's backing to bully Beichuan, beating him until his head was split open. Everyone looked toward me in astonishment. I puffed out my cheeks. I did not. He was the one who tried to push me, and then he slipped and fell into the water himself.
Fan Ke looked cynical, thinking he knew I would never tell the truth. His attitude made me flare up with anger.
So what exactly do you want then? Fan Ke had been waiting for this. I want a pill-refining duel with you. If you lose, you have to apologize to Baichuan. And what if you lose? I asked back, clenching my fists. Fan Ke replied disdainfully. If I lose, then you can deal with me however you want. Then if you lose, you must apologize to me too. Fine. Fan Ke gave a slight sneer, certain that there was no way he could possibly lose. Duning couldn't help but scold him. Fan Ke, have you no shame? A grown man like you picking a fight with a child. He's only been learning for just over a month. What's there to be so smug about?
She turned to look at me and advised worriedly, how about we don't compete with him, okay? But I straightened my face and said firmly, Mother told me, when faced with a bully, you must fight back and never be a coward. Though I was a bit worried about losing, Mother said that in life you must never lose face, so I definitely had to listen to her. Seeing my determination, Duning could only swallow her objections, giving Fan Ke a sharp glare and muttering one more thing, shameless. The others, however, were excitedly waiting for the show. Lately, Master Bai's praise of me being a genius had spread everywhere, and everyone wanted to see for themselves just how formidable I was. Master Bai also quickly heard the news. Seeing he wasn't worried in the least, Lu Wu Wei asked, Senior brother, are you really not afraid Mu Gi will lose and have to apologize? You lose quite a bit of face that way too. Master Bai snorted, my disciple never loses. Mu Gi is good, but Fan Ke is the strongest among the new disciples. He still won't be able to beat my disciple. Master Bai's tone was incredibly resolute. Lu Wu Wei also felt curious. Senior brother, let's go take a look together. Master Bai glanced at him, unusually refraining from any scolding, and stood up to head straight outside with Lu Wu Wei hurrying after him. Fan Ke felt a bit nervous seeing them arrive, fearing they would show favoritism toward me. But Master Bai only helped me straighten my hat and said softly, Go on, child. I smiled at Master and skipped over to the small pill refining furnace. I wasn't even as tall as the furnace, so I had to place a small stool under my feet to reach it. Fan Ke suddenly felt a twinge of regret. No matter how you looked at it, this scene seemed like he was bullying a child. However, remembering when Uncle Mu and Mu Baichuan were bullied, he took a deep breath, determined to get justice for them no matter what. The competition quickly began. The pill to be refined was the 100 Detox pill, which has detoxifying properties similar to the Resurrection pill. This was one of Master Bai's greatest research achievements. Although the formula was public knowledge, only he could refine a 100 detox pill with absolute potency. Currently, Fan Ke could achieve 40% potency, and though he was still far from a full 100%, he was completely confident compared to a little boy. Fan Ke's movements were incredibly smooth, without the slightest hesitation. In contrast, I was still huffing and puffing as I selected herbs, even grabbing the wrong ingredients. I mistook Angelica sinensis for fire poison, and Scrophularia for pokeweed. You should know that pokeweed is highly toxic. He can't even recognize the herbs and he wants to compete. It's like throwing an egg against a rock. Lu Wu Wei noticed something unusual and frowned, whispering to his senior brother, Does Mu Gi still not recognize all the herbs? I clearly remember you praising how well he recognized them. Master Bai didn't answer, his fingers tapping a steady rhythm on the table. Seeing me grab another handful of dried grass, his brows suddenly relaxed, and he even let out a small smile. By the time I had all my herbs ready, Fan Ke had already put half of his ingredients into the furnace, but I didn't seem discouraged at all, tossing herbs into the furnace while glancing around, looking just like I was playing house. The disciples began to whisper among themselves. Why does it feel like the little martial uncle doesn't know anything about refining pills? Didn't Master Bai say he refined a resurrection pill with 40% potency? He probably didn't refine it himself. It was probably Master Bai helping him. He probably just stood there fanning the flames.
He picked all the wrong herbs. He's definitely going to lose like this. That would be so incredibly embarrassing. Over an hour passed, and Fang Qi stopped opening his furnace lid. Dense, fragrant medicinal aroma wafted out. He checked. This batch reached 50% potency, truly exceeding expectations. He felt quite confident. Just as he was about to look over arrogantly, he suddenly froze. He saw that I had also just opened my furnace lid, and a medicinal fragrance many times more potent than his hit his nose. Just smelling it made one's mind clear and strangely alert. He couldn't believe his own eyes and ears anymore.
Master Bai smelled the medicine and laughed heartily. He came over and patted my head. Well done. You haven't disgraced your master's name. The worried look on my face immediately vanished, and I smiled brightly, asking, Master, I won, didn't I? Master Bai picked up my pill and gave it a sniff. Potency is at 80%. As soon as he said that, everyone looked as if they'd seen a ghost, collectively gasping in terrified shock. Though it hadn't reached absolute potency, even the sect leader could only refine 80%. For a child learning for only a month to reach this level, this talent was feared to be catching up to Master Bai himself. Fang Qi stood there as if turned to stone. Impossible. You clearly picked the wrong herbs. Pokeweed is inherently toxic. The pill you refine must be poison, not 100 detox pill. Master Bai turned to look at me. Tell me, why did you think of adding pokeweed? I blinked innocently. It's to use poison against poison. You just need a bit of licorice to neutralize the pokeweed's toxicity, and then it's even more effective than ginseng. Master, did I do it wrong? I worriedly interlaced my small fingers. It was just that during poison refining class, listening to Master's lecture gave me this idea, so I wasn't really sure if I was right or wrong. The corner of Master Bai's mouth curled up as he looked at Fang Qi. Well, are you thoroughly convinced now? Fang Qi recalled my process and compared it with the formula in his head, leaving him completely stunned. Hearing Master Bai's question, he finally hung his head and whispered, I'm convinced. Your methods are indeed very ingenious. He was completely defeated. Having considered himself a genius, who would have thought he'd lose so thoroughly? And to lose to a child who'd been learning for just over a month. I'm truly in awe of you. Hearing him admit defeat, my eyes lit up. Wonderful. I won. I happily jumped up and down, spinning around. Duning's group looked at me with immense admiration. It was truly too impressive. Now you have to apologize to me. I stood with my hands on my hips, looking at Fang Qi with the demeanor of a superior. Fang Qi's face turned as red as a ripe fruit, but he still sincerely uttered, I'm sorry. He had lost, and he accepted it. I gave a small huff, took Master Bai's hand, and walked away. I even asked Master in a low voice. Sister Duning said he was the best among the new students, yet an idiot like me still beat him. Master, does everyone have a problem judging people's talent? On TV, they often say there are swindlers everywhere. What are they called? Oh, right. They're called quacks. Fang Ke stood there dazed. He was still standing right there. As I spoke, I knitted my small brow, looking at Master Bai with worry. I was worried that Master was getting old and frail. So in my eyes right now, he was just like an old man being led around by scammers in a movie. How truly pitiful. The others heard these words loud and clear, and a look of sympathy appeared on everyone's faces. Everyone's eyes collectively turned toward Fang Qi. Truly, those words were like a knife to the heart. There could be no greater humiliation than this. Earlier, he had called me an idiot, so if even Fang Qi was beneath me, what did that make the rest of them? Complete morons. The surrounding space suddenly fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, the perpetrator behind all this was looking at Master Bai with an incredibly innocent expression. Master Bai finally realized what it felt like to have his own tricks backfire. If he hadn't lied and said I was an idiot, I never would have asked that question. But just seconds later, he regained his composure, snorted coldly, and said calmly, Yes. This batch of new disciples really is somewhat incompetent. We must screen more strictly in the future, and not let just anyone into our Jinglin Men. Jinglin Men is not a place for scrap metal and junk. Besides ability, one must also consider their character. The kind of person who believes every casual word they hear. Those brainless fools should never even cross our threshold. As he said this, he gave Fang Qi a very pointed look. The implication was all too clear. Fang Qi's face suddenly turned deathly pale. He was about to explain, but Master Bai waved his hand and cut him off. No me for nonsense. Go and investigate it clearly yourself. If you ever dare to frame Mu Ji again, then you can just leave Jinglin Men directly. With that, he took my hand and led me away. I looked at him with an expression full of admiration. Seeing him look over, I exclaimed excitedly, Master,
You were so cool just now. Master Bai couldn't help but laugh. He intentionally put on a serious face and poked my forehead. You little dummy. Don't you know how to come find me when someone bullies you? I blinked my eyes, I grabbed his hand and said flatteringly, I completely forgot. Next time, I'll definitely call for you, Master. Next time? You still want a next time? Are you some little jinx that you keep letting people bully you like that? But when thinking about that family next door, his eyebrows knitted together tightly. Even if we don't mess with them, it doesn't stop someone from constantly coming to pick a fight with me. How annoying. I stayed at Xinglin Men for one more day. I returned home. I chirped and recounted everything that happened. The next day, I ran over to the chief family's house to tell it all over again. After hearing it, Chi Song couldn't help but show admiration. Mugi, you're really amazing. Your life sounds so interesting. Unlike me, who can only linger around here. Noticing her disappointed mood, I looked at her carefully. Sister Xiao Song, hurry up and nurse your body back to health. Wait until the next time Master takes me away. I'll take you with me. Okay. Shi Song perked up and gave me a smile. I looked at her too. Suddenly, remembering something, I asked, Sister Xiao Song, does your mother have any birthmarks? Or maybe a scar or something? Yesterday, Brother Quan Dong asked me about this. Finding someone like that would be a bit more convenient. Shi Song nodded. My mother has a scar right here. She touched the spot right on her chest. When my mom was on a mission before, she was hit by a bullet. After the surgery, it left a scar. Hearing that, my tiny eyebrows furrowed tightly. I also touched the spot on my chest. Just hearing it sounds painful. Yes, it was very painful. That time, my mom almost didn't make it. Thinking of her mother, Chi Song also felt sad. A while later, she wondered, Mugo, why are you asking about this? I shook my head. I'm just asking randomly. I'll tell her after the person is found. I hope Aunt Chu is really still alive. Not long after talking, I was called out by Chi Feng to practice martial arts. Chi Song didn't pay much attention to it either. At this time, Fang Qi went to meet Mu Shu. He asked, where exactly did the wound on Beichuan's head come from? Hearing him ask that, Mu Shu's expression froze for a second, but he returned to normal very quickly after. He sighed. Didn't I tell you already? It's because of kids fighting that he got injured. Mu Ji pushed him. Fang Qi looked at Mu Shu with a somewhat strange expression. Seeing him like that, in Mu Shu's heart, a sudden sense of unease arose for no clear reason. He blurted out, only he was there at the time. Hearing that, Fang Qi was silent for a while. Suddenly he spoke. Mu Shu, do you remember? In university, I took a minor in forensic medicine. This sudden statement made Mu Shu feel strange. I remember. Why? Fang Qi continued. I've seen the photos of Bai Chuan's injury. That angle was clearly from the boy falling by himself. After saying that, he saw clearly that Mu Shu's expression stiffened. In that moment, the heart of Fang Qi was suddenly filled with disappointment. Mu Shu reacted very quickly. He suppressed the emotion on his face. He said apologetically, so, it was really because Bai Chuan fell on his own. It seems I wrongly accused that boy. My mistake. Fang Qi said nothing. He felt that he didn't look like he had just found out. Furthermore, his previous words were clearly leading him, making him think that Mu Ji was the one bullying Bai Chuan. But as soon as this thought occurred, he immediately dismissed it. Impossible. When he was still in school, he was a victim of school violence, and Mu Shu was the one who saved him. A kind person like him wouldn't do such a thing. Maybe he really just didn't know the truth. Because he was too worried, he became muddled, so he thought it over and spoke. I'm sorry. I probably won't be able to do what you asked. The old master really dotes on that boy. With that boy there's a high chance he won't change his mind about coming to treat your grandfather. Hearing this, Mu Shu's fingers tightened. In his heart, he cursed. You useless trash, good for nothing. But on the outside, he still looked gentle. It's okay. I'll just think of another way. Once he left, his face immediately darkened. He lowered his head to look at a message a friend sent. It was a message from a friend vacationing on an island, accompanied by a flycam video. He looked impatient, only glancing at it. However, his gaze suddenly stopped, on a face in the corner of the screen. It's Chu Xin. He hurriedly rewound the video and watched it over and over. Finally, he confirmed that it really was Chu Xin. He bolted up from his chair, his face showing clear joy. Chu Xin is the only daughter-in-law of the Qi family. Rumor has it she died in action a year ago. But because her body was never found, it's entirely possible she's alive. If he can find her, then he will become a great benefactor to the Qi family. The Qi family is more than just a little stronger than the Xia family. No matter how arrogant Xinglin Men is in front of the Qi family, they still have to show some respect. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited and immediately made a phone call. Having just arrived home in the evening, the mo land in my room was swaying its leaves frantically. Muji, Kwandong asked me to tell you. The person you need to find has been spotted. Hearing this, I ran over joyfully. Really? Of course it's true. I'll be a dog if I'm lying to you.
That person's appearance and the location of the scar completely matched the description.
Great. There's finally news about Aunt Chu. Overjoyed, I hugged the Mo Lan and gave it a kiss. Brother Mo Lan, you guys are truly amazing. The orchid shook its leaves proudly. That's a given. Our plant world is very powerful too. There's no one we can't find. I poured out more sweet compliments, then ran eagerly into the study. Mom, I know where Aunt Chu is. On a deserted island. Chu Xin has lived here for a full year. Back then, while on a mission, while being pursued by the enemy, she was unfortunately shot and fell into the sea. By the time she woke up, she found she had washed up on this deserted island. Throughout the past year,
She had thought of every possible way to leave, but none were successful. This place was desolate without a single person, and no one had ever set foot here. Thinking of her loved ones, her gaze became more determined than ever. She continued building the wooden raft. Tired from working, she decisively stripped off her jacket, wearing only a tank top to work. It's just that today she felt a bit strange, as if something was staring intently at her. She looked around suspiciously, but saw nothing. Only the foliage of plants and grass was swaying gently. Oh my, look at that figure. The playful laughter of the flowers and grass rang out. Watch while you still can. She's leaving soon. I heard someone is looking for her. Who is it? I know. It's a boy who can understand what we say. It's so miraculous. I want to meet that boy too. Hee. None of you can move. Watch me. As Chushin passed by, cocklebur seed clung tightly to her pant leg. It successfully latched onto her. Seeing this, other plants and flowers also started acting out. Chushin felt that today she was especially favored by the flowers and trees here. She really couldn't understand it. Right at that moment, the roar of an engine suddenly echoed overhead. She looked up. A helicopter was circling in the sky. In a whole year here, this was the first time a helicopter appeared. Trace of vigilance flashed in her eyes. She immediately jumped into a tree to hide. Right here. The dandelion stalk in my hand spoke up. I quickly relayed this to Suyun. Suyun nodded slightly and steered the helicopter to land. Then she carried me in one arm and jumped to the ground. I peeked around curiously with my little head. Where is the person? At this moment I heard the tree next to me lamenting. Ouch! It hurts so much. I looked in the direction of the sound, pointing Suyun in the right direction. As soon as I looked up, I met a pair of eyes watching me through the leaves. I immediately flashed a bright smile, my tiny hand waving like a lucky cat mascot. Hello? Chu Sin was completely silent. Suyun saw her too. She curled her lips into a smile. Come down, Sister Chu. Chu Xin jumped down from the tree, staring at Suyun for a while. Suyun, long time no see. Long time no see. Both hug each other emotionally. Before they could say another word, a small cry was heard. Mom. I'm about to be squashed flat by you too. The two quickly let go. I let out a puff of air, sticking my tongue out as if I had just been suffocated. Mom? Chu Xin raised an eyebrow at Suyun. Suyun looked at her openly. Yeah. Let me introduce you. This is my son, Mu Ji. I picked him up on the street. Chu Xin was puzzled. You can just pick one up like that. While the two were talking, my attention was drawn to the surrounding flowers and grass. I asked Suyun to put me down and toddled over. I blinked my big round eyes. Thank you all so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found Aunt Chu. The flowers and grass finally realized. You. Are you really the boy who can understand us? Yes. I squinted my eyes with a smile. That's right, that's me. Whoa. Hurry, let me see what the boy looks like. I've never seen him before. I've only heard about it. Let me see. I've been here for over 100 years. I've only ever seen that woman. The woman who came today is really beautiful too. Hearing that, I said proudly, that's my mom. My mom is the most beautiful person in the whole world. Standing aside, Chu Sin asked curiously, how did you know I was here? Suyun made a finger-counting gesture. I calculated it. Chu Xin rolled her eyes, yeah right, as if it believed that. But since she didn't want to say, she didn't ask further.
because she knew for sure Su-yun wouldn't harm her. It was enough that she was saved. Su-yun smiled slightly. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell Chu-shin, but my ability wasn't yet suitable for outsiders to know about. I quickly got acquainted with these plants and flowers. Under their guidance, I dug up quite a few herbs. 2 of them had been extinct for a long time. I cherished them immensely, holding them carefully as if they were treasures. Many petals and leaves were stuck to me, all gifts from the flowers and grass on the island. When I get home and sow these seeds,
They will get to see many people too.
the cockleburr seed that was on Chu-shin also jumped off and rolled into my clothes. Not long after they left, another helicopter landed nearby. Du Jimeng saw Mushu peeking everywhere, asked curiously, what are you looking for, uncle? Mushu said it was nothing. I just felt that in the video you sent earlier, it looked really beautiful here. Fearing Du Jimeng would take the credit, he made an excuse to send him elsewhere. Then he began searching again on his own, carefully observing the surroundings. That's right, it's right here. So where is she? She's already in the sky. Sitting on the plane, watching the island where she lived for a year fade away. Chu-shin still felt a bit dazed. Tired from talking to the plants, I let out a long yawn. I reached out my small arms towards Su-yun, finding a comfortable position in her embrace. Before long, I was fast asleep. Everyone had been flying all night to get here, so they were definitely very sleepy. By the time the plane landed, it wasn't quite daylight yet, but it was almost time for my martial arts practice, so I woke up early. My spirits were very refreshed. Carried the vegetable basket and skipped over to the Chi family's door. Feeling no sound behind me, I turned back and saw Chu-shin standing there silently. I asked curiously, Aunt Chu, let's go. What's wrong? For the first time, Chu-shin understood. The feeling of being so close to home, yet so nervous. I was about to pull her inside, when I suddenly heard a cold huff from behind. It's already 5:10, you're late today. Shifang spoke to me unhappily. I quickly turned and smiled at her. Grandma Chi, I brought a gift for you. Shifang huffed again. I don't want to hear those words. No gift will count as an excuse. Before finishing her sentence, she reached the door. Seeing the person standing there motionless, her eyes instantly widened in shock. Her whole body seemed to turn to stone on the spot, as she rubbed her eyes repeatedly. Her lips trembled. My daughter. Chu-shin finally couldn't hold it back anymore. She rushed forward and hugged her, calling, Mom. It's me, I'm sorry. I came back so late. Is it really you? Qifeng held her tightly. Even someone with a heart of steel, tempered in battle like her, couldn't stop herself from letting the tears flow at this moment. Chu-shin's eyes were also red, which made my nose feel prickly as I watched them. I looked around and then toddled, back to the car and hugged Su-yun tightly. With tears in my eyes, I asked, Mom, if I ever get lost, will you find me? Su-yun raised an eyebrow. Lost? Where you plan on getting lost? I will definitely find you. I whimpered and sniffled, blowing a snot bubble. Su-yun scoffed a bit and wiped my face with a tissue. Crying and laughing at the same time, aren't you ashamed? I shyly buried my small face in her chest. I really couldn't help it. Seeing Grandma Chi and Aunt Chu cry made me feel sad too. Chu-shin snapped out of it, patted Chi-feng's back and said, Mom, Su-yun and Muji were the ones who saved me. Chi-feng hurriedly wiped her face and looked at Su-yun and her son gratefully. Thank you both so much. Su-yun shook her head. It's nothing. It was mostly thanks to Muji's help. I'll take Muji home now. Chi-feng nodded repeatedly. Okay. Muji, come back again tomorrow. Grandpa Su was right. This boy truly is a little lucky star. When they heard Chu-shin had been found, Grandma Su and everyone else was also incredibly shocked. Grandpa Su exclaimed, That's wonderful. Since her body was never found before, I secretly thought she might still be alive. I wonder what they're saying to each other right now. My small ears twitched slightly. I clutched the dandelion in my arms and rushed over. I mimicked Aunt Chu's voice. I've made everyone worry. I missed everyone very much. It was Mom's fault. I'm back now. I'll never leave you all again. Then I ran to the opposite side to play Ki-song's mother. Mom's home. This is so good. Then I stepped to the side again, tending to wipe tears. It's good you're back. So good you're back. Is this a performance? After acting, I went back to my original spot, spreading my tiny arms as if hugging someone. This was Chu-sin again. In just a moment, I had acted out their entire family of 3. I was so busy that I was overjoyed. Su-yun smiled as she watched me perform. Grandpa Su laughed heartily. Sweet treasure. How do you know everything? It's like you saw it with your own eyes. I blinked and shook my head. Grandpa, I didn't see it. I heard it all. Sister Dandelion was the one who told me. Grandpa Su was stunned for a moment. He looked down at the dandelion in my hand. Su-yun cleared her throat. Seeing the eldest aunt and the second aunt were also there, she spoke. Actually, finding Chu-sin's location this time was all thanks to Mu-gi. Everyone's eyes fixed on me. I shyly nestled into Grandpa Su's embrace. A moment later, I raised my little head and said very seriously, "It was Sister Dandelion and the other plant siblings who helped me. They were the ones who worked the hardest. I only relayed their words." Su-yun stroked my head and stated plainly, "Mu-gi can understand the language of plants." Grandma Su's eyelids twitched slightly. She felt incredibly shocked. But then everything started to make sense. She thought to herself, no wonder the boy knew Shed slept on the sofa. It turns out the flowers in the room had tattled. Then everything was logical. Subaihi, being naturally impulsive, kept staring at me as if I were a panda. She rolled her eyes and asked, "In a few days, I'm going to a film shoot. Come with me for 2 days. Help me find out if my rivals have any secrets." Before I can even answer, Su-yun kicked her and carried me away. "Get lost. Those silly rumors in your industry. Don't bring them to pollute my son's ears." Su Zhizhi gently pushed up her glasses, casting a warning look at Subaihe. Then she turned to look at me, her gaze becoming much softer. "Mu-gi. Aside from the family, you must not tell this to anyone else, understood?" Although I didn't fully understand, I still nodded obediently. I whispered, "Yes, I understand." Su Chen and Su Shi were still in a state of shock over the fact that their brother could understand the language of grass and trees. Upon meeting the warning gaze of the eldest aunt, they immediately covered their mouths and nodded, promising to keep it a total secret. Su-yun added, "Exactly. Don't say anything. If you happen to meet a pervert like your youngest aunt, she'll drag you onto a lab table for dissection, slicing you into thin pieces, and that'll be the end of you." Su-li's forehead was covered in dark lines. She grabbed a cushion from the sofa and threw it straight at Su-yun. She gritted her teeth. "Don't talk bad about me in front of Mu-ge." Su-yun gave a cold huff. "Just tell me if what I said was true or not." Su-li thought about her previous thoughts. She was silent for a moment and said, "Except for us, no one must ever know." I nodded, but then, full out, I looked at her. My gaze gradually became terrified. I trembled. "Youngest aunt, so you really wanted to slice me into pieces?" "Boo-hoo, you're so scary." Seeing her remain silent, taking it as a tacit admission, I whimpered and snuggled deep into Su-yun's chest. I said aggrievedly, "I don't want to play with you anymore." "Sniff, you're so mean." Su-yun glared at Su-li, and she hugged me and comforted. There. Don't be afraid, Mom is here." "Yes." I nodded my little head slightly, hugging Su-yun even tighter. Su-li gaped in astonishment, not knowing what to say. After all, she really had that thought before. She really just wanted to travel back in time to give her past self a good beating. For the next 2 days, whenever I saw Su-li, I would avoid her. Su-li truly couldn't take it anymore. That day, she purposely woke up early to block me at the door. Her wheelchair blocked the path completely, and I couldn't squeeze past at all. I could only puff my cheeks and glare at her. I pouted, tears starting to well up. Seeing this, Su-li's heart softened instantly. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I sincerely apologize to you." She was the first to speak. My little ears twitched slightly. I quickly glanced up at her, then hurriedly looked back down. Su-li took out a pocket watch and slowly opened it. She sighed. "I originally wanted to give this to you, but if you don't want to accept it, then forget it." I glanced at it and my eyes were immediately glued to it. I said hastily, "Youngest aunt, I want it." Inside the watch was a photo of Mu-shu. It was incredibly delicate and beautiful, and I immediately liked it at first sight. Seeing me finally willing to talk to her, Su-li gently placed the watch around my neck. "So are you still mad at me?" I thought about it carefully, then whispered softly, "Youngest aunt, if you don't slice me into pieces, then I won't be mad at you anymore." Su-li couldn't help but laugh. How could I ever do that? She was just joking back then. How could anyone actually do such a thing? I blinked my eyes at her, seeing her eyes filled with affection. I couldn't help but squint my eyes with a smile and threw myself into her arms. "Youngest aunt, I knew you treated me the best, auntie." I finally managed to coax this little one. Aunt Su-li let out a soft sigh of relief. She looked at me and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the Chi family home." I nodded vigorously and started pushing her wheelchair with all my might. As soon as the wheelchair moved, Aunt Lee pulled me back and sat me on her lap. Her slender hands gently pressed the controls on the electric wheelchair. The chair immediately sped forward. I was so surprised my eyes went wide, my hands clutching the armrests tightly. "Looking like a total country bumpkin," I cried. "Aunt Lee, it turns out your wheelchair can drive itself." Then why did you make me push it so hard earlier? Aunt Lee looked up at the sky and said nothing. What other reason could there be? She was just teasing me. I pouted crossly. Aunt Lee is so mean. As soon as we reached the Chi family home, I waddled into the room and started tattling. As I spoke, my little eyes glared at Aunt Lee reproachfully. Chi Fang looked at me, her eyes filled with deep affection. She already liked me a lot, especially since I helped her find her daughter. At this moment, she looked at me with a gaze as familiar as if I were her own grandson. Hearing that Aunt Lee bullied me, she immediately demanded justice on my behalf. With that, she raised her hand to give Aunt Lee a smack. Seeing this, my little face suddenly changed expression, and I rushed out to stand in front of Aunt Lee. I said fierce in a totally adorable way, "Don't hit my auntie." Chi Fang raised an eyebrow and asked, "Didn't you just say she was bullying you?" My face showed hesitation. I frantically explained, "You just have to do it like this." My tiny hands tatted the air next to Aunt Lee. "Just like this. Just pretend to hit." I looked at them anxiously. I thought to myself, isn't this how adults usually coax children? Why do I have to teach them this too? What if she really hits her and Auntie gets hurt? Watching me seriously teaching her how to trick me, Aunt Lee couldn't help but burst out laughing, the corners of her mouth curling way up. It truly made her feel incredibly warm inside. Chi Fang gave a light huff, thinking to herself how lucky Su Yun was to have picked up such a treasure and brought him home. It really made one feel envious. Chi Fan and Little Song had also been waiting for me for a while. Both of them expressed their gratitude, thanking me for helping them find Suo Shin. Little Song took out an invitation card and handed it to me. Her face was full of anticipation as she invited me to the party celebrating her mother's return. In the past 2 days, many smiles had appeared on her face. Her complexion was much better than when I first met her, and she had started to gain some weight. My eyes sparkled as I received the card. I said politely, "Thank you, Sister Little Song. I will definitely be there." I stared intently at the words on the invitation, then praised her. "Sister Little Song, your handwriting is so beautiful." Aunt Lee glanced over and reminded me, "You're holding the card upside down." My little face immediately turned as red as a tomato, and I quickly flipped the card the right way up. I lowered my head, hoo-hoo, I made a fool of myself again. This made everyone around burst into fits of laughter. The day of the party for Suo Shin arrived quickly. When the news broke that she was still alive, everyone was absolutely shocked. Anyone who received an invitation, put aside even their most important business, they felt compelled to come in person to see if it was really true. This was also the first time the Chi family had acted with such fanfare. When Mu Shu heard of this, the chopsticks in his hands suddenly clattered to the floor. The person he had seen that day was indeed Suo Shin. Elder Mu frowned and scolded. "Why are you acting so flustered? You have no poise at all." Mu Shu hurriedly asked if you know how Su Shin managed to return. Elder Mu told him it was that boy the Su family just adopted who saved her. What? So it was Mu Gi who saved her. Mu Shu's face twisted slightly. Wonderful opportunity to form a bond with the Chi family had been snatched away by me just like that. How detestable. He could barely suppress the emotions showing on his face. Mu Jing asked with some concern what was wrong, and if he was feeling unwell. Mu Shu feigned a story with a look of grievance, and said with a face full of apology, "I'm sorry, sister. It's because I was one step too late. Otherwise, the Mu family would have been Su Shin's savior. That way, your path to promotion would have been much easier." Mu Jing was in politics and was currently the vice mayor, and was also on the list of nominees for mayor. Su Jiji of the Su family was also on that list. Chi Fang was a commander and Suo Shin was a major general. If they could establish a relationship with the Chi family, then her promotion to mayor would have just been a matter of a single word from the Chis. Elder Mu slapped his thigh repeatedly in regret after hearing this. Although Mu Jing was a little disappointed, she still comforted her brother, saying it was all right. Elections should be based on one's own ability. Besides, her relationship with the Ji family was very good. The Ji family had already leaked some news to her, and there was a high probability she would win this time. The Ji family was extremely powerful, holding many key positions. Madame Mu immediately broke into a beaming smile. Although the Ji family was slightly less influential than the Chi family, the Jis were influential in politics, while the Chis held power in the military. If the Chi family interfered in political affairs, they would surely face criticism. The Ji family didn't have to worry about that. I recall the Ji family's youngest daughter, Ji Fang. Isn't she about to be promoted to Major General too? Ever since Su Shin was presumed dead, Ji Fang has been the most prominent one. Mu Jing curled her lips in a smug smile. She and Ji Fang were close friends. With her help, that mayoral seat would definitely be hers. The atmosphere in the Mu household became lively once again. Meanwhile, the Su family was also discussing this matter. Elder Madame Su asked if she was certain of winning the election. Su Jiji poured her a cup of tea and said calmly, "Whether I win or not, I'll just focus on doing my job well." Hearing her daughter's response, elder Madam Su nodded in satisfaction and asked nothing more. This eldest daughter had always been calm and steady, so she didn't need to worry too much. Emma, eldest auntie. I trotted to the door and waved at them. Let's go. Grandma Key is calling us over for dinner. Seeing me, both of their faces immediately brightened up. They followed me right away. The car drove straight to the front gate of the Key residence. My little head poked out of the car window. The guards didn't ask a single question and immediately opened the gates for the car to drive right in. This was the only family whose visitors could drive, directly into the Chi family compound. The other guests saw this and couldn't help but stare in curiosity. When they learned they were from the Su family, they felt both admiration and unavoidable envy. This family truly had excessive luck. They just picked up a random child and he turned out to be Suo Shin's savior. Mushu witnessed this scene and clenched both of his fists. All this glory should have belonged to him. Damn it. This brat was really his nemesis. Muji. Little Song ran over, leading Suo Shin and Chi Fan. She looked at me with an excited face. You're here. I nodded my head vigorously. As soon as we finished greeting, I took a small porcelain jar from my pocket. As if presenting a treasure, I handed it to Suo Shin and said, "These are great supplement pills I made myself. Master said your health is still very weak, and you need to be properly nourished." Suo Shin bent down, took the jar, and gently patted my head in thanks. Mushu tried his best to control his emotions. He told himself it was fine. Since his family was backed by the Ji family, there was no need to curry favor with the Chi family anyway. Just as he finished that thought, Ji Fang appeared. She looked at Suo Shin with a deeply emotional expression, saying she always knew Suo Shin was fated for great things and couldn't possibly die so easily. Suo Shin looked at her, a kind smile appearing in her eyes as well. She lightly held Ji Fang's arm and said, "It's been a long time." Tears shimmered in Ji Fang's eyes, as she looked at Suo Shin with an expression full of joy. While I was playing with Little Song nearby, I suddenly heard the wutong tree in the courtyard whispering, "Tisk, tisk, tisk." What a great performance. It's a waste that she's not an actress with acting skills like that. Don't be fooled by her sisterly love act. Actually, Suo Shin's grave injuries back then were caused by her betrayal. Her whole family are foreign spies, just a bunch of traitors seeking glory. What? Where's the 500,000 yuan reward? My eyes lit up. Looking where the wutong tree pointed, I thought, wow, I'm going to be rich. As Ji Fang appeared, the atmosphere at the party immediately became much more lively. She saw Mu Jing and waved her over. "Mu Jing, come here." Then she turned to introduce her to Suo Shin. "Suo Shin, let me introduce you. This is Mu Jing. She's the top candidate for the next mayor. I hope everyone will support her in the future." By the way she spoke, it seemed she took it for granted that Mu Jing would definitely be the next mayor. With the family's backing, the victory was almost guaranteed. The smile on Suo Shin's face faded slightly. She didn't respond to that. She remembered clearly that Su Zhizhi was also a candidate. Su Zhizhi heard this, but her expression didn't change at all. She just quietly said, but I couldn't help puffing out my cheeks in anger. I had heard from Grandpa Wutong that this evil person was the one who framed Suo Shin and sold many important secrets to outsiders. Now she even dared to bully my eldest aunt. She truly wasn't a good person. Looking at Su Zhizhi sitting quietly in the corner, my eyes suddenly became filled with sympathy. I trotted over and took her hand, mimicking an adult by patting it gently. "Eldest auntie, don't be sad, and here with you." Su Zhizhi was slightly stunned. She leaned down, seeing my eyes full of affection. As I occasionally glared at Ji Fang's group, my cheeks were puffed out roundly. It made her not know whether to laugh or cry. Was she such a weak person in my eyes? Nevertheless, my words of comfort really made her heart feel much warmer. She picked me up and set me on her lap. My third sister is indeed reliable, at least in the fact that she picked you up and brought you home. I glared until my eyes were tired, then blinked and turned to look at Su Zhizhi. I beckoned with my small hand. "Eldest auntie, let me tell you a secret." Su Zhizhi cooperatively leaned her ear in close. Thinking I was about to say something to coax her, she was shocked when she heard my words, and her expression gradually became extremely serious. She frowned slightly, looked around, and gently covered my mouth with her hand. She carried me to a secluded corner where no one was around, stopped, and asked in a serious tone, "Muji, who told you those things just now?" I had just told her that Ji Fang's entire family are foreign spies, from Elder Madam Ji down to Ji Fang's generation. The Ji family had grown incredibly powerful, in both politics and the military. If they truly were spies, then this would be an absolutely explosive revelation. Seeing Su Zhizhi's expression, I started to feel anxious too. I answered honestly. Grandpa Wutong told me. He also said Suo Shin falling into the sea was also caused by Ji Fang's people. After hearing these words, the look in Su Zhizhi's eyes suddenly changed. After a few seconds of thought, she said, Muga, you must absolutely not tell this to anyone else. I immediately covered my mouth and shook my head hard. I won't say it. I won't tell anyone. Su Gigi burst out laughing at my adorable reaction. She patted my head gently. Good boy. My eyes crinkled into crescents as I beamed. Being praised by eldest auntie made me so happy. What are you two talking about? My mother Su-yoon walked over and asked casually. I immediately looked hesitant and awkward, and silently covered my mouth even tighter. This was my mother. I was just afraid I wouldn't be able to stop myself from telling her. But I already promised the eldest miss. I can't say it. Thinking of this, I had to use both hands to cover my mouth. On one hand, I looked at Su-yoon with apologetic eyes. On the other hand, I looked at Su Gigi as if to tell her to be at ease. I said I wouldn't tell, so I won't. Even to Mom, I won't reveal it. Su Gigi couldn't help but laugh once more. Su-yoon looked at the two of them strangely. Do you two have a little secret? One that you won't let me hear? I nodded my little head, my gaze showing even more unease. Mom treats me so well, but I really can't say this. Wah wah. Su-yoon had intended to ask a few more questions, but seeing me like this, she didn't have the heart to continue. She picked me up and patted my head. All right, be good. I won't ask any more. If I ask more, I'm afraid you'll drown in guilt. She leaned into my ear and whispered, everyone has their own little secrets. Come, let me tell you a little secret of mine too. She whispered something softly, and I instinctively turned my head to look. Aunt Su Gigi was covering her mouth and chuckling. One look, and it was clear Mom was saying something bad about her. Su Gigi narrowed her eyes at Su-yoon. Su-yoon raised her eyebrows back as if saying, so what if I did? Got a problem? Su Gigi gave her a sharp glare and strode away. How childish. Suo Shin just then saw Su Gigi and waved her over to introduce her to Ji Fang. Su Gigi, with a calm face, gave a slight nod to Ji Fang, showing no signs of anything unusual. Ji Fang also smiled back, but observant people could still see that she seemed much closer to Mu Jing. Mu Shu witnessed this and let out a cold, contemptuous snort. The relationship between his sister and Ji Fang was not something Su Gigi could ever compare to. This mayoral seat would definitely belong to his sister. Glancing over to see me and little Song playing together, Mu Shu's fists clenched again. If it hadn't been for this little brat, he would have been Suo Shin's savior. Just thinking about it made him grit his teeth in rage. He whispered into Elder Mu's ear, who was standing beside him. Mu Shu, with calculating eyes, stepped closer and gave a fawning smile. Father, let me introduce him to you. That one over there is the child the Su family just adopted. What? Is he the one who stole the credit that should have belonged to our Mu family, and also the one who got Bai Lao to put our entire family on the blacklist? Elder Mu stared at me, extreme disgust immediately flashing in his eyes. As if suddenly remembering something, he suddenly said loudly, oh my. Medicine is a serious matter. One shouldn't just take anything, especially medicine made by a mere child. He grabbed Chi Fan's hand, pretending to be very concerned as he said, family should take Suo Shin to a reputable hospital for an exam. She struggled so hard to survive. You absolutely cannot let any mishaps happen now. The other guests heard this, and suddenly remembered seeing me give medicine to Suo Shin earlier, and started nodding in agreement. Even though I was Bai Lao's disciple, what kind of medicine could a child possibly concoct? They probably saw it as just playing house. Chi Fan heard this, and the smile on his face gradually vanished. He pulled his hand back and said firmly, I trust Mu Ji, and Suo Shin also believes that the boy would never harm us. The vegetables I grew had cured his daughter's anorexia, and now I had helped find his wife. He was truly grateful to me, and completely trusted me. He absolutely would not because of some outsider's words hurt me. Elder Mu saw that he wasn't showing him any respect at all, and felt incredibly embarrassed in front of everyone. In his heart, he cursed. Go ahead and trust him. When he ends up killing someone, don't come crying to me. I was too busy playing with little Song to hear the adults' conversation, but the surrounding trees whispered the gossip, so I knew everything. I couldn't help but glance at the old Mu man. It turned out he was also staring at me with a malicious glare. I instinctively shrank back. He's so fierce. I also completely trust Mu Ji. Suo Shin stepped forward, having heard those words just then, right in front of the old Mu man. She took out the bottle of medicine I gave her and swallowed a pill. Her action made him feel even more profoundly ashamed. But at that very moment, Suo Shin suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, difficulty breathing, and unexpectedly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The old Mu man's eyes suddenly lit up with triumph. He immediately yelled at the top of his lungs, See, I told you. I told you not to take medicine randomly. This is definitely poison. What else could it be?
This scene horrified everyone present. I rushed over, intending to check on Suo-shin. But the old Moo man violently shoved me, making me tumble. Look at the kind of medicine you made. So young, and yet you've already learned how to harm people. How did your mother raise you? You're a true seed of disaster. He used a lot of force, and I was immediately thrown to the ground. My small hands scraped hard against the firm ground, both painful and stinging. But the pain in my hands couldn't compare to the pain in my heart at that moment. I instinctively reached up and tightly held the pocket watch hanging around my neck. I didn't want Father Mu Yuan to have to hear these cruel words. With red-rimmed eyes, I sobbed. My father is not a sea of disaster. Elder Mu gave a cold, disdainful huff. Even if he wasn't a disaster, his father surely regretted having him. What a harmful little monster. I'm not a harmful person. But it was true, Father often didn't pay attention to me. He was always pushing me away and never hugged me. He didn't like me at all. That was something I had known for a long time. Maybe. He really did regret having a son like me. Tears began to well up in my small eyes. I instinctively looked back for Su Yun, but accidentally saw Fu Rong and Mu Yuanzhou. Their harsh words suddenly echoed in my mind. When he dies, contact me. Then just let him go and die too. One was my biological mother, and the other was my uncle. None of them loved me, and no one wanted me to exist in this world. That's not true. There are always people who love me. At the very moment Su Yun appeared, my eyes lit up with hope. I reached my small hands toward her and choked out, "Mom!" Su Yun's heart suddenly tightened with pain. She didn't expect that in just a blink, her son would be bullied to this extent. She didn't hesitate to rush over and lift me into her arms. I clung to her neck and whimpered, "Mom, I'm not a harmful person. I didn't harm Suo-shin at all." "Yes, I know," Su Yun affirmed firmly, as she coldly glanced at the old Mu man, then carried me toward Suo-shin. At this time, Suo-shin only felt her body alternating between hot and cold, and her whole body was weak and drained of energy. Everyone was helping her sit down on a chair. Chi Fan was beside her, hurriedly checking her condition. Chi Fang and Little Song looked worried and panicked. I was also in a total panic, kicking my small legs, signaling Su Yun to put me down. As soon as my feet touched the ground, I rushed over to Suo-shin to check her pulse. My small eyebrows gradually furrowed. Seeing me like this, the old new man let out a mocking sneer. "Humph, such a little pretender. Shut up right now." Chi Fang suddenly yelled. A terrifying aura suddenly radiated from her, scaring him so much he didn't dare say another word. A few seconds later, he finally regained his composure, both ashamed and angry. In the depths of his heart, he maliciously hoped I would really cause Suo-shin to die from poison. That way the Su and Chi families would become sworn enemies. Moreover, once the Chi family lost Suo-shin, with only the elderly and children left, the family would surely fall into ruin sooner or later. That was the price they'd pay for trusting a mere child. Instead of listening to his warnings, I didn't care about him at all, focused entirely on checking the pulse. Her pulse was extremely chaotic, and her vital energy was blocked. Then I looked up at Chi Fan with a look of slight uncertainty. "Uncle Chi, it seems Aunt Suo-shin has been poisoned." Hearing this, Chi Fan couldn't help but be surprised. He followed Western medicine, so he only had a basic knowledge of pulses in Eastern medicine. When Suo-shin was first rescued and brought back, they had immediately taken her to the hospital for comprehensive tests, but the results back then showed no signs of poisoning at all. Before he could speak, old Mew Man cut in. "Poisoned? Well, of course she is. It's definitely because she took that devil's medicine of his that she's poisoned." I pressed my lips together tightly, a sudden feeling of regret rising in my heart. Indeed, Suo-shin spat blood right after taking my medicine, but before giving it to her, I had already shown the pill to Master. Master clearly said it was fine, which was why I dared give it to Suo-shin. Why did things turn out like this? Grandpa Bai is here. Su-jan and Su-shi were trying to push through the crowd, hurriedly leading Bai Lao over. Seeing that things were going poorly earlier, the two of them had quickly and wisely run to find Bai Lao immediately. As soon as they arrived, the two sisters stood on either side of me like two guardian deities, their hands on their hips, staring intently at the old Mu man, signaling him not to even dream of bullying their brother. Seeing Bai Lao, my eyes lit up with joy. I hurriedly grabbed his hand. "Master, please check on Aunt Suo-shin first." Bai Lao gently patted my head, then casually looked around at everyone. His majestic gaze made everyone instantly fall silent. Only then did he slowly sit down and begin checking Suo-shin's pulse. Very soon after, he spoke up. "She has been poisoned." Upon hearing this, the old Mu man suddenly puffed out his chest and stood tall in triumph.
He immediately pointed directly at my face. I knew it was him. Just now, he was the one who gave Chu Sin the medicine he made, and right after drinking it, she coughed up blood immediately. It's 100% certain that he poisoned her. Hearing this, Elder Bai didn't even bother to spare him a single glance. He continued calmly. This poison is hidden extremely deep. Muji Yangyuan pill originally has detoxifying effects, which is why it could push all the toxins out of the body. Otherwise, if left for a while longer, once the toxin seeps into the bone marrow, even if the poison is cured, the body would be completely crippled. This mouthful of black blood, once vomited out, means more than half of the poison in the body is already gone. The rest is just about slowly nourishing and recuperating, and she will recover. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions became quite colorful. All eyes were now fixed on the old man of the Mu family with sarcasm and mockery. His face turned bright red like a hot coal, so ashamed that he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Uncle Mu also quickly lowered his head, pretending he didn't know that old man. Mu Jing's eyebrows suddenly twitched uncontrollably. Her brows furrowed tightly in anger. Uncle Mu turned to Qi Feng and said, "I apologize, Aunt Qi. My father doesn't understand medicine, and he was just too anxious, so he spoke out of turn." Qi Feng spoke indifferently. If you don't know, then don't talk nonsense. Being that old and yet still bullying a child, how truly shameless. After speaking, she didn't even care about their actions. She walked up to me, her hand gently stroking my little head. "Muge, I'm sorry for scaring you. And thank you for saving Aunt Chu Xin once again." She looked toward the crowd. "From today onwards, Muge is the life-saving benefactor of our entire family. Anyone who dares to bully this boy is making an enemy of the Qi family." These words were crystal clear. It showed that they were completely on my side. The way people looked at me couldn't help but keep changing. He was already adopted by the Su family, and now he's become the lifesaver of the Qi family. This child's future is definitely going to be extraordinary. I heard that since no one wanted him, Su Yun picked him up. I wonder which family was so blind to let such a little lucky star slip through their fingers. At this moment, Fu Rong looked at me, her eyes filled with shock. She didn't expect that I would actually know medicine. How long has it even been since I started studying under Elder Bai? Uncle Mu glared at me resentfully. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have been so humiliated. I didn't care about those looks. A smile finally appeared on my little face. I held Chu Xin's hand. "This is great. Aunt Chu Xin, it's so good that you're okay." I actually thought I was the one who harmed her. Thinking of this, my eyes grew red and teary. Chu Xin gently squeezed my hand, looking at me with eyes full of affection. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Mu Ji, how about you become my adopted son?" Qi Fan's eyes lit up. He also liked me very much. Shi Song cried out in surprise, excitedly, "So from now on, Mu Ji will be my younger brother." Expressions of Su Chen and Su Shi darkened immediately. Su Yun's face also turned grim. She pulled me toward her. "This is my son, and he's our younger brother." All three of them hugged me tightly, glaring warily at the family across from them. "You can't steal Mu Ji," old Master Su and old Madam Su both walked over. Su Li, sitting in her wheelchair, radiated a cold aura, staring at Qi Feng with a defensive look. It was as if she were a human trafficker. Qi Feng was speechless. If it weren't for so many people being here, she really would have wanted to just carry the boy away herself. Seeing this scene, the guests burst into laughter, but there was also a hint of admiration. For a child to be fought over by both the Su and Qi families, he wouldn't ever have to worry about wealth or status in the future. Uncle Mu couldn't even manage a smile now. The jealousy in his heart was about to overflow. At that moment, his phone vibrated slightly, and he picked it up to look. When he saw the content inside, his eyes immediately widened. He stared at the screen in utter disbelief. So he really is Mu Yuan's son. No wonder. No wonder he had hated me from the very first glance. No wonder Fu Rong would always space out whenever she saw me. "So you are that bastard child." Uncle Mu's face twisted uncontrollably, and he clenched his fists tightly. "No. I absolutely cannot let them know your identity." He lowered his head, trying to suppress the expression on his face. Fortunately, everyone was focused on me right then, so no one noticed anything unusual about him. Thanks to Elder Bei's confirmation, all suspicions against me had been cleared. I looked left and then right, finally hugging Su Yun's neck in silence. I turned to Chu Xin and said, "Aunt Chu Xin, I'm sorry. I already have a mother. I only need one mother." Hearing this, the corners of Su Yun's mouth immediately curled up with pride. Chu Xin began to feel quite envious. After thinking for a while, she made a compromise. "Then how about I become your teacher? I heard you're learning martial arts from my mother. The old lady is so advanced in age, can she really teach clearly? Let me teach you instead." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt her entire body go numb. She let out a soft hiss of pain. Elder Bai calmly withdrew an acupuncture needle, glancing at her. "Little girl, are you trying to compete with me for a disciple?" Shu Xin immediately shut up, not daring to say another word. Covered my mouth and giggled. "Aunt Shu Xin, this is so funny." Chi Fan let out a soft sigh.
He knew right away that adopting me wouldn't be that easy. However, he was more concerned about something else. "Shu Xin, where did the poison in your body come from? Do you remember anything at all?" As soon as he finished, I couldn't help but look toward Ji Fang. The expression on my face was so clear, it was like words were written on it. She definitely did it. Sure enough, the next second, I heard the sycamore tree say, "Who else could it be?" It was Ji Fang. She put medicine in the water just a little bit each time, so it was impossible to detect. That medicine is still in a pocket right now. Hearing that, my gaze fixed on Ji Fang's pocket. As if sensing my gaze, Ji Fang turned her head to look. She just happened to see Su Jiji pinching my cheek, as if she were meeting a piece of dough, which looked very soft. At first, she stopped paying attention to this side. I blinked my eyes. Looking at Su Jiji with an innocent face, I tilted my head in confusion. "Auntie, why are you suddenly pinching my cheek?" Su Jiji gave it another pinch and whispered, "Don't look around. You little dummy, you don't know how to hide your expressions at all. That look you're giving Ji Fang, it's like writing, 'You are a bad person' right on your face. We don't have any evidence yet. Don't alert the enemy." I didn't quite understand, but I was very obedient. I nodded my little head, staying obediently in Su Yun's embrace. Su Yun narrowed her eyes at the two of them. "Are you two playing whisper games right in front of me?" I'll find out eventually." Shu Xin also couldn't remember when she had been poisoned. She thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it was because while on the island, I accidentally ate something poisonous." Shi Fan nodded his head. Not long after the acupuncture was finished, Shu Xin's complexion improved significantly. The way everyone looked at me changed once again. Someone couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Little boy, do you have any more medicine? I'd like to buy some too." Hearing this, I reached into my pocket and pulled out a few imperfect finished pills. "Ma'am, what kind of medicine do you want to buy?" "What medicines do I have?" I said, "I have 100 detox pills. Yang Yuan pills, Qi boosting pills, and resurrection pills too. But these ones aren't made very well yet. Master says they only have 40% effectiveness, so I won't sell them to you." As I said this, my face flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. But I didn't know that in the eyes of others, this was an extreme shock. A resurrection pill with 40% effectiveness. Although it wasn't as good as Elder Bai's perfect score, how long had I even been learning? Furthermore, Elder Bai rarely prepared medicine himself. The pills he made were basically impossible to buy. Others might not even manage 30% effectiveness. CEO Liu had originally just intended to ask casually to get acquainted. She didn't expect such a massive surprise. She said excitedly, "I'll take them all. Give them all to me." As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on the resurrection pill. I followed her gaze, wondering, "You want this one too?" Master said it's not good. "Ma'am, please wait a bit longer for me. Wait until I can make it better, then I'll give it to you, okay? Although you might have to wait quite a while, since I'm a bit slow. Still haven't managed to make this pill well." Everyone's mouths twitched slightly. If it weren't for the fact that my expression was so sincere, they would have thought I was humble bragging. It had only been a few days, and he had already refined a resurrection pill with 40% medicinal properties. If I were to call myself slow, then who in this world could be called smart? Su Yun glanced at Elder Bai, finally understanding why I always called myself slow. It turned out this old man had been brainwashing me. Elder Bai turned beet red, cleared his throat softly, and looked everywhere but at Su Yun. CEO Liu still insisted on buying. I had no choice but to say, "Then I'll just give this to you as a gift. I won't take any money." I thought that selling medicine with only 40% effectiveness would be no different from being a wicked scammer. That's why I didn't want to accept any money. As soon as I finished, others crowded and pushed forward. "Me too. Get me some too. I'll pay. Sell them to me. I'll pay double." A resurrection pill with 40% properties was already too good. Many people started competing for it. Some even started bidding on the spot. And in the blink of an eye, the price reached 1 million yuan. That number startled me, and I couldn't help but bury my head in Su Yun's chest. Su Yun held me with one arm and patted my back with the other to comfort me. She looked around the room, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Then she spoke. "Muga already said, this resurrection pill is a gift for CEO Liu, so just let her have it as a gift. No money will be taken. When there's more medicine in the future, everyone can buy it then." I nodded my little head. That's right, that's right. One must be true to their word. My mother taught me that.
In the end, under the admiring and envious gazes of everyone, CEO Lu received a resurrection pill for free. She also spent 200,000 yuan to buy 100 detox pill. In reality, the market price for 100 detox pill wasn't that high, so the extra money was essentially payment for that resurrection pill. The value of a resurrection pill is actually much higher, so she was still the one who got the best deal. Others also scrambled to buy my medicine, and before long I had 1 million yuan in my account. My eyes widened to their limit in shock. Can you really earn this much money in this profession? Before, when I collected scrap, I only earned a few spare coins each time. Seeing my bewildered look as if I'd never seen the world, Elder Bai couldn't help but let out a soft humph. From now on, you must follow your master and learn well. Do you hear me? This is only the beginning. The pills that I make, the starting price is already 10 million yuan each. I nodded my head rapidly like a woodpecker and clenched my tiny fists. I turned and gave Su Yun a bright smile. Mom, when I earn money in the future, I will support you. Grandpa, Grandma, aunties, uncles, and everyone else. I'll support our whole family. Su Chen and Su Shi jumped up and raised their hands. And us too. I waved my hand grandly. I'll support everyone. I have so much money now. This appearance of a newly rich mogul made Su Yun unable to stop laughing, the corners of her mouth curling up with joy. How could her son be this adorable? Fu Rong watched this scene, and for some reason an indescribable bitterness welled up in her heart. Seeing her expression, Uncle Mu's fist tightened even more. It further reinforced the thought in his mind. I must never let him find out his true identity. Mr. Sycamore, how can we take away the poison from that bad person? I slipped through the crowd and ran to the base of the sycamore tree. I rested my chin on my hand, frowning as if I were very worried. The sycamore tree looked at its own bare trunk and sighed. If only I had leaves, then I would have given that woman a good thrashing. Thrashing her? My eyes suddenly lit up, and I immediately came up with a great idea. I walked over to the ivy vine. Waving my finger, Sister Ivy, can you help me for a bit? The ivy vine nodded its head, indicating it understood. After I finished speaking, I pretended nothing was wrong and walked to the side. Right at that moment, Ji Fang was also walking this way. I clenched my small fist and softly ordered, thrash her. The ivy vine immediately swayed its branches, and as Ji Fang approached, it whipped out strongly at her. The whip struck right on her knee, causing Ji Fang to stumble and fall flat on the ground. My eyes sparkled, and I immediately ran over to help her up. Ma'am, are you okay? Seeing it was me, Ji Fang froze for a moment and shook her head, saying, I'm fine. She scrambled up with great effort, staring at the ivy vine nearby. Her eyebrows furrowed, thinking to herself that the plant seemed to have done it on purpose. But how could a plant know how to do that? Chu Xin also came over and asked what happened. Shi Fang didn't dare say she had been tripped by a plant. She cleared her throat and asked, can you tell me where the restroom is? Chu Xin didn't ask further and led her away. After they left, I broke into a smile, and my little hand gently stroked the ivy vine in praise. Sister Ivy, you did a great job. The ivy vine immediately swayed proudly. It was saying I should just leave things to it. I covered my mouth and giggled with delight. Just as I turned around and saw Su Jizi, I happily waved my hand and called out, Auntie, Auntie. I hugged her neck and whispered in her ear, Mr. Sycamore just told me that the poison on Aunt Chushin was given to her by that wicked witch. Poison is still on her right now. Su Jiji was a bit surprised. So does that mean? Do I have to find some way to get that poison? It would all be evidence. I blinked and said proudly, there's no need to think anymore. I've already got it. With that, I flipped open my small palm. Inside was a piece of paper, folded into a triangle. Su Jiji asked in astonishment, how did you manage to get it? My small hand moved slightly, and another business card appeared in my hand. This was also in her pocket. Su Jiji reached into her own pocket to check, and sure enough, her pocket had been empty for a long time. She looked at me in shock, thinking to herself, his sleight of hand is incredibly fast. I explained, in the place where I used to live, there was a neighbor who taught me this. Su Jiji suddenly remembered that the place where I used to live was very complicated with all sorts of people. It was understandable that I had learned this skill there. She gently rubbed her temples and said carefully, Muga, doing that isn't right. Hearing this, I immediately became anxious. I folded my hands together and replied, I know, Auntie. I'm not going to be a thief. Before, I saw with my own eyes a woman who was stealing get arrested by the police, so I know that taking things from others is bad. I looked at the item in my palm and turned the business card first. I held the packet of medicine, swallowed hard, and hesitated. I only took it because I wanted to help Aunt Chu Xin. Fearing that she would consider me a bad child, I was so flustered that tears were about to fall. Su Jiji tenderly stroked my head. It's okay. I know our Mugi is a good boy. I looked deep into her eyes, and seeing that she didn't despise me, I finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. I leaned in close and gently muzzled her cheek, whispering, Auntie, I will never take anything from anyone ever again. Sensing my insecurity, Su Jiji gently pinched my cheek, smiling and saying, This time is a special case, so it doesn't count as stealing. Finally, a smile bloomed on my face. I opened the paper packet, took a soft sniff,
and then immediately closed it. I furrowed my small brow and said, Auntie, this is the powder of the soul-corroding pill. It's poisonous. Master just taught me about this type. Su Jiji narrowed her eyes slightly, took a little out and asked, Muge, can you put this back where it was? I looked at her in confusion. She explained, we can't let her find out yet, otherwise we'll alert the enemy. Compared to her poisoning Chushin, the fact that her whole family are spies is much more serious. Although I didn't fully understand, I was still very obedient. When Ji Fang came out of the restroom, I trotted over to her. Just as I was about to get close, I suddenly tripped over my own feet and tumbled, right at Ji Fang's feet. Ji Fang had intended to ignore it, but because Chushin was standing right there, she had to pretend to reach out and help me up. Are you all right, little boy? I shook my head slightly. I'm okay. Thank you, Auntie. With that, I wrapped my arms around her in a hug. I looked up with my small face and smiled. Auntie, you are so kind. Ji Fang wasn't used to being hugged by strangers, but luckily I only hugged her for a second before letting go, and then skipped away. Su Jiji stood observing from beginning to end, and couldn't even tell when I had made my move. I turned, folding my small hands together obediently. Auntie, I put it back. There was still a hint of worry in my expression. Su Jiji stroked my head. Well done. My eyes lit up, taking a soft sigh of relief. That's great. Auntie doesn't hate me. Ji Fang suddenly felt her eyelid twitching incessantly, and an ominous premonition welled up. She went to a secluded corner where no one was around, tending to casually touch her pocket. When she saw the packet of medicine was still there, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out she had been overthinking things. Since the poison in Chushin's body had been discovered, this plan could no longer be used. She hadn't expected Chushin to be so resilient, surviving a fall into the sea and returning alive. She was even accidentally exposed by a brat who found the toxins in her body. Her eyes suddenly darkened, and beneath her lowered lashes, her expression was completely different from the bright and open look she showed to others. Everything was witnessed by the ivy vine nearby. It immediately hurried to tell me, that woman is very scary. Stay a bit away from her. I nodded obediently, clinging to Su Jiji like a little shadow. After walking for a while, I was once again picked up by Su Yun like a little accessory. As evening approached and everyone already left, I was still staying there. Everyone knew the relationships between the families were very good, so nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I looked over at Su Jiji and saw her nod, signaling that I could speak now. My eyes immediately lit up. I had been holding it in for so long, finally I could say it. Chushin was still trying to convince me to take her as an adoptive mother, but the next second she heard me say, Aunt Chushin, the person who poisoned you was that woman named Ji Fang. Before Chushin could even process that, dropped another bombshell. The time you fell into the sea was also because she betrayed you. Their whole family are actually spies. Hearing that, Chushin jumped up immediately. Ji Fang also hurried to scan the surroundings, only breathing a sigh of relief once she confirmed no one had overheard me. She quickly covered my mouth, brought me into the study, and locked all the doors tight. Then she asked, Mugi, who taught you to say these things? Their expressions were more solemn than ever before. I was affected as well and became tense, instinctively looking at Su Jiji for help. Su Jiji walked forward holding the packet of soul-corroding powder. This is what we retrieved from Ji Fang's pocket. Since the poison in Chushin hasn't been cured yet, you can take this to be tested. With that, she handed the packet to Chi Fan. Chi Fan looked at his wife and mother, and seeing they had no objections, he immediately took a blood sample from Chushin. Then, taking the packet of powder, he drove straight to the hospital. Not long after, he returned, with a laboratory report in his hand, his face looking extremely grim. Chi Fang and Chushin were also completely silent after reading it. A few seconds later, Chi Fang couldn't contain her anger, slamming the table and shouting, so it really was them. Chushin's state of mind was also extremely chaotic. Back when she was on her mission, she had felt something was strange, as if the enemy always knew their next move in advance. At that time, the clan suspected there was an insider in their ranks, and though she had suspected many people, Ji Fang was the only one she had never doubted. The Ji family was a clan that had been in the military since old Madame Ji's time. Over all these years, the Ji family's influence had become deeply entrenched.
She didn't dare imagine what the consequences would have been if this hadn't been discovered, and things had just continued that way. She couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. Chu Sin looked at me, emphasizing every word. Muge, once you leave this room, you must absolutely never mention any of this to anyone ever again. I immediately covered my mouth and shook my head vigorously. I won't say it, I won't say it. My auntie already told me the same. I haven't said anything, even my mom doesn't know yet. Suyun finally understood. She hadn't expected the secret between me and my aunt to be something so earth-shattering. She sat up straight and asked, how do you all intend to handle this? Shifeng gritted her teeth. What else can we do? We must investigate. We have to get to the bottom of this. I want to see what else they've had their hands in. Chu Xin felt the same way. Whenever she thought of the comrades who had died on missions, she felt an anger that cut to the bone. She took a deep breath and said to me, Mugi, once this matter is brought to light, if it is truly confirmed that they are spies, Auntie will surely make sure you get the credit you deserve. Hearing that, my ears twitched with excitement. My eyes sparkled as I asked, does that mean a reward of 500,000? Grandma Sycamore told me they are literally walking stacks of 500,000 bills. Shu Sin was stunned. Then she suddenly burst into laughter at my pure innocence. Her explosive anger, which seemed ready to erupt, subsided significantly because of my words. Let's just settle this matter first. Being angry is just a waste of time, only letting them live a few minutes longer. That's right, the reward will be 500,000 yuan. I spread my fingers to count. Wow, that's so much money. I turned to Suyun and said, Mom, when I get the money, I'll buy you so much delicious food. This was the second time she had heard those words today. As for her being the first one the boy promised to take care of, Suyun looked very satisfied. Chu Xin watched with growing envy. Such a sweet and good son. How could Suyun be the lucky one to find him? It's so enviable. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere here, the car of the Mu family was hauntingly silent. Mu Shu's expression was grim, while Mu Jing kept her head bowed low. Mu Yanyan glanced at her, narrowed her eyes and said, your expression isn't quite right today. Mu Shu clenched his fists tightly. Her eyes instantly turned red with tears. I'm just worried about father. He was so humiliated today. Nu Shu's face darkened even more. He gritted his teeth and hissed, it's all that brat's fault. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have been shamed like this. He looked over at Mu Shu, his expression softening slightly. You are still the one who cares for me most. With that, he shot a glare at Mu Yanyan. Your father was bullied like that, and you just stood there watching the show. Mu Yanyan gave a long yawn. Didn't you bring this upon yourself, father? This immediately incensed Mu Shu, who pointed at her and cursed her for being an ungrateful wretch. Mu Yanyan didn't care about the insults of being heartless. Mu Shu might claim to have a heart, but he had never treated her with any kindness. Thinking of Mu Shu, she lowered her eyes to the chat window that remained unanswered. Since the last time she messaged him, nearly half a month had passed, but he had never replied once. Still hiding away in your sorrow? Humph. She wanted to see exactly when he would finally give up. Mu Jing heard Mu Shu's voice, rubbed her temples and said, stop arguing. Mu Shu immediately fell silent. He was still somewhat cautious around his eldest daughter. He said flatteringly, it's fine. Even if the Qi family supports the Su family, when it comes to this mayoral election, the Ji family is the one with the real power. Hearing this, Mu Jing's expression softened a little. That's right, there's still the Ji family. No matter how good the Qi family is, the Ji family is no less capable. During the year Chu Xin was missing, Ji Fang was the one with the brightest future. Surpassing the Qi family is only a matter of time. Shi Fang brought out a mountain of gifts for me, so many that they nearly filled the entire trunk. She stroked my little face and said, Mugi, come and visit more often whenever you're free. I nodded my little head, yes I will. Grandma Qi, when can I come to learn martial arts? Chu Xin just returned these few days. Mom said their family just reunited, so I should give them space to talk, and haven't come to disturb them yet. I didn't expect you to be so eager for martial arts. Shi Fang thought for a moment and said, then meet me here at 5:30 tomorrow morning. If you're late, I won't teach you anymore. Hearing that, I looked up with a determined face. I won't be late. Watching my lively figure run off, a smile appeared on Qi Feng's face. It was clear that I had become much more cheerful and vibrant than before. It seemed the Su family was truly raising me well. Thinking of the Ji family, her expression darkened. She turned and instructed Chu Xin, proceed exactly as planned. Chu Xin nodded. The next morning, I woke up very early. Suli had no choice but to accept her fate and drag herself out of bed too. Even a child is working so hard. If an adult like her didn't put in the effort, it would be quite embarrassing. After all, she was planning to be my mother. If she wasn't capable, how could she compete with Suyun for me? In the morning, I practiced martial arts with Qi Feng, then went to practice medicine with Bai Lao. Xu Xin was in poor health, recovering and refusing visitors, but Bai Lao was occasionally seen entering and leaving the Qi residence, leaving only after a long time had passed. Soon, the day of the mayoral election arrived. When Mu Beichuan saw me, he couldn't help but reach up and touch the hat on his head. That day, in order to bandage his wound, a patch of his hair had been shaved off. He was utterly miserable, and his father had even grounded him. He knew this was all that brat's fault, and the mere thought of it filled him with rage. He couldn't resist going to the fence and shouting, "Hey!" I gave him a fleeting glance, then looked away and went back to memorizing my book. Seeing that I dared to ignore him, Mu Beichuan grew even more furious. He sneered, "What are you so smug about, you brat? Just wait until my aunt becomes the mayor. I'll have her teach your whole family a lesson they won't forget." Hearing those words, I turned my head back to Mu Beichuan, my small brows furrowing together. I asked, "How exactly do you plan to deal with my family?" This question left Mu Beichuan stumped. He didn't actually know how she would do it, but he had long heard that my eldest aunt was competing for the same position as his aunt, so naturally his aunt must be the superior one. Mu Beichuan threatened smugly, "Once my aunt is mayor, your eldest aunt will have to work under her. Then I'll tell her to bully your aunt every single day, making her sweep the streets and pick up scrap metal. And she'll ruin your mom's business too. How about that? Are you scared now?" He tilted his chin up, looking at me provocatively. But hearing his words didn't make me angry at all. I thought to myself, eldest aunt has a much higher chance of becoming mayor, so Mu Baichuan's words are completely worthless. Why even bother getting upset? Better to study another prescription instead. Mu Baichuan waited for a while, hoping to see me fall to my knees and beg for mercy. To his surprise, I said nothing, simply turning my head and ignoring him again, which left him choking on his own frustration. He called out a few more times, but I still didn't respond, just kept my back to him. No one had ever dared to disregard him like this before. Mu Baichuan was so mad he stomped his feet in a tantrum. He stomped toward the door, intending to pick a fight. Just then, Bai Lao walked out from inside, giving a slight cough, which scared him so much he quickly pulled his foot back. His father had warned him never to offend this old man. He scrambled back to his room, quickly changed his clothes, and came back out. As he passed me, he gave a loud humph, thinking that once his aunt was mayor, he'd come back to handle me. Mushu also shot me a glance, a smirk playing on his lips, but he said nothing more. I didn't give them a second thought. I earnestly recited the prescription I just learned for Bai Lao, without missing a single word. Bai Lao stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. He glanced to the side, his eyes twinkling as he said, "Muga, today is a big day for your aunt. Don't you want to go and see the excitement?" I blinked my eyes and asked, "I can go?" "Of course you can. You've finished all your tasks for today early. Go and enjoy yourself, then come back tomorrow." Seeing the Mu family act as if the mayor's seat was already theirs truly made him feel disgusted. In any case, he trusted Su Jiji much more, especially since Mu Baichuan bullied me constantly. It was high time for me to knock the wind out of his sails. I didn't think that far ahead. I simply wanted to be with Su Jiji. I waved goodbye to Bai Lao and dashed off. After I left, Bai Lao called Su Jiji and relayed everything Mu Baichuan had just said. Su Jiji's gaze suddenly sharpened. She had been quite relaxed about the election, thinking it wouldn't matter even if she didn't win. She would still do her duty well. But though she thought that way, others certainly didn't. Given the Mu family's deep-seated hatred for Mu Yuan, if they discovered my true identity, they would undoubtedly make things difficult for me. Even with the Su family's support, they couldn't do much. But if Mu Jing became her superior, then she would inevitably be under her thumb. It seemed that this mayoral position was something she absolutely had to win. At the very least, she couldn't allow Mu Baichuan to use Mu Jing's influence to bully me. With that thought, her resolve hardened. "Eldest aunt," my little head poked in, holding a flower out to my aunt. "This flower is for you. Don't be nervous." I tried to recall how the granddaughter of our neighbor, Mr. Wang, would be comforted by her family before an exam. "Be very careful. Check your work well and do your absolute best." After speaking, I looked up at her with an expectant face. Overtaking development? She likely meant to say surpass her potential. Su Zhi's expression instantly softened. She leaned down to take the flower and gently pinched my cheek. "All right, it'll definitely do my very best." I beamed a bright smile at her, looking so incredibly sweet. After finishing the meal, I trotted along behind her. The rest of the family hadn't intended to follow, as Su Jiji was an adult and this small matter didn't need their presence. But when they saw that I wanted to go, Lao Yi Su immediately changed his mind. Calling me precious with every breath, he climbed into the car too. Grandmother Su, in her composed manner, clasped her hands behind her back and settled into the car as well. Su Jiji cleared her throat lightly. She was already so grown up, yet this was the first time her family had escorted her to an exam. She felt a strange sense of nervousness. Fortunately, she kept her expression calm as usual, so no one noticed. The car drove for over 40 minutes before slowly coming to a stop in front of a skyscraper. Shortly after entering, I spotted Mu Baichuan. Mu Baichuan also saw me and gave a cold, contemptuous huff. Turning to say to Mu Jing, "Auntie, please come out quickly. Grandfather has already booked a celebratory feast for you." I didn't pay him any attention, only tugged on Su Jiji's hand. "Eldest aunt, don't be nervous. Whether you win or not, I'll still treat you to dinner. I know a place where the food is amazing. I'm certain you'll love it." As I spoke, I patted the small bag at my side, which held the money I'd earned from selling medicine previously. I actually have my own money. Su Jiji laughed at my cuteness. "All right then, I'll have the most expensive dish on the menu." I nodded my little head vigorously, tracing a massive circle in the air with my hands. "Well, eat the biggest, best, and most expensive one." The child's soft, milky voice caused Mu Jing to involuntarily look over. She looked at the profile of my face, and a hauntingly familiar voice suddenly echoed in her head. "Big sister, you took first place again. Come on, I'm treating you to dinner." "Big sister, I knew you were the absolute best. Who else could be so lucky to have such an incredible big sister like you?" Ah, so that was Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan's face gradually merged with the face of the child before her. Jing frowned slightly. "What is this? Why did I suddenly think of him?" "Big sister, well, wait for you to come out." Mu Shu's voice pulled her back to reality. Looking at him, Mu Jing clenched her hands slightly. Only someone as dignified, generous, and outstanding as her deserved to be her top choice. In the corner of her eye, she saw me pouting, leaning in close to Su Jiji to whisper something, and a flash of annoyance crossed her eyes. She didn't even know why she felt so irritable herself. After the two of them went inside, the smile on Mu Baichuan's face instantly vanished. He stomped up to me, his chin held high as he said, "My aunt will definitely beat your aunt." "Eldest aunt?" I glanced at him and simply said, "Oh." Just because he said she win didn't mean she would. This indifferent reaction made Mu Baichuan's blood boil. This little brat, if he's so tough, why won't he fight me? But as soon as he thought about me fighting, he unconsciously reached up to touch the missing patch of his hair, feeling a sudden wave of fear, and didn't dare to step forward anymore. But he truly couldn't swallow his pride, so he had to turn to Mushu for help. Mushu patted his head reassuringly, feigning a scolding. "Beichuan, don't speak like that. Oh, by the way, remember to call Auntie G later, and invite her to have dinner with us." With those words, he was incessantly bragging about their close ties to the G family. Lao Yisu rolled his eyes, not bothering to give him the time of day. My ears twitched, and I suddenly giggled. I just heard the evergreen plant nearby whisper, "Auntie G, G Fang. Well, she won't be coming. She's already been taken away by the police for tea." Seeing me silent, Mushu assumed that I was paralyzed with fear. The smile on his face grew even wider. So what if he was adopted by the Su family? Even if he's the child of the wealthiest family in town, how can he compare with the son of the mayor? This is only the beginning. Step by step, he would trample me under his feet, just like how he had kicked Mu Yuan out of the house years ago. Like father, like son, indeed. They should have just rotted away in some forgotten corner. He straightened his back, his eyes burning as he stared intently toward the office. While he was lost in his calculations, he saw a group of uniformed personnel approaching, who pushed open the office door and walked straight in. His eyebrows furrowed immediately. These people are so incredibly rude. Don't they know where they are? To just barge in like that. Mu Jing was in the middle of her report. She also frowned and asked, "What are you all doing?" The leader walked straight up to her, showed his badge and said, "Greetings, madam. We are from the Ministry of National Security, because of your close ties with the G family. And the G family has been identified as spies. We suspect you are also deeply involved. Please come with us." Spies? Mu Jing's expression shifted drastically. How could the G family be spies? If it were truly so, then someone with such deep associations as her would be finished. Everything would have been for nothing. At the Mu residence, Mushu had risen very early. He had even hired a full styling and makeup team, and dressed in a sharp, flashy suit, he headed to the hotel. Personally directing the venue's setup, make it as grand as possible. Today is a monumental day for our family. The menu must feature only the most expensive items, and make sure your best chef handles the cooking. Furthermore, seat the G family at the head table. They are our most esteemed guests. Just thinking that he would be the mayor's father from now on filled him with immense pride and arrogance. Let's see who dares to look down on him ever again. The Su family, the Chi family, to him now they were absolutely nothing. The manager stood by, bowing and scraping,
his gaze filled with sycophancy.
Not long after, a group of people entered. They looked at the G family's nameplates on the head table, and without a word, immediately handcuffed Mushu. Mushu was stunned, and then instantly flew into a rage. "What are you doing? Do you have any idea who we are?" The personnel from the Ministry of National Security repeated, their words with completely expressionless faces. After hearing those words, Mushu was in shock. How could this possibly happen? Before he could even process it, he was dragged unceremoniously into a vehicle. Other members of the Mu family, including members of the Fu family, were all taken in for questioning. The news spread like wildfire, becoming the hottest topic of gossip for everyone. Having already heard the news from the Evergreen earlier, I happily held Sujiji's hand as we went to eat. "Eldest aunt, order whatever you like. I'm paying for everything." I patted my chest heroically. Sujiji laughed and, without any hesitation, ordered a bowl of beef noodles, the special version with extra noodles and extra meat. I gulped and gave her a big thumbs up. "Eldest aunt, you certainly have great taste. This is the absolute best dish in the shop." The two of them sat outside a somewhat weathered little eatery with simple, small tables and chairs. Sujiji's long legs felt a bit cramped in the small space. I brought out a tiny stool and sat down, just at the right height for the table. My little hands nimbly wiped the tabletop clean, then carefully rinsed the bowls and chopsticks with water again. This dish is incredibly delicious. Father used to bring me here to eat in the past, but we only ever got to eat here once, because the price was a bit expensive for us. Hearing that heartfelt confidence, Sujiji instinctively glanced at the price list on the wall. Beef noodles for 18 yuan a bowl. Hardly anything to her family. But to me and my father then, it had been a true luxury. Lao Yisu looked at me, with an expression of heart-wrenching pity. No wonder I was so thin, since even a bowl of beef noodles was a rare treat. I rested my chin in my hands and said, "But I've earned money now. If only father were here too, I'd treat him to beef noodles every single day." As I said this, my eyes grew misty and my gaze dropped. Lao Yesu couldn't help himself. He reached out and gently stroked my hair. "It's all right. We'll buy a portion to take away later. Visit your father. And that way, your father will surely be able to eat it." "Really?" My eyes suddenly lit up, looking at him with sheer shock and joy. Truly, Lao Yesu's face was full of conviction, and I believed him instantly. I cheered excitedly. "Then we must tell the owner later. Put in lots and lots of chili, because father loves spicy food." Before long, several steaming bowls of beef noodles were brought out. I invited them enthusiastically. "Grandpa, eldest aunt, please try it quickly. It's absolutely delicious." Sujiji didn't hesitate at all, picking up her chopsticks and digging in right away. I looked at her expectantly and asked, "Well, is it good, Auntie?" "It's great." My eyes crinkled with happiness. I turned to look at Lao Yisu. Lao Yisu had lived a life of luxury with fine dining since childhood, never having eaten at such a simple roadside stall before. But under my hopeful gaze, he took a bite. One taste and his eyes lit up. "It really is good. The flavor is truly exceptional." I shook my little head proudly. "I told you so. It's so yummy. This place is always packed with people. So many come here just for the food." As I spoke, I began to enjoy my own bowl of noodles. It was that same familiar taste. I ate with immense gusto and joy. Seeing me like that, Lao Yisu and Sujiji found their own appetites improved. So the whole family enjoyed the meal together. And soon, everyone had polished off their large bowls. After they finished eating, they asked the owner to prepare another portion to be packed for takeout. I proudly pulled out a 100 yuan bill for the owner. True to my word, I was the host today. Sujiji drove everyone to the cemetery where Mu Yuan was laid to rest. All along the way, I held the takeout container with extreme care, occasionally touching it, for fear it would grow cold and lose its flavor. Upon arrival, I gently opened the container. A rich aroma wafted through the air. "Father, please eat quickly. Didn't you love the beef noodles from this shop the most? Try them, they're so delicious." I laid the chopsticks out neatly, looking at Mu Yuan's photo with great anticipation. After a while, I furrowed my brows slightly and looked at Lao Yisu with teary eyes. "Grandpa, can father really eat it?" The noodles haven't moved at all. Lao Yisu squatted down beside me, bringing his gaze level with mine and said, "He can. Your father has gone to another world, and they don't eat the same way we do. Look, isn't that steam drifting right toward your father?" I looked very closely for a while and cried out in amazement, "It is. That's wonderful. I'm so happy father can eat. Father, please eat a lot. I'll come visit you often from now on and bring you lots of delicious treats."
I stood there waiting until the noodles stopped steaming. Only then did I reluctantly leave the cemetery, looking back every few steps. That day, as I was leaving Bai Lao's house, I reached our gate only to see someone lunging straight for me. "You trash! This is all your fault." I instinctively dodged to the side, avoiding Mu Baichuan's charge. There was a loud crash. Mu Baichuan slammed headfirst into the gate. The impact left him dazed and seeing stars as he stumbled and collapsed. I couldn't help but wince, grimacing as I touched the gate and asked, "Dear, are you hurting?" Just hearing that sound made me feel the pain for you. Mu Baichuan finally came to his senses and burst into tears. "You piece of trash, you little bastard." Lao Yesu's expression immediately darkened. "Who gave you permission to speak like that? Do you have no upbringing at all? You dare come to my gate to bully my precious child? Are you out of your mind? Throw him out immediately, and make sure he's thrown far, far away." Just as Su Zhizhi nodded, Mu Jing hurried over and scooped Mu Baichuan up, apologizing with a weary voice. She had been interrogated like a common criminal for 3 days and nights, having only just been released. She never could have imagined that the entire Ji family were actually spies. The Ji family had fallen, all in just a few short days. Originally, they thought that by leaning on the Ji family, they would surpass the Su family. But this time, they had suffered a truly devastating defeat. Even though the official election results haven't been announced yet, but based solely on her close ties with the Kai family in the past, it's certain that no one will ever dare to hire her again. The mayor's position can only belong to Su Zhizhi now. She looked at Su Zhizhi with eyes full of complexity. Congratulations. I felt like her expression looked really strange. Thanks to the explanation from the big tree nearby, I finally realized what was going on. I said angrily, my eldest aunt was already amazing to begin with. Even without the Kai family incident, my eldest aunt would have still become the new mayor. It's not because she just got lucky. Hearing me say that, Mu Jing's expression changed slightly, looking a bit awkward and embarrassed. She understood perfectly that Su Zhizhi's strength was by no means weak. It was just that she had always relied on the Kai family's backing before. He must have thought the next mayoral term would belong to him, so he had never bothered to spare a glance at his opponent until now. It was because he underestimated the enemy and was too overconfident in himself. Who would have thought even a child could see things more clearly than him? I understand. Su Zhizhi gently rubbed my little head, a gentle smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Mu Baizhuan suddenly screamed, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my dad and my mom would never have been taken away like this." Everyone from the Mu and Fo families had been arrested, leaving only Mu Baizhuan, who escaped because he was too young. Over the last few days, after hearing some things from the nanny, he began blaming all the faults on me. Grandpa Su was so angry he laughed. He looked coldly at Mu Jing. "Is this how your family raises children? Blaming one person after another, it's truly ridiculous. Did my little darling force you to associate with the Kai family? You reap what you sow. Don't you dare try to pin this on us." Mu Jing was scolded so badly she wanted to crawl into a hole, her expression shifting repeatedly. Finally, she turned to Mu Baizhuan and snapped, "Shut up right now. What is wrong with this boy? I thought he was quite well behaved before, but lately he's become increasingly disrespectful." Seeing the aunt who loved him most scolding him, Mu Baizhuan cried even more violently. I had to cover my ears because the sound was so piercing. Grandpa Su helped cover my ears, while glaring at Mu Jing and Mu Baizhuan. Mu Jing hurriedly hugged Mu Baizhuan and ran off, without a shred of the arrogance she had a few days ago. Grandpa Su watched her retreating back, and spat on the ground. What a piece of trash. I imitated him and spat as well. Grandpa Su quickly covered my mouth. "My good boy, you absolutely must not learn that." I tilted my little head, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Grandpa Su felt a bit guilty. "Be good now. Grandpa won't do that anymore either." I blinked my eyes, obediently took his hand, and gave him a sweet smile. Grandpa Su's brow instantly smoothed out. "That's my boy. My little darling must become a gentleman in the future. You can't be learning these bad habits. I'll have to be more careful myself from now on. I was just driven mad by that shameless family." Su Yun was already standing by the door, having witnessed the entire scene. She rubbed my head and praised me. "Not bad at all. You dodged really quickly back there." Hearing her praise, my eyes lit up. Grandma T makes me go jogging every day. Now I can run really fast. Mu Baizhuan can't even catch me. Grandpa Su also suddenly realized, that's right. Just now when Mu Baizhuan lunged at you, before I could even react, you had already dodged to the side. It seems learning martial arts is indeed the way to go. At least you won't get bullied. Su Yun pinched my little cheek. When you get a bit better, you won't even need to dodge. Just kick him away from Mommy." "Yes, Mommy," I immediately agreed. I made some hi-ya sounds and kicked my short little legs. As a result, my left foot tripped over my right, and I tumbled over,
sitting on the ground with a dazed look. Suyun was instantly amused by my clumsiness. She let out a soft laugh. I suddenly realized what happened. My little face turning as red as a tomato, covering my face with my tiny hands. Boo-hoo, so embarrassing. Suli rolled up in her wheelchair and glared at Suyun, and reached out to pick me up. Don't play with your mommy anymore. Youngest aunt will take you to play. Let's just ignore her. With that, she quickly navigated her electric wheelchair away. By the time Suyun reacted, Auntie was already 800 meters away. Suyun's face darkened, stealing him in broad daylight. Well played, Suli. By then I had regained my composure, blinking my eyes at my youngest aunt. Auntie, where are we going? Suli tapped her fingers on the wheelchair. Anywhere is fine, as long as we're together. My eyes sparkled as I said, then let's call second aunt and third aunt to play football. Suli's expression changed and she quickly covered my mouth. Don't even mention football. Those ladies don't play football. They clearly treat Auntie like the football to be kicked. Humph, this boy has been hanging around Suchen and Sushi too much. She completely forgot that the first person who forced her to be the goalkeeper was me. In any case, she didn't care, thinking it was just a case of bad influence. In her eyes, I was always the best boy. While she was considering where to take me to play, Zhao Feiyan drove past. She slammed on the brakes and stopped. Little Sue, I was just looking for you. Get in the car, we've got a new case. Suli paused for a moment. I resigned, you know, but the director hasn't approved it yet. Zhao Feiyan didn't say another word, preparing to carry her to the car, but Suli's hands gripped her wheelchair tightly. Left with no choice, Zhao Feiyan lowered her voice and pointed at a child about my size. There are still several children missing right now. Are you sure you're not going? Suli instinctively glanced at me. Just as I happened to be looking at her, my eyes crystal clear and pure. Her heart immediately softened, and she stopped resisting Zhao Feiyan. Feiyan glanced at me, thought for a moment, and decided to bring me along. Because with me there, Suli would be a bit easier to deal with. I was like a dazed little ally. I hadn't even had a chance to say whether I wanted to go or not. Very soon they arrived at the police station. As soon as Suli appeared, many people immediately surrounded her in welcome. They greeted her warmly. Sister Sue, you're back. You're finally back. Beautiful. Without you, our case-solving efficiency dropped a lot. True, so true. Captain Zhao has been getting chewed out by the director every day. Zhao Feiyan laughed and scolded. Go on, stop gossiping. Everyone laughed happily. Absolutely no one mentions Suli's legs. I curiously observed this group of people. Looking as adorable as I did, I quickly caught everyone's attention. Oh my, whose child is this? So adorable. Feeling a bit flustered, I huddled close to Suli, my little hands gripping hers tightly. Suli caressed my soft hands, the corners of her mouth turning up as she said proudly, his family. Seeing her expression, everyone looked at each other, surprise and joy flashing in their eyes. It was wonderful. Before, when they visited her secretly, there had been no life in her eyes, which had broken everyone's hearts. Now she had finally regained her spirit. Before they could talk much more, Zhao Feiyan led Suli into the autopsy room. Looking at the little one who was no longer breathing, both of their hearts grew heavy. Fearing I might be frightened, they didn't let me follow them inside, making me wait outside instead, where they set out lots of fruit and snacks for me. I ate while listening to the nearby plants chatting. My movements gradually slowed to a halt, and my little brows furrowed tightly. The one who died inside. Was he a boy just a little older than me? Being so young, why did he have to die? Waiting until Suli's group came out, I immediately ran up to them. Auntie, have you caught the bad person yet? Suli shook her head slightly. Not yet, dear. Her face was incredibly serious, as she was still contemplating the case report. The victim was only 5 years old, with many wounds from being brutally tortured, and even his internal organs had been removed. In all her years as a forensic doctor, this was the first time she couldn't suppress her personal emotions. She just wanted to drag the killer into the light immediately. Zhao Feiyan sighed. We've checked every lead, but the body was found in an urban village where there's heavy foot traffic but no surveillance cameras. The traces at the scene were also extremely chaotic. We're still conducting a door-to-door search. I tugged on Suli's hem, saying softly, Auntie, please take me with you. I winked at her, secretly pointing at the potted plant nearby. Maybe I can help somehow. Suli's eyes wavered slightly. The scene might be very scary. I patted my little chest. I'm not scared. As long as we catch the bad guy, I can do it. Seeing my determination, Suli didn't say anything more. She said to Zhao Feiyan, let the little one come with us. Auntie wanted to take me along. Zhao Feiyan grew anxious, but she couldn't stop me. I looked up at Zhao Feiyan, saying softly, Auntie Zhao, can you take me with you?
I won't be a bother. I acted cute and pleaded. Zhao Feiyan had to surrender and agree. Upon arriving at the crime scene, Zhao Feiyan started to regret it, but it was too late. Though I was mentally prepared when I saw the simple bed in the room, stained red with blood, I couldn't help but jump in horror. That boy was only slightly older than me, so much blood from such a small body. He must have been in so much pain. My eyes immediately welled up with tears. Su Li caringly rubbed my little head. I rubbed my eyes and looked around. Sadly, it was the middle of winter, so there were few plants around. After searching for a long while, I finally discovered a wild weed in the corner of the wall. Little grass, do you know who harmed that older brother? Hearing my question, the weed asked back, which brother do you mean? I was stunned. Were there many? Yes, at least 3 or 4 people have died here, and another one just 2 days ago. I felt a chill run through my body, clenching my small hands tightly. So do you know who killed them? I don't know who they are. I only saw them wearing masks tightly, wearing white coats, and everyone was holding boxes. I couldn't ask anything else. I rushed to find Su Li, telling Auntie everything the grass had said. Masks, white coats, and boxes. Su Li's gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold. She spoke abruptly. Go investigate immediately. See if anyone has had organ transplant surgery in the last 2 days. Zhao Feiyan was taken aback. You mean... Su Li nodded slightly. Exactly. There's more than one victim here. There must be 3 or 4. Just then, Zhao Feiyan's phone rang. It was the forensics lab calling. They said the bloodstains at the scene came from 4 different people. Fine, her prediction. Zhao Feiyan looked at Su Li in disbelief. Old Su, how did you know that? Su Li replied indifferently. I just distinguished it by looking at the bloodstains. Now go and investigate further. Zhao Feiyan didn't dare delay any longer. Now that she had a direction, she acted immediately. Su Li picked me up and placed me on her lap, covering my eyes. Let's go. I nodded slowly, burying my head in Auntie's chest, feeling deeply saddened. Su Li didn't know how to comfort me either, only hoping that Zhao Feiyan could find the killer soon. Soon after, they narrowed it down to a private hospital called Duc Kang. This hospital was already very famous in Nam Phan, expensive but with high-level doctors serving the elite. I've investigated. The patriarch of the Mu family just had kidney transplant surgery. Zhao Feiyan said, Old Master Mu has uremia. He's been recuperating at Duc Kang Hospital all this time. All other recent transplant surgeries are traceable, except for this one. We checked the organ donor, finding that they died 2 days ago and have already been cremated. Donor died in a traffic accident. Compensation with the driver hasn't even been settled. Yet they rushed to cremate the body like that. This looks suspicious no matter how you slice it. It's like they're in a hurry to hide something. Zhao Feiyan pointed at the file, her expression not looking good. Su Li narrowed her eyes. Have you been to Duc Kang yet? Zhao Feiyan nodded. But we didn't find anything. They just claimed there were errors in their records. At this point, she was so angry she almost laughed. They were clearly treating her like a fool. Let's go, let's take another look over there. Su Li's expression remained calm. She had already predicted this result. If they dared to harvest organs from the living, then what else would they not dare to do? She had a premonition that the dark deeds at Duc Kang Hospital didn't stop there. Every year, this hospital released medications with miraculous effects, specializing in longevity and rejuvenation. Many famous celebrities sought treatment here, with extremely good results. But she had reviewed their medical documents. Regarding the sourcing of ingredients and the extraction process, it was all written very vaguely, always feeling like something terrifying was being hidden. I obediently stood aside and listened, absolutely not disturbing them. Waiting until they said it was time to go, I immediately trotted along behind them. Zhao Feiyan instinctively glanced at me, not knowing why every time I was around, they were able to discover key clues. She didn't think much of it, merely assuming I was just very observant. This time she said nothing more, taking me directly to the hospital with them. To the hospital? Surely there won't be any major danger. Grandpa, the doctor says your surgery was very successful. You can rest easy now. Mu Fu said with a smile by the bed. Old Master Mu looked at this grandson with satisfaction, admiration in his eyes. This grandson raised outside the main family was indeed far more capable than the one at home, both intelligent and competent. Mu Fu's father echoed with a smile. It's all thanks to Mu Fu. He and Fang Ka are close friends, so Director Tan showed favor and gave you special care. Old Master Mu understood this well, of course. Looking at Mu Fu affectionately, good boy. When I'm discharged, I'll transfer 10% of my shares to you. Hearing this, Mu Fu's father's eyes lit up. He could hardly contain the excitement in his heart. Finally, this day had come.
Even though it was only 10%, it was no small amount. Slow and steady. One day, he would seize all of the old man's shares. Muthu frowned slightly, taking his grandfather's hand, saying unhappily, "I don't need it, Grandpa. I just want you to live a long and healthy life. Just some pocket money every month is enough." These words made the old man even more joyful, secretly deciding to give his grandson even more. Having just finished surgery, old Master Mu was very tired, falling asleep after only a few words. Mufa's father and Muthu walked out of the room together, the joy on his father's face obvious and undisguised. All previous frustrations vanished in an instant. With the daughter's failed mayoral campaign, he didn't even need to leave the house. To guess how people were laughing at him behind his back. But so what? As long as the Mu group stands firm, those people would only dare to gossip in the shadows. Suddenly, he noticed something, his expression shifting instantly as he shouted, "Why are you here?" Muthu turned to look. It was Suli and me. His face also turned extremely unpleasant immediately. The surprise made me jump. Jump, jump, oh how I jumped. Jump, 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 jump. After clearly seeing it was them, I emerged and stood right in front of Suli, glaring at them with a face full of fierce cuteness. A faint knowing smile appeared in Suli's eyes. She reached out and pulled me behind her, ignoring them completely and walking straight past. Muthu's father prepared to lunge forward in anger, but Muthu held him back. He shook his head, signaling for him not to approach. The Mu family is currently in a weak position, with Mu Jing still having to work under Sujiji. Picking a fight now would bring them no benefit. Muthu's father also came to his senses, cursing silently in his heart, deliberately giving my aunt and me a sharp glare. Just as I saw that glare, I secretly glared right back, puffing out my cheeks, determined not to be outdone. Gone was the submissive, weak appearance from before. I glared until my eyes were tired, only then withdrawing my gaze. Suddenly, however, my attention was caught by a plum blossom tree. In the middle of the freezing winter, this plum blossom tree was in magnificent bloom, its petals competing in vibrant color. Its red was even more vivid than the trees around it, making it stand out remarkably. It felt as if it were using its last ounce of strength to shine. But I felt something very strange, for although it was radiant, I couldn't sense any vitality from it. It was eerily silent. How contradictory. I stepped closer and said, "Brother Plum." The plum tree didn't answer at all. It was as still as if it had withered long ago. I anxiously called out once more, still receiving no response. The neighboring plum trees were also gossiping about this one. Oh, what a tragedy. A tree as healthy as this one. And they buried a corpse right under its roots. Little Plum doesn't want to be an accomplice to evil, so it refuses to absorb nutrients from that body. Once these last blossoms fade, it will die too. What cruel people. How could they be so wicked? How many bodies have they buried here now? It must be the 10th one by now. Soon enough, they'll be burying them under our feet too. If that happens, I'd rather just die. The buds of the surrounding trees slowly closed, feeling hopeless and losing the will to live. Hearing this, I grew incredibly restless. I stroked the little plum tree and said, "Brother Plum, don't die just yet. You'll go find youngest Aunt to help you." With that, I quickly ran towards Suli. Seeing Auntie busy talking to someone, I had to stop in my tracks. The person standing in front of her was the director of Duck Kang Hospital. He wore glasses and looked quite intellectual and polite, but his words were anything but courteous. "Officer Jack, we've already answered everything you needed to ask. Please stop interfering with our work. This is a hospital, a place to save lives. We don't have time for your games." Fang Ka stood to the side. Though he didn't like me one bit, he still had to follow the rules of the sect. He bowed respectfully. "Little junior uncle, you better tell your aunt to just go home. This is no place for you to cause trouble." Muthu also stepped forward and added, "That's right, Director Tun's medical skills are superb. With countless patients lined up waiting for him to save them, his time is incredibly precious. Furthermore, Duck Kang's medical team is the strongest today. They developed so many life-saving medicines. Murder is impossible. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Otherwise, we can certainly sue you for slander." I started feeling annoyed. They weren't causing any trouble. I stood on my tiptoes and whispered something into Suli's ear. Suli narrowed her eyes with a cold laugh. "Director Tun, these plum trees of yours are quite beautiful. You wouldn't mind if I took a closer look, would you?" Hearing her suddenly mention the plum blossoms, Director Tun felt his heart skip a beat. But he quickly regained his composure, telling himself there was no way they could have found out. However, the very next second, Suli ordered, "Dig it up." Director Tun's face changed drastically, instantly. Zhao Feiyan also sensed something was wrong, immediately finding tools and starting to dig. I also pulled out my tiny little shovel, working away until my small arms were exhausted. Looking down, I had only managed to dig a hole, no bigger than a bowl. Seeing Zhao Feiyan had already dug a hole a meter deep, I blinked my eyes. and quickly put my little shovel away. Clasping my hands behind my back, pretending as if nothing had happened, I strolled back over to Suli. Suli looked at me, a hint of amusement in her eyes.
Muthu silently rolled his eyes in contempt. He already hated me.
After discovering my true identity, his loathing only intensified. They probably didn't realize the status of Duk Kang Hospital. If they offended Director Tun, would the patients waiting for life-saving care really let the Su family off the hook? Just wait for the Su family to face the full force of their wrath. However, before the smile could fully form on his lips, he heard Zhao Feiyan suddenly shout, "I found it. There's a body here." What? Muthu jumped in shock. He quickly spun his head around to look, and indeed saw a corpse buried beneath the tree. It looked like the body hadn't been buried long, not yet fully decomposed. There was a gaping hole in the victim's chest,
with maggots still squirming around inside. He couldn't help himself, covering his mouth and retching. Director Tan's face turned as pale as a ghost immediately. Zhao Feiyan approached him, demanding sternly, "What is the meaning of this?" Director Tan clenched his fists, struggling to reply. I have no idea how this happened. After the investigation is clear, I'll definitely hand the culprit over to be dealt with by the law. He was still trying to act out that righteous and incorruptible facade. If it weren't for the plants and flowers telling me the truth, I really would have thought this had nothing to do with him at all. I was so angry my chest felt like it would explode. I pointed at a tree nearby and said, "There's one here too, and here as well." Every time I pointed at a spot, Director Sun's face turned a shade paler. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyan frowned slightly, immediately waving her hand to order the digging. They dug for an entire afternoon and covered a total of 10 bodies. After Aunt Suli performed the autopsies, she discovered that among these bodies, 7 had their organs completely harvested, while the other 3 had been poisoned to death. They were all very young. The youngest was only 7 years old, and the oldest was just in their early 20s. Looking at them, tears kept streaming down my face, and I glared at Director Sun with burning rage, knowing it was all the work of this great villain. Director Sun was still making excuses. He shouted angrily, "What is the meaning of this? Who could be so heartless as to bury people on my property?" With that, you feigned deep distress, Officer Zhao. You must investigate this thoroughly to see who committed such an act. To do this in a hospital meant for saving lives is truly beyond infuriating. He spoke with an air of absolute righteousness. Aunt Suli looked at him coldly. I was also so angry that I clenched my small fists. A big villain who does evil things and won't even admit it. The plum blossom tree nearby was also in a towering rage. "Im's so mad. What is he still pretending for? All these people were killed by him. And that's not all. There are many more hidden in the basement of his lab." A laboratory? My little ears twitched slightly. I stood on my tiptoes, leaned into Aunt Suli's ear, and whispered something. After hearing it, Aunt Suli's expression grew even colder. She said, "Director Sun, over the years, you've created quite a few miracle drugs, so it's only natural that people would be envious." Hearing this, Director Sun's expression softened, thinking she was speaking up for him, and immediately chimed in, "Oh, Forensic Dr. Su is absolutely right." Right after that, Aunt Suli asked, "Then Director Sun, how exactly were those miracle drugs developed?" Director Sun's expression froze, but he quickly regained his composure. "These are research secrets, but if Officer Zhao and Forensic Dr. Su wish to see, I can also lead you both there." He acted nonchalant and proactively invited them, making everyone think he was truly innocent. Except for me. As soon as I heard that, I began energetically, pushing the wheelchair straight forward. Today, I'll definitely get this big villain sent to prison. Aunt Suli quietly pressed the button on the electric wheelchair, letting it drive itself forward, to avoid wearing out the silly little kid. I didn't realize it at all, thinking my strength had suddenly surged. Wow, I've become a strong man. Tomorrow, I must train hard with Grandma Key, so I can knock the big villain flat with one punch. Very soon after, they arrive at the laboratory. It was located in the most remote corner of the hospital, with a total of 3 floors. The security here was extremely tight, with 2 guards at the door, their gazes sharp, their muscles bulging. It was clear they weren't ordinary guards, but rather professionals who had undergone training. Inside the laboratory were a few researchers in white coats. There weren't many of them, but every single one was an elite. Director Sun led the way in front, while Mu Shu and Fang Qi followed along. They curiously looked around the surroundings, as this was also their first time here. They only knew that in the past 2 years, this lab had produced many extremely effective medicines, which could even rival those of Han Lem's sect, which had a history of hundreds of years. Mu Shu had worked hard to build a relationship with the Han Lam sect, so he didn't believe Director Sun would ever commit murder. He glanced at me and let out a cold snort, offending to Kang.
Even the Han Lam sect might not be able to protect you. At this thought, he began to gloat over their misfortune again. Officer Zhao, Forensic Dr. Su, please feel free to look around. Director's son made a welcoming gesture. His face had long since regained its color, and he looked extremely confident now. Sure enough, Zhao Feiyan led her team to check every corner, thoroughly, but still found nothing unusual. Aunt Suli looked over their research reports. Everything was just standard lab equipment. Wait, she suddenly realized,
That the vague experimental processes in the reports didn't match the final experimental results at all. They were definitely hiding something. I secretly observed the surroundings, and as soon as I entered, I ran to a potted plant, hugging it and whispering to gather information. The expression on my face quickly became filled with indignation, and I would occasionally glare at Director's son. Director's son noticed, but he didn't care at all. He's just a little kid, even if he's from the Su family, let alone an adopted son. Even a biological child wouldn't dare do anything to him. They could look until their eyes pop out, but they'll never find a thing. A flash of triumph gleamed in his eyes. He took a step forward. Finished looking yet? If there's no problem, then let's go. I still have lives to save. I don't have time to mess around with you. Aunt Suli glanced at me. I also let go of the potted plant and went to Aunt Suli's side.